Good morning and welcome to our main.
That's you. Speakers.
Morning. Good morning and welcome to our May 18, 2023 special magistrate hearing for the building division. We will begin now. Our first case. At this time, please raise your right hand if you wish to speak at today's hearing.
Individual. Oh, you swear in the inspectors? First.
Please stand and raise your right hand, inspectors. You wish to get today's proceeding. If there's anyone, do you swear and solemnly affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, you already seen it.
So yeah, you call the first case, the inspector needs to come and sit here, and then you'll have to swear in the individual person before the hearing starts, for the inspector.
Our first case, Senior Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. On page 16 at the
Sorry,
top,
still not sure about that.
the address 225 Crown Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner L&A Beach Holdings LLC. Case number BE 22100044. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/2/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,800.
Which will continue to accrue.
Good morning, Courtney. Please raise your right hand.
Good morning.
Swear and affirm. Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. The property is still not in compliance. I'm gonna let the respondent speak.
Good morning, Magistrate Ansborough. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner. This is a rather unique situation where the property went through a site plan approval process in 2008 to change use from retail to restaurant. Did so, obtained a temporary certificate of occupancy, and at the time in 2000, I think it was 14, had all necessary sign-offs for a final CO. There was a change in personnel at the city, and there was a subsequent question about the appropriate flood elevation. Ultimately, while the owner disagreed, was able to work with Chief Oliva and the floodplain reviewer, Richard Benton. The permit was amended, revised to require note the installation of flood barriers satisfactory to the city. As of this morning, the permit has passed the flood final survey as well as building and zoning, and it looks like it's about ready to be closed out. So in an abundance of caution, may I request, because the permit is not closed, although it looks like all the inspections have been achieved, may I request 30 days to handle that administrative matter?
It will support the 28-day extension.
He's proposed a 28 days extension, Court.
Thank you very much.
That'll take you to May 18th.
Thank you.
June 8th, June 15th. June 15th.
What she said.
Courtney, you have one more with us, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Our next case is on page 19, Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez. The address 401 Northeast 8th Street, owner 401 Northeast 8th Street LLC, case number BE 211100004. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 6/17/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $12,150, which continues to accrue.
Building Inspector Leonardo Martinez, representing the city. As it was written, the case is not complied. This case was opened on November 1st of 2021. City requesting the fines to be imposed. I would allow the defendant to speak.
Crush.
Magistrate Ansbro,
Lawyer, but
I apologize. I didn't hear you, sir.
I just want to make sure that you're not the defendant or anybody.
I know,
Lawyer.
that.
So you want your own lawyer?
Any on the Zoom? Ms. Hassan, would you like to represent me?
When I spoke, right?
Magistrate Ansbro, respectfully to the inspector, I would like to request 28 days. This is again, existing site plan approved space where our client purchased the property, which had already been built out, had a business tax, and subsequently it came to the city's attention correctly that the seller had opened a space in between two spaces. They had obtained the right planning approval, but not the review by fire, et cetera, for the building permit change of use. That permit was promptly applied for when we were engaged, and has passed all inspections, I believe, with the one exception of a request now to engage someone to do air quality, because it's a commercial air conditioner. That is something new on the permit. That person has been engaged and we can pass that final discipline. So again, this is something that our client was unaware of, did not illegally do any work, inherited this, understanding it's his responsibility, and we are almost crossed the finish line. So if I could return to you in 28 days, fully complied to discuss potential fines, I would appreciate it.
Inspector?
Your Honor, the magistrate, the case was opened on 2021. We are on 2023. I mean, we've been the extension. I mean, the city is requested the fines to be imposed, and they can apply for a lien reduction afterwards.
Courtney, let's let them proceed with the fines, continuing to approve, come back for a lien reduction when you're in compliance, and we'll address it then. I understand that mitigating circumstances, and I or the other magistrate will consider that. Okay?
Understood. And I think there are, given the time the permit was applied for. Understood, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, Ms. Crush.
Thank you.
Our next case, Senior Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. Property address, page 16. Property address 2901 Northeast 51st Street. Owner, Waterview Condo Association of Fort Lauderdale, E. Case number BE 2208-0024. This case is first heard on 1/19/23. To comply by 3/2/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,800, which continues to improve.
I think we just did that case first. That was our first case.
No, we did the top one at the top.
Third one.
So we're on my page
The
16,
third one.
right?
We did the one on the top first. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I apologize. Okay. All right.
Alvarez Carrero.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can you please start your video?
I did already.
Oh, you did?
Next time.
Oh, I thought that was- okay.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. If permits still expire, I'm gonna let the respondent speak.
Yes, good morning all. The permit is still expired. We are currently working on that. Right now, we have a company that is for submitting all the paperwork to actually get a new permit. They tried to originally do it, submitted all the paperwork to work under the other permit. Unfortunately, they weren't able. So today they are actually there to submit everything to actually, it's a change of contract that they're currently doing.
City will support the 28-day extension. Stop
Yes.
it.
Okay? So 28-day extension, suspension of fines in the meantime.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 16 as well. Senior Inspector Alejandro Del Rio. Property address 3015 North Ocean Boulevard, 2R. Owner Berkeley South Condo Association, Inc. Case number BE 2107-0001. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 6/16/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $300. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $45,900, which continues to accrue. Good morning, Mr. Epstein. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read. In this case, permits were obtained to do some of the repair required, some concrete restoration. But there is no permit on file for fixing the drainage system of the garage. Garage continue flooding frequently, and there is no progress in regard to that. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Good morning, Your Honor. So I
One
represent.
moment.
Oh,
Mr.
go ahead.
Epstein, I'm sorry.
Sure.
One moment. We have 1, 2, 3, about 6 other respondents that signed in for this case as well. So we need to bring them.
Okay, so they all need to be brought in and sworn
Yes.
in.
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Is there Jeremy Appersdorf in there?
Mr.
Okay.
Appelsdorf is not attending. I'll be attending this place.
Okay. Michael Gerard.
Syrian.
Siri. Althea.
Althea's already in town,
Oh, she's ready. Okay.
so she's loading up.
Paula Campbell, and she owns.
I don't see a follow.
Richard. That's Mo, Macy's.
I see Richard Downing.
Yeah, that's for different.
Okay. Sharish Rajpatak.
She's there.
Yep, got her.
And Scott Dillon.
I don't see a Scott.
Okay. Okay, Seren, Michael, and Althea, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
I
Okay,
do.
Thank you.
Come on, yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Epstein. Sorry.
Thank you so much. As you can see, I'm joined here today by several members of the association's board of directors, including Althea, who's the vice president, Michael, who's the treasurer. We also have Sharish Rajpatak on the line. He is the president of SRI and the engineer of record for the association. So look, candidly, we understand that this has been pending for quite some time. The association had significant difficulties with a prior owner's representative who's been replaced. The association has retained PSA as its new owner's representative several months ago, and they've made substantial progress. Raj, as we like to call him, who's on the line, has been working with us throughout the process. An RFP was distributed to several contractors for this work in the garage. It's my understanding that Raj presided over several pre-bid meetings where the contractors were shown the garage and quite frankly, the unique set of circumstances around this garage, which is of course quite old. Of course, this is not a straightforward project, which is why RFP was issued. That said, it's my understanding that bids from at least 2 contractors were received, I think yesterday or a few days ago. And a third bid either was incoming or is expected to come in today. With that said, the association has a meeting scheduled, and Althea, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's next Thursday, for the purpose of voting on which bid to accept. And as soon as that bid is accepted, the plan is to expedite contract negotiation and get a permit application issued to the city. Again, the association is taking every step it can to expedite this. We're not being dismissive over the fact that this has been pending for some time. The association owns that and acknowledges it. But by bringing in PSA, working with Raj, soliciting these bids, they are trying to do everything they can to expedite the process. We have some momentum. We have the owners on our side, which is not the case in every condo association. So we like to use that momentum, and what we are requesting is a suspension of the fines and an extension of the deadline for as much as the city's willing to give. And of course, at that next hearing, what we hope to bring you is, of course, a project that's underway, hopefully an issued permit to show the progress that we're trying to make. Thank you.
Hector?
Up until this time, this has been going on for almost 2 years now. Up until now, the city hasn't received a plan, course of action, anything that shows that this situation is in progress toward compliance. So we really don't have anything to support an extension. All what you just said should have been communicated to the city prior to this meeting. And at least we should have the plan of the engineer on how this is gonna be remedied. So
If I
Really?
may,
go ahead.
sure, if I may, Raj is on the line and he can answer any questions you have about the plan. But to the extent there are project documents for the RFP and for the bids, like we spoke about, I don't see a reason why those can't be submitted to the city. I apologize that they were not prior to this meeting. I wasn't aware of that. If that would appease the city to potentially continue this hearing for the next hearing date, so you have a chance to review all of that, that is also an option that I think would make sense. But of course, I understand the situation and the fact that this has been pending for some time.
If I may, Your Honor. My name is Althea Pemzo. I'm the Vice President. This has been pending for a while, but we have a new board that started recently in February, and we were unaware of all the things that were taking place or had not taken place. We take this matter very seriously. As a result, we were able to get a solicitation out in less than 45 days and to receive back the proposal so that we can move forward with remedying this, and we can provide whatever documents that you need. So we don't really know all the things that took place before. All we know, as soon as we found out what was required, we worked diligently with the engineer and also with the owner's representative to remedy the situation. So we're very pleased about moving forward with the award as soon as possible and submitting and applying for the permit to move forward. Thank you.
I'm concerned, this is the magistrate, I'm concerned that the undue length of time, constant flooding has been a problem that is now being addressed. I'm gonna allow the fines to continue. When we get this completed, come and seek a lien reduction. If it's warranted, I or the other magistrate will consider that and we'll try to work with you. You must know, no one wants to punish anyone, but this is too long to get this fixed. So I'm gonna let the fines run, get it fixed, come back. Let's look at whether or not entitled to a reduction. Hope you are. I don't know all the facts yet, but we'll look into it. And then at this time, I'm going to allow the fines to continue to accrue. Okay, the order next page.
Our next case is on page 15. Inspector Alexander Borges. Who's presenting on behalf of Alex?
Yeah, Will.
I'm doing it, Tasha.
No, Inspector Jeff Franklin is presenting on behalf of Inspector Alexander Borges. Property address 802. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Property 603 Northeast 13th Street. Case number BE 22110132. Owner Queen Progress Investments, Inc. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/16/23. One section not complied is $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,200, which continues to occur.
Good morning, this is Inspector Franklin.
Hold on, we gotta wait for the respondent to come in the room and be sworn.
Is there, Jenny?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay.
He's,
Huh?
he's declining the request to become a panelist.
He's declining it? Okay, so
Ready to do what?
to be moved into the room.
Okay.
Okay.
That's Dylan Lonnie. Okay, so we'll go to the next one.
Well, wait a minute. Back on, you have the case, but he doesn't want to
Oh,
talk.
he accepted now.
Okay. Good morning, Dylan.
Hello, good morning. Dylan here.
Can you please raise your right hand?
Sure thing.
Do you swear in affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector Franklin.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. This is Building Inspector Franklin with the city, updating you on the case number and address of Brett. The case was not complied as of 5/18/2023. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed.
Can you give me briefly, I'm reading a summary here, but it's talking about structural columns, supporting beams. Is this as dangerous as it sounds?
The case was already presented. This is just to impose the fine.
I'm just trying to get a handle on what it's about.
Your Honor, special, magistrate, this case is the one that they were using a warehouse. As,
The one that I dealt with, it said stuff.
yes, sir, that's
I
the
remember
case.
it well, yes, okay. Thank you. All right. Mr. Gentleman, who are you in relation to the property?
Yes, hi, I'm the project manager. And this project is part of a 3-part code case situation that the inspection team has chosen to do 3 different code cases for. So this is one of the code cases that we've been dealing with. Just the latest status is all permits have been applied for. Unfortunately, there was a little bit of delay with the flooding issue with technology with the city. However, they have applied for everything and they did receive finally some building comments that required them to go to the county, Broward County, for their certificates in order to issue the permit. This particular code case is only for work without a permit. There's other code cases dealing with the other types of infractions. So everything's been applied for. Unfortunately, with Broward County and Fort Lauderdale having technology issues with the flooding, they're just kind of waiting for the county piece to finish so then they can submit it back to the city for the permit to be issued, which would comply this particular code case. There's a request from the owner to act as, to ask for a 28-day extension just to allow the county and the owner to finish their review, to close that out, or really the county's review, excuse me, so they can get those certificates that are required by the building department reviewer to issue the permit and close this case.
Director, what's the city's response?
The city doesn't support any.
There is no support for that 28-day extension. So. it
Yeah, I
sounds
did
like-
ask the inspector to see if we could further talk on that. I can only speak for the owner's request. There was obviously things out of their control with the flooding situation, hence this virtual meeting we're having right now. So it took a while for the city to get that final comment out to them to then go to the county, which also had flooding issues. So that's all I can say is they're just asking to close that out that way.
No, Your Honor, for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. The flooding issue, as you may be aware, only affected City Hall. It did not affect the Department of DSD. It did not affect permitting operations. All of those individuals remained and continue to be working in person. The flood only affected and displaced City Hall. And obviously, as we know, the reason why we're here is because of City Hall. It has nothing to do with the building department or its operation. So we would request that you impose the fines. And then again, once I'm not finished, I'm not finished.
Don't interrupt, please.
I'm sorry,
Thank
I
That's all right.
don't hear that. I'm not interrupting.
Okay.
I can barely hear.
Sorry,
So
she's gonna
please,
speak up for you.
yeah.
and then once the property comes into compliance, they can apply for a lien reduction.
So we're gonna continue with the fines.
You're gonna impose the
As
fine?
per, if I may, just for the owner, as per, I just want to correct the record with the attorney. Absolutely, DSD was down. You can look at the documented information. Their systems were down, and you could not
3
continue
days.
in the water build system.
2, 3
I just want to
days.
make sure that the attorney has that correct, because that was an incorrect statement, just to correct that. I know, because I work with that department every day, and they were down for over 2 weeks of time, which affected the comments that were needed by this particular case and others. That's all.
Yeah. Again, that's not our reality, but
Okay, well, the fines will continue to accrue, so I'm imposing the fines. Again, you're able to seek a lien reduction when you're in compliance.
Understood. I
Okay.
also have a second case. Is that to go now, or do I need to wait for the second case?
What's the address of the second case? I'm sorry.
Sure thing. The address is 911 Northeast 4th Avenue, Inspector Mary Rich.
You don't have- Did he give her a return?
That's the one that he has.
Dylan, do you have power of attorney to speak on behalf of Mr.
Yes,
Rector?
that was submitted this morning. Yes. I believe Inspector Rich, we've emailed already about this. I don't believe there's any need for me to speak, but it is there in case we need to discuss with you.
One moment, please.
Who has it?
Yes, ma'am. Sure thing.
It's my case.
No, I say who has it, but what day, it's okay. See if they.
Email it to you. Oh, hold on, one moment.
And the power attorney was submitted on the online system, just if that helps anybody find it.
Okay, one moment, Dylan.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
See? Okay. Is on page 3, the new business case. Our next case is on page 3, it's a new business case, Inspector Mary Rich. Property address 911 Northeast 4th Ave, owner, Rector Holdings, Inc. Case number BE 22110123. Notice posted at the property on 4/28/23, posted at City Hall on 4/23.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Rich for the city of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address are as read. Responded to the property on December 2nd, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 47-22.9. There are wall, ground, and mural signs that have been installed without obtaining the required permits as per zoning requirements. 9-1D, any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be in a violation of this section and is punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits consistent of but not limited to wall, ground, and mural signs. Inspection report was mailed to owner by admin staff on December 5th, 2022. The notice of hearing was posted at property on April 28th, 2023. I have had phone contact with Mr. Dillon and the property owner, Mr. Rector, and they were actively submitting permits to correct the violations. There is a permit BLD-SIGN 221-20024 on file. At this time, it's in processing. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 5/18/2023, the city is requesting 63 days or $50 per day thereafter
For each violation.
per violation.
Okay, does Mr. Dillon wish to read? Dan, speak?
Yes. Okay, you can hear me, right? I'm sorry, I just don't see my video, but I think you hear me. Yes, so the documents, again, with those flooding issues, they did get their latest revision needed finally in the system with the updates. And there was a discussion between the city and us for a 63-day extension to hold fines off for that. Inspector Rich, I believe you're still fine with that, and we just continue from there.
Okay,
And the city
again, if not timely complied, it's $50 per violation, so there's 3 violations.
2 violations.
2?
2, I believe, 2, yeah.
2 signs? Okay,
And the
All right.
city requests the order to be reported.
okay, so ordered.
Okay, thank you. So I'll let them know. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Bye, dude.
Thank you, Your Honor, and everybody. Okay.
Thank you.
Right, going back to page 15. Inspector Alexander Juarez. Inspector Jeff Franklin presents on his behalf, property address 802 Southwest 29th Street. Case number BE 211-20028. Owner Melissa McGriff. This case was first heard on 1/20/22 to comply by 2/24/22, 2 sections not complied at $250. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $223,500, which continues to accrue. Good morning, Melissa. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, this is Building Inspector Franklin for the city on behalf of Inspector Alvarez, updating you on case number and address as read. The case was not complied as of May 2nd, 2023. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed.
This is a pool that is somebody using this pool? No permits?
There was a pool that was built without permits.
Okay, let's hear from this young lady.
Hi, good morning. I purchased this property in November of 2020. And I'm sorry, 2021. And when I purchased it, I was informed that there was an outstanding permit. So we had written into the contract that the owner had 6 months to finish the permit. And so during that period, I think there was a notification that went out, and I think it went to the previous owner, not to myself. And I'm sorry, I may have my dates confused too, and then in May of 2022, the previous owner reached out to me and said, I've got everything, the permits are almost done. I just need you to sign this paper to submit to the city. I signed and notarized the paper, submitted it, and then I've been waiting and waiting to hear back from them. I've reached out to my my real estate agent, we've reached out to their agent, and nothing came of it. And so then I had to figure out the process of going through this after a pool is already built. And I just had no idea what was entailed. I have finally found somebody that was willing to take on the project and submitted the permit yesterday, and fully intend to get everything taken care of. I didn't know what was going on. And I submitted all of the paperwork. I'm sorry to interrupt. I submitted all of the paperwork, uploaded it in the Zoom in terms of the notice that the notarized documents I sent into the city, and then the agreement with the previous owner that he had 6 months to take care of the permit.
Are the children living on this property?
No. I also don't.
Is this an investment property, Ms. Griff?
It is, yes. Yes, I'm planning for my future retirement.
May I? You actually achieve building and construction, of course, on division.
We highly recommend putting this pool unsafe due to the fact that it is suspended as per the Florida building code and not to be used. And we'll have my inspector go by tomorrow and post it unsafe, so that way nobody jumps into the water and we have somebody killed because of the electrical background problem.
And what would they do to make it safe?
They have to provide us with a permit requirement for the electrical, the structure and the plumbing. Also is about the Florida child protection, which they have to provide on the fence. They have to have child protection on the large, so a child won't go into the pool area and drown. And that's something that unfortunately happens a lot in South Florida. So I would like for my inspector to go there on Friday. And I need for him to be allowed to go into the pool area and check the pool, and we're gonna post it, that area to be unsafe.
All right, you're gonna give them access to the pool area tomorrow?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite understand what the comment was.
Pool is unsafe because it hasn't been inspected, electrical, it doesn't have the child barrier. Is there anybody living on this property?
Yes, there is a person living there right now.
Okay, well, the pool cannot be used. It's gonna be marked as unsafe, it is not to be used. That there's electrical work there and it's not been inspected and approved, even dangerous for anybody, including that occupant. So the inspector will be by there tomorrow. We need to give them access to the pool area. Understood?
Understood.
Okay, the fine is gonna continue to run. It's a very huge fine. No one wants the fine, they want the compliance. So I know you have issues with the former seller. You need to work through those, but you've got to get these permits underway to stop the fine. And then once that's done, if it's warranted, I or the other magistrate will consider reducing the fine. Mitigator, if it's, proper to do that. But no one could be using this pool. Inspector will be by tomorrow and tell you what you can and cannot do. But the building official who just spoke is telling me it's unsafe. And he rules the roost. When it's something is unsafe, it's dangerous. Understood, right?
I understand.
Okay,
So we're imposing the fine.
I'm imposing a fine and asking the inspector to
Inspector Franklin wants to address the lady for a minute.
Okay.
For the record, I'll be attending the residence at 9 a.m. to do the
Okay.
inspection post. Okay.
Tomorrow morning.
Can I just, I did submit for the permits and I just want to make sure that that was noted. So that should
gonna
all
ask
be in the
for-
system now.
I'll ask the inspector to take a look at the status of the permit to let you know what's going on.
Thank you.
You're gonna meet him there tomorrow, though, at 9.
I can't.
The tenant,
be
the
there.
tenant will. The tenant will. Or
I'll
make sure
I'll reach out to my agent and have her do it.
But make sure they know he's coming, because I don't want to have him go there and not get access.
Okay,
Okay? Thank you.
okay, thank you.
Our next case is on page 40. Chief George Oliva, property address 3038 North Federal Highway, number F, case number CE 1412-1883, owner RJD Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 4/16/15, complied by 6/4/15. Fine suspended as noted. One section complied at $300. Total fine $792,300. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Mr. Hall, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Good morning, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Inspector Oliva, case number and property address as read. The case is in compliance and the city is requesting admin costs of $1,275.
Okay, so I presume there's no objection to reducing this from almost $800,000, $1,275, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. And first of all, thank you, everybody. I just want to understand, I received notice of, not being in compliance on January 12th of this year. And within in less than 4 months, I was able to take all corrective actions that the city indicated. And I just, all these things cost money. And I'm just trying to understand why I have to pay an administrative fee when I've done everything the city asked. This large fine was based on apparently an 8-year period where the city, I wasn't notified of anything for 8 years. And I try and be responsible. But I just was notified January 12th that I wasn't in compliance. I took the corrective action, and now I'm being fined $1,200 after paying almost $12,000 to get this done. So I just want to understand and do my, my proper obligation to the city. So thank you.
This is George Oliva, the chief for the division. We follow the notification process mandated by Broward County Rules and Appeal, and the owner is fully responsible to be aware of the mails going to your property. And that being said, we send only mails to the address in Broward County Property Appraiser. If you have a different address, we are very sorry, but we're not responsible. The city is responsible for the notification. Also, the inspector posted in front of the property every time that we had a hearing. If you didn't pay attention to it, you didn't pick it up, once again, that's on the owner's side, not on the city side. So at this moment, my best offer to you, sir, is the administration cost that cost the city, and the city's only want to recover the cost paid for UK. So at this moment, the city is very sorry requesting the administration cost of $1,275.
And so for the record also, Your Honor, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, a review of the file indicates that the notice was provided to the property owner pursuant to Chapter 162 Florida statute. It was certified mail, it was posted on the property, and it was posted on City Hall as reflected in the file and with the notices of the notice of certified mail and the affidavit from the inspector noticing the posting on the property and notice of.
Do you have a date when that was done?
Yes. Let's see. Notice was posted on the property on April 1st, 2015, posted at City Hall on April 2nd, 2015.
So you're right, it goes back 8 years and now it's getting resolved. So you're lucky that it's not $800,000 because that's what the lien is run to. Are you the owner of the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, you got notice under state law and city ordinances. That's why you're paying $1,275. If you don't want to pay it, it ends up being a lien in your property because nobody wants to do.
Yeah, I'm just preoccupied that 8 years went by that nobody told me anything. And I understand, I guess it's my obligation. But when I received the notice this January, I took action. And, fortunately, everything is good. And I will agree to what the special magistrate decides.
Okay, well, the costs are reduced to the amount I just said.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 29, Chief George Oliva. Property address 401 Northwest 9th Ave. Owner New Mount Olive Missionary Baptist Church, Inc. Case number DE 200-80087. This case was first heard on 2/18/21 to comply by 4/1/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $59,600, which continues to accrue.
George Oliva for the city, case and address as read.
And I thought for 1 second, wasn't this what Ms. Ogden was there? Somebody was
Yeah,
like,
yes, yeah, they have to swear in George the
1 second.
contract.
And I think that's the engineers with Anson Stewart. Good morning, Mr. Stewart and Dr. Osgood. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
George Lee, on behalf of the city, this case is regarding the 40-year certification program that haven't been in compliance, and they've been running fines. And this case was opened back in 2020. At this moment, for lack of compliance, the city requesting the full amount to be imposed. And once they come into compliance, they can request a lien reduction, and I will support it.
Did you ever receive any of the structural or engineering reports?
So far, what we had is already passed because we cannot use anything according to the law. According to the law, 30-day or order.
Okay.
So whatever they to send us before, we cannot use it now. To
It's
comply.
stale, it's expired.
It has to be redone.
Okay. All right. Yes, who wants to speak for the church? Dr. Osgood?
Good morning to all of you. Good morning to you, Judge. We're in a renovation project in that building that's in permitting in the last department, the mechanical department, where they sent us some comments that we need to address in February, and we're in the process of doing that. We're transforming that building into a senior citizen center with a housing component for the elderly in partnership with the CRA and the Mount Olive Baptist Church. So that's our dilemma. If we do the upgrades for the 40-year inspection, then we're going to come back and gut it all out with the renovation. We have all of the drawings and everything, and we've been going through the actual permitting process for 2 years. And I'll ask Mr. Stewart to add anything that he wants to add.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Osgood, and thank you, Your Honor. As Dr. Osgood indicated, this has been an arduous process, but we're close to the finish line. As she indicated, we have one pending department and actually maybe 1 or 2 comments within the mechanical department that would allow us to get the final permit approval for the improvements she indicated. And then from that point, we will bid the project with a contractor and then pull the permit to do the actual works. It's going to be a full interior gut rehab to the existing facility and adding the senior center as well as some housing components. So we do ask for some time, additional time to address these last few comments with the mechanical reviewer and then allow us to bid the project and get a contractor to get in and actually start doing the works.
Your Honor, I do understand the statement that they made, but that has nothing to do with the 40-year safety program. Mechanic is not even a part of the certification. It did have an engineer on record that did the report, and that engineer is working with them on this set of drawings and change of use that they're doing. That engineer should be aware that the 40-year program requires a letter from the engineer of record requesting extension of time every 180 days, what they're doing, whatever restoration they're doing. So far, they haven't done anything. At this moment, the city cannot support an extension of time due to the large amount of days that they've been out of compliance. Also, once they finish whatever they're doing and the engineer of record provide me with a letter saying that everything is safe and the building can be used as is mandated by the law of the Florida 40-year certification program, which now became 25. I would provide the compliance and they can request a lien reduction. But at this moment, I don't have anything in front of me that I can hold ground, and I'm still requesting the full amount.
If I may, Your Honor, we did submit a letter in April 12th, indicating what we just stated about the improvements that are being done and the fact that the building is not occupied and it will not be until the permit is pulled and the improvements completed. We did submit that letter on April 12th, requesting an additional extension.
The letter was referred to you on it because there was not an issue permit to cover the repairs in the report that the engineer submitted back in the time. So at this moment, still there are compliances, fines are running, and the city requested to comply with the law of the state of Florida and impose a fine.
Because there's really not much I can do or the building official can do to give you relief on this. This is going on. I have a lot of cases like this today all over the city. All cities are still doing this since the tragedy in Surfside. So the fine is going to continue to run, knowing you have the ability to come back and seek a reduction from me or the other magistrate when you're in compliance. But currently I can't do it because they haven't submitted the structural and electrical report that is needed or an extension for it, as he just suggested. So I'm going to allow the fine to run, but since unfortunately it's vacant, which is a good thing, but the risk is it's got things that are structurally that we don't know about. So please proceed to get done what you're trying to do, come back to the building official, and we'll revisit it.
Your Honor, can I just ask a procedural question? Because I'm trying to really understand. So the information you need from the structural engineer, if we got that to you, then we could come back to the table again. Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to ask the building official. I think he just said that you can't do it today.
It all depends on the letter. The letter has to meet the criteria from BORA on the section 5-5.5.d. The engineer should be aware of what he needs to put in that letter. Once that letter is up to the criteria, I would approve it. If not, it will be rejected again.
Is there a way to get a sample letter for us to make?
We don't provide sample, we don't provide help. You have to talk to your engineer.
The engineer clearly must know what to do.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Your Honor, and
Thank you.
Okay, we wish you luck.
Thank you.
If it's a permanent, yes.
Our next case is on page 28, Steve Georgia. Property address 316 Northeast 4th Street. Owner Dependable Equities LLC, case number BE 2107-0243. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 127/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $27,600, which continues to accrue.
Is there somebody here for this case?
Yes, he's bringing them in the room right now.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Ms. Toothaker. Ms. Toothaker, is Estefania with you today?
Yes, she is.
Okay. How many room now? Okay.
I was here.
Oh, okay. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Joshua Lee on behalf of the city, case and address as read. Once again, this is a certification case that haven't been complied. The owners, they sent us the report on March 7, 2022. Both reports were requiring repairs. I provide them with extension on 180 days to September 2022 to comply or request another extension if they were not ready. At this moment, I don't have any letter from the engineer of record requesting another extension, and we don't have a permit either to support any extension by the engineer request. So the city, once again, following the mandated from the state of Florida and Broward County Board Rules and Appeal, are requesting the full amount to be imposed. And once they achieve compliance, I'll be supporting the lien reduction.
Okay. Yes, folks.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Stephanie Toothaker and Estefania Mayorga. We represent Dependable Equities. Dependable Equities is the new owner of this property. This building actually is slated for demolition. It is on a location where we just received a site plan approval for a new project. I actually just became aware of this issue this week. So we, Stephanie and I and my client, who is the new owner of the property, are sort of scrambling to figure out what we need to do. I understand the prior owner of the property had received some extensions. There is, from what I understand, a tenant in the building that has been noticed to vacate the building and will be out by the end of this month, by the end of May. And as soon as that happens, we are going to file demolition permits for the building. I understand there have been prior extensions, and we work with Mr. Oliva a lot, so I certainly understand the rules. I would ask if there's any way we could just have an extension. We do have everybody in line to at least apply for the permits. It does take some time to work through the demolition process at the city, but that is our intention, to start that as soon as the tenant vacates at the end of May.
The owner, as you are aware, third side, a lot of the rules change. Broward County is very strict right now into compliance. More or less, every 90 days, we're getting calls from Florida asking who's in compliance, who's not in compliance, how we do it with the cases. Because this is not the city of Florida, this is the county and the state of Florida in July 31st of 2022. So nothing for me to support an extension on time at this moment. Like I said before, I will support a little reduction until the comply. But the city is putting, the city is requesting the full amount for fine.
And Your Honor, also, just for the record, the current property owner has owned the property since November 23rd, 2021. So it's not.
But it was that is true, but it was being managed by the prior owner. That was part of the agreement.
Well, the pressure that the building official is under from the Board of Rules and Appeals is such that he has very little discretion to give extensions. Doesn't think an extension is warranted under the circumstances. So what we're gonna do is let the fine continue to accrue. When the tenant vacates, you let him know, so we'll at least know it's safe, there's nobody in the building. Fines will continue, and then you'll seek on behalf of your client the lien reduction, which I would assume either myself or the other magistrate can consider a lien reduction for you.
So you're gonna impose the fine.
I'm gonna impose a fine.
Do that, and hopefully we'll be more successful than the last time we asked for one.
Okay. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you. We have we have two more cases, actually.
Okay.
The next case is on page 37. Chief George Leva as well. Property address 1611 South Andrews Ave, owner North Broward Hospital District, case number BE 200-50439. This case was first heard on 9/16/21 to comply by 10/28/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $20,600, which continues to accrue.
Inspector Rich presenting for Chief Oliva. The case and address is as read. The required 40 years building safety inspection report has not been furnished to the building official within 90 days of initial notice. They are requesting the full amount be imposed.
When was the notice, the report due? In 28/21, right?
Yeah, it's a 21, so it's 90 days after we send the first notice.
More than a year out.
That Board of Rules and Appeal only allow 90 days from the date of the notification for the owner to send the report to us. After those 90 days, we are mandated to print them for hearing. From fines.
Counsel?
So this is, you're probably familiar with this, Your Honor. This is the Copper Kettle. This building was purchased by Broward Health quite some time ago, and we actually have been in process for a very long time waiting for the demolition permit. This is, it's a vacant property. It's been vacant for quite some time. There's no tenant, no running restaurant, nobody enters the building, and we're just trying to get the project actually demolished. It's part of an overall campus improvement for Broward General and Broward Health, and we're waiting for the permit to be issued.
The owner, once again, is the responsibility of the engineer. to provide a letter every 180 days and to update the city. They haven't done so. The city at this moment will not support an extension of time, and we request the position.
So you heard where we are, we're in the same case as the prior case.
Yeah, just to be clear though, I don't know why we would submit a letter from an engineer when the building is being demolished. That part I didn't understand.
Because we don't know when it's gonna be demolished, I guess.
Not only that, that's not the city for to answer. If you want that answer, you should go to border and not border why that mandate is that way.
Okay.
At this moment, we are mandated by border to follow the rules, and the rules are that the engineer of record do not request a second extension of time on time. We can do anything.
I understand. I just want to put it on the record that we have been and the city is very slow on permitting. We have been in process for quite some time waiting for the demolition permit. Last time we came in and asked for a lien reduction after the fact, it didn't go so well. So I just want to make it very clear on the record. It is our intention to demolish this building. We have been in process for a very long time waiting for that permit. And when the permit is issued, we will demolish. I don't know why we would spend money on having an engineer letter when the building is slated for demolition and it's empty. So I understand.
Okay, I want to go on the record saying that Broward County Board Rules and Appeals, section 5-5.5.d says it very clearly that the engineer of record, not the attorney, not the owner, not the contractor, the engineer of record is fully responsible to request a second extension of time before the first extension is over. If the engineer never did it, it's not the city's responsibility, it's the owner and the engineer.
I understand. I respect what you're saying. I'm just saying if the permit for demolition had been issued, we wouldn't need it. So hopefully.
Well, that's not into this case right now. It's not to the magistrate. The magistrate is not here to approve permit. The magistrate is to listen why the violation are existing. And this is the problem that we have.
I understand.
Okay, so we're in the same posture as we were for the prior case. We'll allow the fine to continue. And district can seek a reduction in the building, I guess before the demo, and it's once a demolition permit, final stop, am I right?
Once the building is down, the violation has to be cured.
Okay, so once it's demolished, that's the time to come back in and seek the reduction.
Okay.
But I would say, yeah, I'm opposed to fine, but again, I don't see the hospital district being punished for something when this restaurant's been sitting vacant for a long period of time, I think. This is the old copper kettle or whatever it was called?
Yeah, it's Copper Kettle. Mhm.
Okay, that's what we'll do, we'll work with you on it, as we always do.
I know.
You are satisfied.
That when I come back asking for my lien reduction.
Yeah,
We'll be there.
Only come in when you're ready. Don't come early.
Oh,
Okay. All right, so
thank you. We have one more.
Our next case is a new business case on page 5. One moment, please. Our next case is a new business case on page 5. Property address 511 Northeast 3rd Ave, B. Owner, Palmiet 2 LLC, case number BE 2303-0142. Senior Inspector Ms. Alabuski. Notice posted at the property on 4/26/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Good morning, Inspector Sarabuki, on behalf of the city presenting the case as filed. I inspect the property regarding the outdoor dining area and food truck without the required permit. Also, building occupied without the temporary certificates of occupancy. The property was sited under Florida Building Code 2020, 111.1.1. The structure occupied without a certificate of occupancy and under Florida Building Code 2020, section 105.1, work without the required permit. This case was opened on March 13, 2023. Inspection report was made on March 13, 2023, and notice of hearing posted on the property on March 15, 2023. I will left the responsibility.
Okay.
So good morning. Good morning once again. This is a little more complicated than the code case appears to portray. We have been in permitting with the city. We've represented this owner for quite some time. It's Glivovic. Much of what you see here in these pictures, these images, is actually already permitted by the city with certificates of occupancy. And we had done it as a phased project. So there's an architecture studio, there's a restaurant inside, there's outdoor dining, and then there's a future site on the back. What happened is we got some, frankly, conflicting information between planning and zoning at the city. The city's been wonderful, by the way. We've been working with them carefully with the development director and with the planning and zoning staff on this and making sure that it's done properly. It was originally 2 sites, then it was originally 1 site. The city suggested we split it up as 2 sites. It created a lot of confusion. Long story short, these pictures you're looking at, this is all permitted. This is properly permitted. What triggered the code enforcement was the outside portion, which the owner believed was permitted as part of the original approval. All we're asking for is time to continue to work this out. We actually have a meeting today with the city on this, just to figure out what the right path is with the owner. The owner has been very carefully working with the city. We've been involved in working with the city. We're just asking for time to make sure we get it right and finish the DRC process.
Inspector?
Yes, I forgot to tell that the certificate of occupancy was extended for 90 days. This part of the violation is compliant. And we agreed with an extension, 63 days extension to compliance for the pending violation, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
I can, excuse me, there's no way we will be done in 63 days at the city. I mean, it's totally fine. We don't mind coming back and providing a status update, but the DRC process just doesn't go that fast. I wish it did, but it does not. When we build timelines for clients and working through the process, we put a minimum of 6 months on it because it takes that long to work through DRC. I would ask that we are already in process. I would just ask that you don't impose fines after 63 days, maybe just have us come back and provide a status update of where we are. There's just no way it'll come into compliance in 63 days.
Yes, we agree with the 63 days for them to reappear and no fines at this moment.
Or the mandatory reappearance.
Well, so let me just be clear, Your Honor, for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. This is a new case. So the city is asking for 63 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. With that will be a mandatory reappearance on the 63rd day. So we'd still have to have a Massey, and again, there'd be a status update, but we would like a compliance date with a fine associated, not just, I mean, there has to be a finding in order to come back for a status update. Additionally, 2 things. One, when you add the 63 days from the time it was actually, the violation was observed, we're close to 6 months. And then lastly, secondly and lastly, the violation can always be cured by the cessation of the outdoor dining. So,
but just clear, you're asking them to completely shut down all operations. All I'm saying is that I'm happy to come back sooner and provide regular updates. I'm just asking that you don't impose the fine after 63 days. There is no way this will be complied in 63 days. Your process doesn't move that fast.
but Stephanie, as you know, the fine doesn't start at the 63rd day without an imposition after. So at the 63rd day, you would come back, you would update the magistrate and on the progress, and then the magistrate would extend that compliance period accordingly, assuming there are meritorious reasons, obviously, as you all continually and cooperatively work through the system.
So let's do that. You're not going to have fines without myself or the other magistrate looking at a request for an extension. Give us a report where you are. I'm inclined to give you more time if it's warranted. I'm sure it will be.
I'm happy to share a timeline at that time of where we are.
Okay.
And I appreciate that very much. There's just There's no way to bring this into compliance either without the approval, which will not happen in 63 days, or shutting the operation completely down, which I don't think anybody wants to shut a small business down in Fort Lauderdale that it has proper permits. It was just a little gray area on what exactly the city was giving approval for.
Okay, I'm sure we can work through it, but I'm not sure who's gonna want to sit out there in July, but we'll figure that out later. Okay, thank you. 60 days, or $100.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Our next case is on page 43, Chief George Oliva. Property address 4819 North East 21st Ave, 1-9. Owner Ann Elliott Revocable Trust. Case number BE 21090296. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 8/16/22. One section complied at $100. Total cost $27,100. City, go ahead. Mr. Elliott. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Good morning, Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and property address as read. The city is requesting the full amount of the fines and imposed.
All right, sir.
No.
What?
No, it says administrative costs.
They switched to administration.
How much of administrative costs?
$1,275.
I'm sorry, the city is requesting administrative cost, $1,275.
Okay. Yes, sir. Fine is proposed to be reduced.
Yeah, yes, Your Honor.
Go
I
ahead.
apologize. No, we have no objection to that proposal. My mother would be very happy. I would just ask, how much time do we have to pay and how do we pay?
You couldn't answer that.
You have 30 days to pay it. You're gonna get a final order in the mail. In 3 to 5 business days, it'll be mailed out, but you have 30 days to pay it. So 30 days from today. And you can pay online or you can mail us a check.
Thank you. No, thank
thank
you, everyone
you.
there. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, inspectors. All right,
Thank
have a
you.
great day.
And you too. I was just gonna reinforce that. At this time, at this time, the city is gonna request a recess, 5 minutes.
We're on.
Give me a 10:25.
Thank you for your patience. Our next case is on page 20. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 514 Northwest 12th Ave. Owner, Mary Lou Barner, case number BE 2206-0129. This case was first heard on 11/17/22 to comply by 1/19/23. Fine suspended as noted. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,100. Yeah, it's actually Ms. Pierce. She's coming into the room. Excuse me.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Pierce. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Who are you in relation to the property?
I'm Bridget Pierce. I'm the property owner's daughter.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Inspector.
Building Inspector Martinez, case and address as read. This case is complied. I would like to request a reduction of administration cost of $575.
Appears that, I presume, okay with you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One moment, please. I'm sorry, let's look Corinthian. Gary, sorry. Our next case is on page 28. Chief George Oliva. Property address 401 Northwest 7th Terrace. Owner, Mount Hermon African Methodist Episcopal Church, Inc. Case number BE 200-80089. This case was first heard on 1/20/22, complied by 3/3/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $44,000, which continues to accrue.
Let's see if Corinthia.
Yes.
Swear him in first here.
There's someone else with him on the list.
Look, Corinthia.
Yeah, look. Yes, and.
Ready? Not yet.
No, yeah,
It's gotta get sent.
I'm gonna swear them in.
Oh, there's two people?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Good morning, Greg and LaCorinthia. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Can we proceed now?
Yes, George Oliva, in behalf of the city, gave an address as read. Once again, Your Honor, this is a safety certification case that haven't been complied with the 40-year program. This moment, this case is from 2020. And they haven't received any letter from the engineer of record requesting an extension of time for the church. So I don't have any support for another extension of time. And the city is requesting the floor.
Okay. All right, folks.
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Greg Bruton, representing the Mount Hermon AME Church. And respectfully would like to ask for your leniency on this, simply because the church has gone through different leadership. This particular item was addressed by the church, as Mr. Oliva said, back in 2020. Certain items were underway as being resolved. However, the leadership of the church under the AME denomination, pastors get reappointed and reelected, officers leave. So what has occurred here is that there was a change in leadership at the church during this transition time, and therefore this item dropped without being taken care of. It is currently being taken care of. Mrs. Anderson, Ms. Anderson, who's on the call with us, on the meeting with us this morning, has now been appointed as the lead person to handle all of this. I have been involved with it just recently to help them through this process. It appears that the 40-year inspection conditions are currently underway. As a matter of fact, the church has already contracted a new contractor to build a senior citizen development just south of the church. And so in cooperation with that particular development, the contractor has agreed to come in and rectify these inspection report items and have them done within a. Right now, we're looking at getting building permits, which we believe will take anywhere between 4 to 6 months to complete. But we would ask that you allow us that opportunity simply because of what has occurred within the church leadership.
Mr. Bruton, do you have an engineer records right now? Did the church hiring?
Would you say that again?
Church, sorry, what's a plane going by? Do you guys have the engineer records already hired for the church?
You mean the person that did the report?
Or any other engineer, that has to be the same
Yes,
person.
we have one that we have currently, as Ms. Anderson is currently under discussions with them to complete that process, to sign them in. As I said to you, it's going to be the same people who are building the multi-unit senior citizen housing to the south.
Right.
Yeah.
But that had nothing to do with the report. But this is what the city would request for that engineer to provide us a letter that the building is safe to be used. Also, that there's no issue with the electrical system, that everything looks safe to him. And he can request that extension of time that you guys have for permits already.
Okay.
I will contemplate that, but this is the cash. And this is not me or the city of Florida. This is Broward County and the state of Florida. At this moment, we're gonna request the fines to be imposed, and they have to be imposed because I don't have anything. Once you come with that letter, we say in the next 10 to 15 days,
okay,
I can get it to border for review, and we can stop the link to be. But at this moment, Mr. Bolton, I have to follow the law. I don't have any remedy.
Understood. So if I'm understanding you correctly, Mr. Oliva, if we're able to produce this letter of from the engineer that the building is safe based on the items that you've spoken about, we can come back and request that the fines be
stop. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
And then when you come into compliance, we come back for a lien reduction with the fine that I already approved.
Okay.
But at this moment, I need that letter.
Okay.
Super fast. So that way I can get the approval for the letter. And once that letter gets approved, then we will stop the lien and the share if it's before the next 15 days.
Okay.
It takes about 15 days for the city to process the lien.
Okay.
I will hold the lien for the church. Okay.
Okay. All right. So we'll work on getting that letter from the engineer.
Okay. Don't forget 15 days.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, sir.
So fines imposed, right?
Yes, we'd like that, unfortunately.
Yeah, the fines are gonna be posted today, but we're not gonna lose. We're gonna give them 15 days for the lien to proceed. They come with a letter for 15 days.
Let's go there and fine.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody.
It's up to the engineer.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bruton.
All right. Thank you.
That was my challenge.
Our next two cases are on page 14. Inspector Linda Holloway, property address 501 Southeast 33rd Street. Owner 27th Avenue Enterprises LLC. Case number BE 2203-0031. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 9/15/22. Fine suspended as noted. Two sections not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose a full amount of $15,300, which continues to accrue.
Yes. Oh, good morning.
I just promoted her, to yeah.
Hello, hello?
Hi Vivian, can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good
Inspector
morning.
Linda, how you doing, Vivian?
Doing well,
Inspector-
thank you.
Great. Inspector Linda Holloway, on behalf of the city, case number and property address as read. For these cases, sir, the city is requesting the fines continue to run, no extension, only because these two cases, both.
I didn't read the other one.
We have to go one at a time, sorry. Only because this case, originated, March 8th of 2022. And Ms. Vivian is here to speak on behalf of the owner.
Thank
Yes,
you.
please.
Thank you, everyone. I am the attorney for the owner, 27th Avenue Enterprises. I did appear at a hearing previously on November where the city so graciously provided us with an extension. And I wanted to let the city know that since that time, the property owner has hired a general contractor, Cruz Construction Group, and has actively taken affirmative steps to correct the violations. It did go ahead and pull a permit for electrical work, which was opened and completed. It did apply and open a permit application for the fence, including taking down a significant portion of the fence and requesting for obviously the permit for the fence to be reconstructed and for the asphalt improvements, which are the subjects of the violations. We have encountered, the property owner has encountered some delays because it is required to actually hire a licensed landscape architect, and the property owner has in fact done that, paid the retainer to the landscape architect. However, it's been requested that a site plan be drawn up and plans of the landscaping also be drawn up. It's taking a little longer. There has been a significant delay because of the fact that it's been very difficult to actually find contractors, but I'm here to announce to the city that it is in the process of occurring. The permits have been applied for, and my clients are actively taking steps to close out the permits, get the work done, close out the permits, and comply with the violations. And this is as to both properties, both violations. So we're requesting an additional 90 days to continue with this process before the fines are imposed. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of personnel that's needed. There is a shortage on these type of contractors, and my clients are proceeding in good faith.
The city would not oppose to a 63-day extension.
Without fines?
We could suspend the fine. For 60 days.
Okay, so she's proposing 63 days to suspend the fines, and they will resume. If you need more time, you're gonna have to work with the inspector to explain why, and she will then decide whether or not to bring it forward for an extension, or if she can do that, but right now, she's proposing 63 days.
I'm sorry, and can you repeat that? Is it 63 days? I'm sorry?
Correct.
Yes.
63 days.
Okay, sorry, I have a little bit of a volume issue with these headphones.
July 20th.
Right.
July
So this-
20th.
Correct.
Yes.
It's gonna be 63 days, only because like I initially said, this case originated over a year ago. And the permits for the fence particularly was only just applied for just a couple of months ago, despite the 91-day extension you were previously issued. Okay, so.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. And again, I will continue urging my client to proceed with the work. I'm in active communications with the contractor and pushing everyone along. And I appreciate the extension.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next case, property address 3240 South Federal Highway, owner 27th Avenue Enterprises LLC. Case number BE 22030033. This case was first heard on 6/16/22 to comply by 9/15/22. Fine suspended is noted. 2 seconds not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $15,300, which continues to accrue.
Your Honor, this is the property next door. It's the same situation. This case also originated in March of 2022. And so I'm gonna ask for the same 63-day extension on this case as well.
Where the attorney went, she's still there.
Oh.
We can do that order and let her know.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'll call her.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you both.
Our next case is a new business case on page 2. Property address 200 South Birch Road. Inspector Alexander Flores, Inspector Leo Martinez presenting on his behalf. Oh, I'm sorry, page 1. I'm sorry. Page 1. Owner Leisure Beach Association Inc., case number BE 2203-0194. Notice posted at the property on 4/28/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Building Inspector Leo Martinez.
One moment, please.
Good morning, everyone. Natalie Burris on behalf of Leisure Beach.
One moment, Ms. Gutierrez, we're waiting for the others to join.
Thank you.
You're all there?
The last one's not responding, so.
Okay.
I'm here, Lance Kaplan.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
I do.
Thank
Get the other people's names.
Thank you.
Get the other people's names for the record, please.
Gentlemen, name?
My name is Leonardo Duran. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, my name is Leonardo Duran, and yes, I swear.
What's your capacity with the property?
I can speak to that. My name is Natalie Gutierrez. I represent Leisure Beach as their general counsel. I've invited LTM Engineering Group and their 3 representatives today to provide everyone here with deadlines and just really an understanding of what this project is going to entail.
My name is Lance Kaplan.
Thank you. All right, Inspector.
Inspector Leo Martinez, presenting case and others as read. This case is from Inspector Alexander Boris. I'm just reading on the case, presenting the case. Inspector Alexander Boris visited the property and observed extensive concrete spalling, which is the lamination of the concrete cost of the reinforcement, the roasting and reinforcement steel bar was revealed extending out from the sliding glass door at Unit A10 balcony. The balcony was posted as unsafe. Inspector Boris requested an evaluation from an engineer company. the report from the engineer company was received, deeming all the balconies of the buildings unsafe. The engineer company recommended that the complete exterior building restoration project should commence as soon as possible. The property was cited on the Florida Building Code 2020, section 116.1.1, unsafe structures. Unsafe building or structure should be demolished and removed from the premise or make them safe. The property was also cited on the City Ordinance 9-80C. Inside and outside stairways, porches, balconies, hallways, corridors should be maintained in a safe condition and capable of supporting the load set forth in the building code. This case was opened on March 17, 2023. Inspection report was mailed to the property owner on March 18, 2023, and the notice of hearing was posted at the property on March 24 of 2023. We are asking your owner to find that the violation does exist and to grant the property owner 28 days to make the building safe, or fines of $100 per violation per day thereafter. We would like also this order to be recorded, and I will let the respondent to speak.
Let me ask you something. How many units are there that have bad balconies? All of them?
Yeah, pretty much the engineer report make all the balconies deem all the balconies unsafe.
Are they all blocked off so nobody can use them?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
That
sir.
I know, yes.
There's no way somebody's gonna go outside on one of these balconies without.
No,
violating-
Special Magistrate, we've made sure to add notices throughout the building, provide instruction to every owner. The balconies have been vacated and are not being used.
Okay. How many
And
balconies-
and whenever everyone's ready, I'm happy to proceed.
How many units are we talking about?
I don't have that detail, but they
Condominium?
will be able to say that how many balconies are on that building, how many units.
There are 162 units in this association.
162.
162.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, so what measures have they taken to make sure nobody goes outside?
So to clarify, the issue with the balconies, the inspector did find that there was one 10 stack, which is the pictures that you're seeing before you, that needed to be shored up immediately, and all other balconies needed to be closed until there was an inspection of the balconies to deem them safe. So there was nothing specifically in the remainder balconies that was found that provided alarm to anyone, but in an abundance of caution, they were ordered to be closed until there was an inspection that would deem them safe. So what we've done, based on the directive to have a qualified professional installed shoring, the association immediately hired the needed professionals, shored up that 10 stack, where these are the photos that you're seeing of that 10 stack. I believe it's my understanding that Inspector Alvarez did go out to the property to confirm that that 10 stack was shored up as requested on April 18, 2023. Like I said, in addition to that, all of the balconies were ordered to be closed until they would be deemed safe. The association immediately took the necessary actions to make sure that the balconies would not be occupied. They notified all of the owners. They posted notices on every door and all entrance points. And further, I do want to make the point that the engineer of record submitted a report to Inspector Alvarez dated April 28th of 2023, confirming that the building is structurally safe for its use and its present occupancy, so that nobody had to worry about that. In addition to, the association has taken on the project of doing a complete concrete restoration of the building and the balconies. The first step was, as it is for most associations, to secure funding to complete a project of this scale. This association is unique in the sense that when it comes to securing funding, they need membership approval, and they need a very high number. They need 75% of all members to agree to pass a special assessment to get this project done. The association achieved the impossible in the last couple of months. They diligently worked to pass the necessary special assessment. They got 75%, over 75% of their members on board to pass the special assessment. They have been working to take all reasonable efforts to get this concrete restoration project done. They're currently in the process of finalizing a contract with the gentleman that you see on the screen, LTM Engineering Group. They will be the engineering firm for the association moving forward, and their project managers once we get those contracts finalized. This decision was made in order to just expedite this process. They are capable of handling a project of this size. The next step is probably going to take around 90 days, and it's to prepare the project and mobilize the project. The LTM engineering team is going to have to re-inspect the building, confirm the scope of work, likely resend out RFPs, assist with finalizing some loan for the repairs, and start the mobilization process. I've brought them on here today in case you have any questions about this next step and just the realistic time frame of a project of this scale. Again, the association is doing everything that it can to just expedite this process. With LTM on board, they're classifying this as a standard project. They don't perceive that this is going to be anything that's extraordinary that might lead us here for 3 to 4 years waiting before you asking for additional extensions. But still, they have confirmed that a project of this scale will still take about 18 months to complete. Of course, excluding any unforeseen acts of God, as we have all experienced in the last few months. Moving forward, we anticipate that through this company, we can provide updates, either monthly or bi-monthly reports to the special magistrate to inform them of the process and progress we've made. And based on that, I do request that our special magistrate today consider holding off on any fines, putting them in abeyance, and setting us for a status conference in about 90 days to provide further updates on the status of this project. And throughout this process, even before the 90 days, we're happy to provide progress reports if requested.
Your Majesty, I have here a copy of the second letter that the engineer submitted to Alexander, and may I read it? It says on April 28, 2023, from the engineer has concluded that the building is currently structurally safe for its use and present occupancy. However, concrete deterioration is present throughout the majority of the building balconies, which require repairs in the not too distant future. The engineer also conclude that out of an abundance of caution, all balconies are deemed unsafe and should not be occupied until floor covering are removed down to the bare concrete in order to perform subsequent inspections. Engineer also conclude that depending upon the extent of the current deterioration located on the individual balcony ceilings and age, there is a minimal risk of relative small chunk of stucco or concrete falling onto balcony floor and ground areas beneath. So what the city will stand is that the 28 days or $100 per day and reappearance to update the special magistrate.
So mandatory reappearance.
Yes, sir. This is a very serious.
In the future, 28 days.
Yes, sir.
Knowing that the date they can seek extension.
Yeah.
If they need it. What I am concerned about is that deal with this in a number of cities. When I see spalling or whatever it's called, or delamination, I've never heard of that word. What does that mean?
That means that the concrete is peeling off away from the rebar and deposit the rebar. That makes the rebar to cross away and give it.
Okay, so it looks to me like if it's happening here, the 162 units, it's more than likely happening at a lot of them.
Yes, sir.
I want, like you do, some verification that the doors to these balconies are blocked off, so nobody makes the mistake of going out there.
I did
Visitor or a tenant, whatever, want the doors bolted, blocked off, so nobody goes out there. Is that
I
correct?
did send my inspector Alexander Alvarez to check on that. And so far they've been working with off. And the next step now that I need to receive from the engineer records, a report like every month or how they're accomplishing the compliance and making the building safe again.
Okay,
But so far, they've been working with us and have been allowed the time to get to comply.
okay, so council, you've heard what they said, 28 days or a fine of $100 will start. But there'll be a mandatory reappearance, give a status report, and if it merits an extension, I or the other magistrate will consider that.
Order recorded.
An order recorded.
Is Leo, is that just for 92803?
No, we have two, Alexander cite two building, a building code and a city ordinance. The building code is 116.1.1 and the city ordinance is 9-280C.
Yeah, both the 28 days or $100, that just goes for the city ordinance. correct?
Yes, yes,
So there's nothing on the 116.
no. The 116 is just to make it safe.
The 116, if they don't comply or work with the city, we will order for the building to be vacated. So that's why
Building
we
to
have
be
it.
vacated.
Yeah.
So you
But
heard-
so far, they've been very good working with the city.
Okay, so no order. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not gonna request the order to be
Okay.
vacated for.
Okay, council, you heard that?
I'm sorry, it's very low. I apologize.
If you could repeat it?
Sure.
Just, yeah, make sure your voice is up.
The 116.1.1 is unsafe structures. And that is in the records in case that we need to order the building to be vacated if the association doesn't work with the city. So far, the association has been working with the city and they've been running all over the place trying to accomplish completion and compliance. So at this moment, we're happy the way things are coming around, but I still need a letter from the engineer every month, every 30 days, to tell us how's the progress coming along, and if we still believe that that building is still safe. If not, we're gonna have to proceed to vacate the building.
Of course. And to make sure that I am understanding, we're going to have a mandatory appearance in 28 days. No fines will be imposed just yet, so long as we're still on track. At that 28-day mark, fines will continue to be held in abeyance. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
They may be, depending on what.
That
progress.
sounds like a
We
fair
need-
deal to me.
We need to see progress. That's what we are after.
Of course.
And that has to be the engineer of records, is the one that has to be on top of it and provide us with the updates in a letter signed and sealed by him.
I understand. And I think that that's fair. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Our next case, excuse me, is on page 46. Property address 2320 Delmar Place. Inspector Alexander Juarez. Case number BE 23010110. Owner Martin W. and Denise F. Roque. This case was ordered to reappear. This case was first heard on 3/16/23 to comply by 5/18/23. One section not complied. Are you presenting this, teacher?
Me,
Oh,
ready?
no. Good morning, Ms. Amada. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Inspector Leonardo Martinez, on behalf of Inspector Abores, obtaining your on case number and address as read. Property was cited for violation of FPC 2020 116.1.1, which is unsafe structure. The case is not comply. Record show no demolition permit application as of May 4th of 2023. Would allow the respondent to explain.
Good morning, Christy Armada on behalf of the property owner, Martin and Denise Roche. We understand that this matter is of great importance. As it was presented at the previous hearing, the property was rented at the time of the sinkhole. It was a sinkhole that opened up as a result of flooding in the area. The property was rented and it was encumbered by a lease agreement. we have been actively trying to pull the demolition permit, but have experienced some resistance from the tenant. We initiated an eviction proceeding. There is a competitive litigation that was filed in injunction with the eviction proceeding. We recently obtained an order May 2nd, where the court granted us the ability to turn off the utilities, which is a prerequisite of the demolition permit. Immediately upon receiving that court order, we contacted FP&L, and we are waiting for FP&L to submit the letter that is a requirement of the demolition permit. And we expect that any day now. I did upload the court order and our correspondence with FP&L to this proceedings. We are just requesting more time. We do expect this to happen any day now.
City would allow 28-day extension or demolition. That's how we.
28 days and what?
Or demolish the property. City would take over to demolish, move forward to demolish the property.
Meaning getting a permit for it. Completing it. I don't see it getting completed.
No, it's to get a permit.
To get a permit.
If they don't get in 28 days, then the city will move forward to report order to them.
So there's a fine that was supposed to start today. It could be suspended for 28 days.
Yeah, we would allow.
Sure, it says one section, $50. Why by today? 518. Oh, it's a zero. It's like a 50.
Sorry.
Losing it. Okay. All right. So 28 days within which to get the permit for demolition, council.
Thank you. And just to confirm, the fines will be suspended for the 28 days?
There are no fines yet, right?
No, there are no fines on site.
No, said no fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 26, Chief George Oliva, property address 9 North Birch Road. I'm sorry, 95 North Birch Road. Owner Harbor Haven Condo Association, case number BE 2107-0259. This case was first heard on 12/16/21, complied by 6/14/22. One section complied at $100. Total fines $15,600.
George Oliva for this.
Got the lady to speak.
Hi, Ms. Hill, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a case for the 40-year certification, and it's in compliance. The association came with a report, so we only requesting the fine to come down to an administration cost of $1,275.
Ma'am, is that okay with the?
Say thank you
People?
thank you very much on behalf of the association.
Okay, that'll be the order. Pay the administrative cost. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 29, Chief George Oliva. Property address 401 Northeast 16th Ave, owner, the Victorian Condo Association, Inc. Case number BE 211-00046. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 9/13/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $24,600, which continues to approve. Good morning, Mr. Lazarson. Is it Lazarson
Good
or
morning.
Lazarson?
Lazarson, but I've heard Lazarson my entire life, so including my high school graduation, so not a problem.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a case where the 40-year mandated safety program has not been in compliance for a while. This case goes back all the way to 2021. We had a report from the engineer to provide them with an extension of time. The extension came and went, and we don't have any other request from the engineer of record for a second extension. So at this moment, the city has to request the imposition of the full amount.
Yes, sir.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So thank you, Magistrate. Thank you, Inspector Oliva. I'm Robert. I'm the LCAM associated with the Condo Association. We were initially given notice in December of 21 that the building was due for the 40-year. We contracted with the engineering firm that submitted the initial inspection report. We passed the electrical, and then there were minor repairs that were needed for structural. There are some cracks in the wall in the interior. At the time that the contract was agreed to, we had an understanding with the engineer that if we could determine that those cracks were not in fact pertinent to were not structural damage, that he would rewrite essentially the approval letter for the 40-year. Unfortunately, we had a member of our staff who was supposed to handle this. They did not. I have since taken this over. I am an LCAM, but I'm also an owner of Oasis Community, Oasis Community Management. So I have taken this on since we obviously received notice back in March that we were still in violation. Since then, I have obtained information from a separate engineer that these damages were not structural. So, an argument could be made that it should have never been even notified on the initial inspection report. But regardless, since then, the engineer that we hired to complete the inspection still wants us to fill in those cracks. I did submit the report as part of the joining process of this meeting from the second engineer that these damages that were reported in the initial inspection report are not structural. We have someone scheduled for next week to take care of these cracks. We will then go to the engineering firm to rewrite and essentially rewrite the initial 40-year inspection report that will bring the structural into compliance, which I can then submit to the city. So all I ask is a 28-day, 30-day extension, whatever, and and also obviously in lieu of applying fines to this association, because it is not the association and the building's fault. It is Oasis Community Management. I do obviously acknowledge that as an owner, I'm responsible for the work of my staff, but I'm doing everything in the power. I've been in constant communication with Kat Williams in the office. And again, I should have this cleared within a matter of a couple weeks. So that's all I ask.
Can I put a hold on it for a minute? You said that you already have an engineer of records?
We hired an engineer to do the initial 40-year.
You have one right now. That's what I'm asking. Do you have an engineer?
Yes.
Okay, this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna call the engineer of records, request for him to give me a letter meeting the criteria of BORA. Put this down. This is very important what I'm gonna tell you. So make a note.
I'm sorry, sir. If you wouldn't mind just speaking up, because I'm having a little difficulty hearing you.
Well, I'm kind of shouting right now, but anyhow.
Okay.
You call the engineer of records, and you're gonna request a letter from him to tell me that the building is safe as it stands and the repairs are in progress. He has to name or mention the permit that you refer for the repairs, and bring me that letter 15 days from today. Not 16, I'm talking 15 to 10 to 15, let me put it this way. If you print me that, we will stop the link and provide a second extension due to the engineer letter. If you don't do it, I'm gonna request right now for the fine to be imposed. So you got 15 days from today to print me the letter and I will stop the link. If not,
Okay.
the link.
Okay, so by, what is 15 days? Is that June 3rd, June 2nd?
I don't have a calendar. That's up to you to figure that out. But you need to talk to the engineer or and tell her that from today, this moment, you have 15 days to provide me a letter from him, sign it and seal it, telling me that everything is safe and those are minor repairs that can be done with a permit or no permit, whatever he figured out.
Okay, and then is that letter delivered in person or via
You
portal?
just mentioned the right person, Kate Williams, which is right here next to me. You have to come and bring it to her. I won't even send an email or mail, bring it in person, so that way we can proceed to stop the link recording.
Okay, and I understand that Inspector Oliva doesn't have a calendar in front of him. Is there anyone in the hearing that can confirm whether it's June 2nd or June 3rd?
June 2nd.
Okay. Thank you.
So the city will request the fine to be imposed today. And like I explained to you, he got 15 days against the clock to bring me the letter.
So if he brings the letter, they're finally not.
We will stop the link.
When do we have to bring it back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We will have to bring it back to the
We will
next hearing?
bring it back, but I need a letter 15 days and she won't file the link.
So don't we suspend the fine until then?
Right,
I would say so.
Yeah.
so don't impose it today.
Why don't we withdraw the case?
No, we cannot withdraw the case. If we had to withdraw the case, then we're gonna impose a fine.
The 15 days.
Because I cannot let a condominium be.
I'm sorry, just because the back and forth, can someone please summarize what the decision is?
A 15-day extension. And if not, the fines will run out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is also on page 29, property address 404 Northwest First Ave, owner 404 Northwest First LLC. Case number BE 21070312. This case was first heard on 11/18/21, complied by 12/13/21. One section complied at $400. Total fines $33,900. City is requesting to vacate the order from 11/17/22 and reimpose the fines for administrative costs of $1,275.
Everybody there for this? Or we don't need it?
Yeah, we do. She's there. Ms. Walker. And Jerry's the other one coming?
Yes.
Okay, we're waiting for one more person.
I actually don't see that person anymore.
Okay, Ms. Walker, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
George Oliva, presenting case and address as read. This case came into compliance. But what happened, it was not complying the system. And when we did a review, we find out that the fine was running, instead of being in compliance. So at this moment, what the city requested from the magistrate is to vacate the order from November 17/22, when we request the fine to be imposed, and impose the fines, and the city would request an administration cost of $1,275.
But only the administrative cost. No
Only
fine.
administration cost, $1,275.
Okay. Did you understand that? Young lady?
I do.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. That will be the order.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 24. The Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 1320 Northwest 19th Street. Owner, Paris Lakes, Homestead Included, Shaniqua L. Williams. Case number BE 22010014. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $1,950, which continues to accrue. 1320 Northwest 19th Street.
Not responding. Virtual.
She's there?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Williams, can you start your video, please?
Okay, how do I hit? How you started?
It's probably a camera icon, and maybe just press it. It's probably crossed out, and you just have to press it to make it come on.
No, it's nothing there.
You see a screen that says promote to panelists?
No, I don't see anything.
Okay, can you raise your right hand, please?
She's switching home.
Okay.
There you go.
There you are.
Where?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings? Oh, can you unmute yourself? You muted yourself.
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case on behalf of Inspector Martinez. Case is not in compliance, but Inspector Martinez has been in contact with the property owner, and they just hire a contracting company to take care of the situation and obtain the permits. So city support a 63-day extension and suspend the fines.
Yes, I'm in agreement with that.
Did you hear that, Ms. Williams?
Yes,
Are you in agreement with the 63 days?
yes, I am in agreement with it, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that would be the order.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Our next case is on page 23. Property address 901 West Los Angeles Boulevard. Owner, Terry Stonable. Case number BE 2205-0088. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $5,950, which continues to accrue. You have no more. Jorge, okay. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
23.
Hi, Mr. Longchamps, can you please raise your right hand?
Oh, yes,
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
What's your relation to the property?
I'm the general contractor.
Okay. So you're authorized to speak for the owner?
Yes, we received it.
Okay, okay.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Inspector Martinez. Case is not in compliance. I'm going to let the respondent speak.
Yes, sir.
Go, say again? I'm sorry, I'm using a,
It's not in compliance. What's going on with the compliance?
well, we submitted plans. I had hired an expediter. And the young lady, she, I think she had some substance abuse issues and she took the money. I had to step in and we submitted the plans. And the comment we had was from historical, but at that time, the owner, Dow, I know the owner as Dow and Vic. They were in Thailand and they're 5 hours outside of Bangkok. And I needed a letter stating that I'm the authorized representative and to send pictures, and that's the only thing that's pending. But had we had known that, then I would have taken care of it and not be at this point of non-compliance. But we did do our best to get it going. You can see that in your records that we did submit the plans. But I just needed a little time, and I'll get that done. I believe they're back in town now, and I'll have that submitted, the letter that I need.
It will support the 28-day extension.
Say again, please.
The city would support a 28-day extension.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Fines are suspended, but they'll resume in 28 days.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our next case is also on page 23. Property address 1104 Southwest 22nd Ave. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Owner Juan T. Martinez, case number BE 22050138. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. Fine suspended is noted. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $5,800. Yes, they're coming in. A little delayed.
Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Inspector Martinez. This case is already in compliance. Mr. Martinez had been in contact with the property owner, and they proceed to comply. So city will support reducing the fines to administrative cost of $965.
Okay.
That, sir, it's $965 rather than any fines. The cost of the people working on your case.
Okay.
Okay, so get an order in
How
the
many
mail.
days you need it for pay?
30 days.
30 days?
Yes.
¿Cómo se dice? Where I go to pay? En online or cheque?
Yes, you can pay online. You'll receive an order in the mail,
Okay.
but you can pay online or you can mail a check to us.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is also on page 23 at the top. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 900 Northeast 18th Ave, 701. Owner Anna Sophia Chapels. Case number BE 22070026. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/23/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $2,750, which continues to accrue.
Building Inspector.
We're not there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the wrong case. Okay, this is the right person for the case it's supposed to be, but I read the wrong case. Sorry about that. It's on page 24. Property address 1208. It is still 1208 Guava Isle. Owner Alberto Feroz. Case number BE 22060048. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/23/23. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $1,300. Good morning, Alberto.
Hello, how are you?
Good, and you? Can you please raise your right hand?
Absolutely,
Swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Inspector Martinez. Case is in compliance. I'm gonna let the respondent speak.
Yes, we're in compliance. We even have an approved permit. I bought the house recently in February. Immediately, I introduced all the revisions for March, on March 17, which the fine started exactly that day. We waited 2.5 weeks or something to have the results. There was a little mishap there where we went to the city again and said, what's going on? So no, you forgot to put one of the requirements there or something, one of the details. And then actually when they checked, they said, oh, yes, it's there. So they did recoup the situation 3 days later. When they put it in the system, we immediately continue. Well, in fact, we have an approved permit. We've been working at it. I bought the house. They already passed the inspection of the windows and everything. And now it's just something about a storage. It was a carport. And in fact, it's fine. But there are a few details. Again, we just passed an inspection again on Monday. For a light in the porch, etc. So we're just moving. So what happened is that the fines developed on a moment that, we were waiting 2.5 weeks for results to come up. The little mishap happened there. The city has been responsive. We've been at it. So we're just thinking that this money, if there could be a reduction or something, whatever if you find possible, that's basically it.
City will support a reduction of the fine to administrative cost of $957.
Absolutely, I thank you. You're very kind. We will accept.
Okay, so ordered. You'll get an order in the mail.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Or I get into the system and I can pay. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, and you'll get an order in the mail.
Thank you. You've been very kind. Thank you so much, inspectors, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
I appreciate it. All thanks to you.
Our next case is on page 46 at the bottom, Frank Warden Martinez. Property address 2330 Northwest 13th Street. Owner Michael L. James. Case number BE 2302-0161. This case was ordered to reappear. This case was first heard on 3/16/23 to comply by 5/18/23. One section not complied. No fine.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case as read.
Waiting on a person? No?
Oh, yeah, we have to wait on a person.
Hello.
Hi, good morning, Mr. James. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear in the to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Inspector Martinez. I'm gonna let the respondent speak.
Your Honor, I'm scheduled to go to court June 16th to have the tenant's property removed from the house that was deemed unsafe. The water has been turned on, but I go to court June 16th, and at that date, I should be granted the right to remove the rest of their property from the residence so that I can do the repair. I have hired a contractor, but we are waiting to get their personal belongings removed. And again, repeating myself, I go June 16th, and I think that will be resolved. So I'm asking for an extension to after June 16th.
Mr. James, would 63 days would be sufficient?
Yes, sir, it will be.
City will support a 63-day extension.
Suspension of fines?
Yes.
Okay. No fines in 63 days. To get this resolved, sir. Okay?
Yes, thank you.
And reappear.
And then come back again in 63 days.
It is not compliant.
If it's not compliant, all right?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 17. Inspector Jose Saraguski. Property address 9005 Southwest 10 Terrace, case number BE 2205-0079, owner Claudine Riviera. This case was first heard on 1/19/23, complied by 2/16/23. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $1,400.
Inspector Jose Salaguti. Sorry.
Good morning, Claudine. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
Jose Salaguti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is compliant. The city is requesting for fines to be imposed. I will let the respondent speak.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, hi. My name is Claudine Severa and I'm the homeowner. And I had received the notification to corrective action of getting a licensed architect and submitting the city plans to the city, which I had done, and they had been improved and paid for. So I wasn't sure why I had gotten a violation when I had already been doing what the corrective action initially was to comply.
It was supposed to be done by February 16th, right?
Yes.
That's why it's late, and it's fines if accrued.
Yep.
Yes, may I say? I actually had a meeting in January with Mr. Saragati and Joe Pasquarello to discuss it because I had submitted into the city for the plans and the city was approving my plans. And then when I went to pick it up, when I had already paid for them, for my plans, prior to our meeting the day before, they said I couldn't pick them up because the plans had been already sent over to his department for the meeting the next day. And then when I got to the meeting, they didn't have my plans. They had been lost in the city. And so there was a delay because I had to resubmit all the plans all over again.
The case, it has 28 days fines for that one. This is the situation that we have the $1,400. As soon as the permit was issued, we stopped the fines, and anyway, you have 28 days fines for that one.
Right, but I didn't, but when I met on January, we submitted the plans back into the city after I was told on January 4th that the plans that already had been approved and paid for had been missing. So on January 12th, I had to submit all new plans again, and they had to go through the whole process all over again. So you guys had them, I'm sorry.
Claudine, that doesn't add up because if Joe Pasquarello, I swear.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, swear.
Do you swear to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
But Claudine, something doesn't add up. If you obtained a permit and paid for it in January, the case would have complied. Perhaps you're misexplaining it by saying that the plans were approved or the plans were submitted.
The plans have been submitted and paid for it and approved the day.
Well, no, if we have record that the permit was issued in January,
yes,
then the rest of it would have no bearing on the case. You know, the plans were lost because the case would comply once the permit's issued. So if we can go to our system and see that the permit was issued in January, then the case would have been closed in January.
Right, and on that January 3rd, when I went to pick up the plans, they had been paid for, and I was told I couldn't pick them up because they didn't have them there, and they had been sent over to your office. And we met for.
Yeah, that doesn't add up. The process is when there's work done without a permit, that the plans would go to our office, code enforcement first, so that we could review it, make sure that everything that's indicated on the plans is what the violation was for. And then from that point, it would be submitted to the building department end so they could review it for the rest of compliance.
Correct.
Does that make sense? So but again, you keep saying approved versus submitted. So there's a difference between plans being approved versus submitted.
They were submitted and approved and paid for. And
Well,
you
that
can-
doesn't happen. It doesn't happen that way. They don't get submitted and approved.
But no, they were submitted before that
Oh.
because I've owned the home since 2001. And I started the plans, submitting them way back then. And when I received a first initial violations about after the fact, because they said that there wasn't certain permits already in the city. And at that point, when they went back, Mr. Jose went back to look at,
But she claims that the permit was issued in January.
So ma'am, you didn't appear at the first hearing?
I did. I absolutely did. And I met there and we met afterwards with Mr. Olivier. And that case had been closed. The first set of violations for after the fact. And those are on record because they had the permits already issued when they initially opened up the first set. And I was trying to apply for my permits since 2001. And then at that point, they closed down those sets of violations because the plans were actually in the city. And then when I got another set for this violation, the set of plans were already in with the city. And then when I paid for them and picked them up or tried to attempt to pick them up the day before our meeting, I was told I couldn't pick them up because they had been.
Yeah, we've
sent
heard
to
that part, ma'am, we've heard that part.
Okay, okay. I'm
That
just
is
saying.
not germane to the violation of when you picked them up. The violation's closed and the permit is obtained. Nothing to do with when you picked them up, nothing to do with any of that.
So our records show that the
March
permit was
17th.
issued on March 17th.
Correct, yes.
Right.
This is correct.
Right, correct. But I just want to let her know that we'll double check. And again, our records indicate that the permit was obtained and paid for on March 17th.
And that's when the case was closed.
So you keep mentioning January, but there's no record. There's no record of a permit being issued on January.
No, it was March 17 when it.
Right. So March 17th is what our records indicate as when the permit was issued. Therefore, that date is what is the date given as the compliance date.
Well, the case was closed on the day it was on that day.
Okay, I just wanted to
Fine, it's
let her know.
$1,400, correct?
Is that clear, Claudine?
Yes, but what I'm saying is that I wasn't able to be in compliance because I had to resubmit the plans and the applications all over again.
The plans that we have on record, it was not complete. For that one, you need to submit again more additional information. What we can do for you is request administrative cost of $948, and this is that we can do for you, only that.
But can you go back to the city and see that the initial ones in January that I had submitted the first set of plans had been paid
We're
for?
looking at the computer right now.
Yeah, we
We
just looked online and it has no reflection of what you're saying. It shows a compliance, it shows a permit being issued on March 17th and that.
And the
and
day that the permit was filed was March 6, 2023. And issued on March 17.
I submitted a document that showed the timeline of when my plans were submitted to the city and the requirements that the new set of plans, because the submitted plans that had been already approved, that when I had to resubmit them back again. And it shows that I went to the city multiple times to try to get the new set of plans completed. If I show you the document that I paid for my plans, that they were paid for in January?
I'm sorry, but we have to go for what we got in the computer. And the computer say that you submit the permit application on March 6, 2023.
Yes,
And
I had to
was issued, it was issued on March 17. That's what the city is gonna go by, nothing else. It's important, but the records that we have, and the record shows that.
But in the city, there shows that the plans had been submitted way before then.
Ma'am, excuse me, the submittal of your plan doesn't make a difference. When the case is gonna be complied is the day that the permit was issued, which is March 17. That's what we're gonna have to go and that's the date that the case can be complied. Doesn't matter that you submit the plans on December of 2022. The date that the permit is issued, meaning that you answer all the corrections and everything else, is on March 17. That's what gonna comply the case. You understand now?
I understand what you guys are saying, but I respectfully am trying to explain that I had already submitted in a complete set of plans that were approved.
Ma'am, we can address that part.
We've said this over and over. It's when the permit was issued, March 17th.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter when you submitted them. It's when the permit was issued. I'm ordering, you can pay $948 in administrative costs, or you can pay $1,400, which is $450 more. So if I were you, I would take the administrative costs. That's my ruling.
And if I already had paid also additional costs on when I paid for the permits,
Has nothing to do with it. That was.
What you paid was an ATF fee.
Right, that's neither here nor there.
But that has nothing to do with it. So we just gotta end it as her choice. 900.
Well, no, the magistrate's made his ruling.
It's
Okay.
$948. You'll get an order. It'll be due within 30 days. And it's again, from when the permit was issued, not when you submitted paperwork. Okay, that's the end of that case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next
Thank you.
case is on page 14. Inspector Linda Holloway. Property address 1431 North Federal Highway. Owner Brick Box Atlantic LLC. Case number BE 22110043. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/2/23. One section complied at $50. Total fine $1,650. Good morning, Joshua. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway on behalf of the city, case number and property address as well. This case first, as stated, was cited in January. And yourself found in favor of the city. Yourself found in favor of the city, they were out of compliance. Subsequently, records were submitted, meaning uploaded into BSI, bringing the case into compliance. So the case had accrued administrative fines of over $1,600. And Chief Oliva gave me the go-ahead to reduce those fines in half to $825, because as their report that they subsequently eventually entered into BSI did reflect that the device was tested back in December, but they didn't follow through on their end, as the final notice and the notice of a hearing both state in the corrective actions of those notices that the information has to be uploaded to the BSI track.
Okay, yes, sir. Speak.
Great. Thank you all for your time today. And Inspector Holloway, I appreciate everything that you did, and coming over to Oakland Park all the way over here to post a notice at my office. I appreciate going the extra mile, and I do not mean to be in any way, shape, or form disrespectful, but
You aren't, no worries.
the January hearing where you guys found in favor of the city, I didn't receive notice of that, and so I apologize I was not there. If I was there, I would have made very clear that this was done right after I received the notice in the beginning of December. So when you found in favor of the city for non-compliance of the work being performed, it had already been done a month and a half earlier, which would have been found with a reinspection or any other follow-up visit to the property. So apologize that, I wasn't at that meeting to inform you of such, but we were notified at the end of November that we were in violation, and the order went out immediately to Brower Backflow to inspect. They came out first week of December, I believe, and inspected it immediately. And, you know, I really can't do much better than a 2-week turnaround time. And, but now, 4 months after the inspection was done, fines started accruing for non-compliance of work that was done 4 months ago. And I know it's from sitting here since 8:40 this morning, the object, Mr. Magistrate, of you to bring properties in compliance, not to institute fines, and that's what was done. I mean, I have no skin in the game. This is a tenanted property, and if you know, you decide to implement fines, it's going to be passed through to the tenant. I just was hoping to, you know, have a little bit of leniency here, being that, you know, we have a couple properties in the city, and we're, I think, fairly responsible landowners, and we did exactly what was asked of us. Anything with a portal is not something that I've ever done before. I received a notice and did what I was notified to do.
So, Your Honor, the city would request that all the fines be waived because the address, while the certified letter has the correct address as noted on BCPA, the envelope does not. So we're gonna waive your fines.
No fines and no cost, right?
No fines and no cost.
It's a good day for you, even if it's 8:40.
Yeah, all right. I
Leave it
appreciate
alone.
that.
Go
And
buy some
again,
water.
thank you all for your hard work. And Linda Holloway, I really appreciate you greatly, and I hope I didn't offend you in any way.
No, not at all, Josh.
Thanks for your
Thank you for your
patience.
due diligence.
Thank you all. Have a good.
Thank you. Our next case is a new business case on page 3. Inspector Mary Ridge. Property address 1435 Southwest Fifth Court. Case number BE 22120113. Owner Andrea T. Aridena. And homestead exempted, Elio C. Payol. Notice posted property on 4/7/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Name, mention of the property.
She's the owner.
Oh, okay. All right, Inspector.
Good morning, Inspector Rich from the city of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. And initially, this case was brought by Inspector Suarez to respond to the property on December 27th, 2022, and the following violations were observed. 9-1D. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits consistent of, but not limited to, a wood fence. An inspection report was mailed to owner by admin staff. Permit on file BLD-FEN-230-4002002 on file at this time was awaiting client reply as of today, May 18th. The violation remains. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean I have 63 days to correct the situation?
Yes.
Yes,
Is
to
that
finish
to
your.
get a permit or to get signed off? What's
I got a builder permit, but the process is a little unclear if you're a first-time home buyer. The people at the permit offices have been extremely helpful, though, in guiding me through the process. It has just been a little challenging. The reason I put up the fence on the side of my property was because my neighbors have a very aggressive dog, and I have a toddler, and it just got out of hand with them. So the fence is protecting one of my doors. I don't know if you can see this door behind me. That's the door to my kitchen. The place where I placed the fence has access to my kitchen and my window, and that has access to the street, which is why I covered it. But
need to do to comply with it.
As soon as the permit is now awaiting client reply, so I don't know if it has corrections or something with the building department, you have to contact the permitting department. And then once it's issued, my case becomes complied. So once it's issued, then it will go to the inspection site and they'll do their inspections to pass or fail your fence.
So you have plenty of time to get that done. Or
Thank you so
$50
much.
fine will start. I'm sure you'll beat the clock, okay?
Yes, no, I'll definitely do it before then. Thank you.
So
Is that it?
that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 4. Inspector Jeffrey Franklin, property address 317 Southwest 6th Street. Owner Ida Investments, Inc. Case number BE 21060044. Notice posted at the property on 3/31/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Raza. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Franklin on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. I visited the site with Inspector Martinez and Inspector Rich. I observed the 2x4 framed exterior wall with T11 sheathing. It is not built to Florida building code and no permit was issued for this repair. The property was cited under 9(1)D. Any violation of the Florida building code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in this section. There is construction work at the property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consisting of wood structure wall built without permit. This case was opened 6/8/2021. The property was cited 6/2/2022. The notice of hearing was posted 3/31/2023. We are asking to find that the violation does exist and to grant the property owner to come into compliance within the next 63 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. And we request the order to be recorded.
Okay, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, can you hear me?
Yes, your turn.
Yes, we did got a new GC and we submitted all the documents with the city, the engineering report, the site plan, and the permit have been applied for. And I should be getting it soon so we can get that to compliance and be done.
63 days within which to do it, or a fine will start. of
Yes, sir.
$50 and it's going to be recorded.
Yes, sir, I'll get that done.
Okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
One moment. I'm sorry. Your Honor, at this time, we're requesting to go recess for lunch.
Okay, sure.
Are you praying for them?
Yes.
Thank you. Can you say how long? 15, 20 minutes? Like we need to tell the.
Right.
Response.
At this time, we're gonna break for lunch. Andrew Sean, you brought him in, all right. Okay, let's hear that case. We'll hear this case and then we'll break for lunch for about 20 minutes. Andrew, can you please remind me of what case you're here for?
It is on page 12. It is case number BE 23040089.
Thank you. 3100, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Our next case is a new business case on page 12. Property address 3100 Northeast 32nd Ave. Owner 3100 EOP LLC. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Case number BE 23040089. Notice posted at the property on 4/28/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Swearman.
Hi, Andrew, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Inspector Leonardo Martinez, case analysis as read. Code Inspector Rich and I visited this property. We observed the north side corner of the building soffit and fascia that collapsed, and part of the debris was blocking the sidewalk, and there were some on the street. We proceed to block with caution tape the sidewalk around the entire perimeter of the building, and we posted some unsafe signs. Reaching out to the Florida PD, I was able to obtain the phone number, and I contacted Julian Raymond, who was a lawyer of the deceased owner. After explaining him that part of the soffit and fascia collapsed, and it was raining and very windy, and our concern that someone walking or driving under the building could get hurt, he informed me that he will send a contractor, but not at the same moment. Maybe it will be tomorrow, it will happen tomorrow. The property was cited on the Florida Building Code 2020, section 116.1.1, unsafe structure. Unsafe building or structure should be demolished and removed from the premise or make them safe. The property was also cited on the City Ordinance 9-280B, building parts no maintained, and the correction is all part and area subject to deterioration should be properly maintained and suitable, protected from the elements. Obtain or require permits and may repair as required. This case was opened on April 12, 2023. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on April 17, 2023. The building was fenced around to avoid anyone getting hurt 3 days after the call that I made. We contacted the person in charge of the property, and we've been trying to get them to provide the city with an engineer evaluation of the building, and they said that the building is and they are selling the building and it's on the contract. That's what they come back with. When we haven't received an engineer report of the building. So it's vacant, yes.
It is, but there's concerns of other falling debris.
Yeah, that was dangerous, very dangerous.
And communication has ceased.
So I would like
with the owner's rep, and we understand that the property is going through sale issues. There's a deceit, but they were fully aware of this property being in disrepair. It's been like that, vacant and abandoned and in disrepair for several years. They've been cited by code enforcement for other violations. We were contacted by City Hall about falling debris from the building when we reached the site. As you can see, fortunately, nobody was hurt, but a large piece of stucco fell to the sidewalk. And you know, they were cooperative in getting the area fenced off, but they still need to provide further information to make sure that the remaining soffit is not
unsafe.
Correct.
Okay, well, they have a reputable lawyer here. We'll deal with him in a minute.
I've been doing inspections on the building every time that I kind of pass by because my concern, and we observed that the fence already full, and nobody hasn't been there to check on it. They put the fence and they walk away. As you see it on the pictures, yeah, that's a fence protecting the people to get in and walk on the sidewalk. So I will let the respondent to address the magistrate.
Counsel?
Also, Your Honor, before we go to the council, as you can see in the picture, the roof is open. And that roof being open the way it is, in case that we have a hurricane, which we already don't anticipate, it's gonna go bye-bye to the go.
What is this in relation? This is
Right near the shooters, right on the corner.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right by the coast,
So a lot of
Right
people,
before the bridge.
a lot of people in this area, nightclubs and restaurants.
So people traveling to boat campers, that it's an
Sure.
underpass and they.
Oh, it's on the north side of the bridge.
It's on the south side, the immediate south side.
yeah, but in case of high wind, it's gonna go to the north side.
Magistrate,
Yeah.
I would like to finish my
Yes, of
reading.
course.
We're asking your magistrate to find that the violation does exist and to grant the property owner 28 days to make the property safe, or fines of $100 per violation per day thereafter, and the order to be recorded.
Provide a letter.
Yeah, I requested and
Okay, is it 28 days?
Which
Which you want to give or less, or is that just a reasonable time?
that's a reasonable time, and we need an evaluation of an engineer to be submitted to the city by the next hearing.
Immediately, I mean, we did that.
Yeah.
We've asked for that for.
We've been asking.
Your Honor,
6 weeks.
may I add to the case that if they don't provide the city with the request of operation engineer for us to receive the letter, as the building official already stated that we're asking for, I want to put on the record that we should come back in 30 days and request an order for the city to do the demo. If the owner doesn't do the demo.
Demolish the building?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's supposedly that's the intention of the potential buyers that they're supposedly in contract with.
Well, right now, it's either walled off so people can't get around there, or in the roof, as he's pointing out, is not. Let's hear from the attorney. Andrew, what's the story here?
Good afternoon, Magistrate. It's exactly noon, so I don't know if it's good morning or good afternoon, but Andrew Shine, attorney for the owner here. I was brought in last week. I did reach out to Inspector Martinez. We've been playing phone tag, but I hope to get with him maybe later today or tomorrow on this. Not much to sugarcoat here. A picture's worth 1,000 words. They are under contract to sell the building. It cannot be demolished right now just because of interfering with that contract. Though, of course, I do see that either it needs to be rendered safe or it might already be rendered safe now that that portion has fallen. We do have a structural engineer working on this. They have said that it is safe right now. We can either get that in a report or get something in a report explaining what it would take to render it safe. We cannot demolish it though, and it's under contract, and there's nothing we can really do about that at this point.
Council,
yes.
just a couple of questions. One, the entity that owns the property is listed in BCPA as an inactive entity. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it's inactive.
Yeah, they merged. The entity is Cimarron Bay. They merged with the 3100 EOP entity. I guess the merger hasn't been put on Sunbiz yet, but I can send you that merger documentation.
I mean, we can't do anything with that until obviously BCPA changes it. But I mean, again, I think what staff and the building official and the chief have said is that the engineering report needs to say what it needs to say. I mean, you've offered two alternatives, but it's really one or the other. Either the engineer can provide a signed and sealed letter / report saying the building is safe, or the alternative is the engineer has to provide a signed and sealed letter or report saying it's not safe, but these are the methods and remedies that we're going to take forthwith to make it safe. It's
yes,
not,
those are the two.
It's gotta be one or the other. Well, it's
Yeah.
gotta be one or the other.
Of course, yeah.
And the most important part is that we coming into hurricane season, and that's gonna be a very dangerous for the people that are walking by.
So is there an anticipated closing date on the sale of the property?
They're in a lengthy due diligence period right now. The closing date is not certain, but the closing date I can tell you is further along, is further in the future than 28 days. So either we need the one of the two options that you just said. Demolition at this point is not in the cards, but the other two options, we will satisfy one of those.
In our card. In the opinion of the city, it is an option because it's unsafe. So I get that. That's
understood. Understood.
That's not practical. Hold on.
Yeah.
I know that's not realistic or practical, but when the building official and the inspectors tell us that due to the pending hurricane season, the way this roof is set up, it could blow the roof. I want, and the city wants, something that will fix that area. So that, and the engineer tells us this will be safe for hurricane season. I want that within 10 days. I want something there. I want not just a letter. I want the work done so that it is safe. Secondly, I want the fence reinstalled properly within 10 days, surrounding the entire property. This is not to exist like this. It is way too dangerous for all the people that live around there and work and frequent these facilities.
Understood. Point of clarification, we can definitely get the fence reinstalled within 10 days. The work that needs to be done, if any, I don't think we can get permits within 10 days for that. That's just not.
I will give you an approval under an emergency repair to go ahead and do the repairs and then go for permit. If the engineer provide me a letter with the corrections.
Okay, I
Is 10 days too short, George?
I don't think we can mobilize a crew and order materials within 10 days. We'll
Well-
try. I just don't, that's not realistic.
Well, it may not be realistic to you, sir, but that's what we're asking for, and this has been going on for a while, so I will ask
Understood.
the owners. And you should ask the owner to get the ball running, because we're coming after in 30 days. And I'm gonna be standing right here requesting an order to have the building demolished.
They're my next call right after this. We'll do what we can to get it done in 10 days.
Okay.
I
Keep
don't know
in
if that's
touch
really
with my-
practical.
Keep in touch with my inspector, and I don't want to listen, that's impractical. Everything can be done right away if it wants to be done.
Okay,
So,
okay.
go out and start running with the ball.
The fence must be done within 10 days.
The fence can be done tomorrow. That's a quick fix, but hiring a contractor and getting materials and permitting within 10 days is, it's fine. We'll do what we can.
The fence that was there, you can see what it looks like. It didn't hold up. It's gonna be a fence that works.
Yes,
I mean,
that's clearly a problem.
This is by the beach, so the wind will blow it down. It's got to stay up around the entire building, correct?
Yes.
The entire building must be fenced in. I don't want anybody near or around this building to get into it with that risk. And then in the meantime, you're going to have your client do what he has to do to get that roof fixed, to secure it with the letter and the emergency repairs that the building official will authorize. This is very dangerous.
And the corner that it is located at, I just want to let you know that the wind blows there very hard.
So what, this is what the northeast corner, what corner there?
That's southeast, I believe,
Southeast corner.
but it's very windy, gets very
They can
windy.
peel the roof off. It looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, well.
That's the issue. So Andrew, they've got to do something very quickly, seriously. Again, no one wants to demolish it, but if I have to order that, if they seek it, that's what's gonna happen, and nobody wants that.
Understood. Whatever the remedy is, it will begin today.
And Andrew, there's no reason why an engineer can't go up there on a lift and get an evaluation of the remaining soffit, more importantly than anything. You wouldn't want your children to walk underneath that. I mean, it's a hazard. I mean.
The evaluation can easily be done within 10 days. It's getting the actual work performed that I don't know can be done in 10. The evaluation can absolutely be done within 10 days.
Well, actually, on these cases, we request the evaluation to be done in 72 hours. We had it done before, and it's done. People had done it before in a serious case like this.
They will begin work today. I cannot guarantee the availability of their engineer, but they will begin today.
Okay, so let's summarize the order. What do we see?
We're
It's 10
asking,
days, 10 days,
For the
right,
fence.
to replace the fence around the entire perimeter.
an engineer letter.
10 days for the signed and sealed engineer letter / report,
And begin to the building official.
and then 28 days for the emergency repairs.
Yes,
Or
Or-
fine,
or
or
fine.
impose a fine of $500 a day.
or $500 a day, perfect.
for each violation.
For
Again,
each
and
violation.
Andrew-
Yeah.
Andrew,
We can make
you
that
know
work.
what?
No,
Be safe.
you got
That's all I'm talking
116.
about.
Not for 116.
Now, 116 is to.
No, it's 9-280B.
The 116 is
One
nothing.
city doesn't carry a fine because it's an order.
Right.
To demolish
To demolish.
or make it safe.
Okay, we're not doing a demo order now.
No, sir. We'll be back in 30
And
days.
then how do we check the fence? Are they gonna do that or they're gonna do that?
My
Periodically.
inspector will go by and make sure that they're doing the work.
And that it remains in place.
Oh,
You
yeah.
can see here's a fence and it didn't even stay up.
We're
We've
gonna
been
be doing-
going constantly to that building because of
Yes.
how serious is the situation.
Yes, thank you.
And the fence is there like that and nobody hasn't taken care of.
Okay. All right.
Understood. And
Go ahead.
Inspector Martinez, instead of reaching out to them directly, if you want to go through me, I know we've been playing phone tag over the last.
I call you, left you a
know.
message.
I know. We've been playing phone tag. We've missed each other's
Yeah.
calls. That's okay.
I'm
But
sorry about
if you want to go directly through me, I can go through the owner to make sure that this gets done timely.
Okay. Sounds like a plan.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
Yes, we're going
Yeah.
to recess for lunch for about 20 minutes. Thank you for your.
Every
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're going to resume our special magistrate hearing for the building division. Our next case, excuse me, is on page 38. Property address 1700 West Broward Boulevard, Chief George Oliva, owner Balaji Investments Inc. Everyone, we're back live. Thank you. Case number BE 2204-0060. This case was first heard on 9/15/22, complied by 3/14/23. One section not complied is $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,400, which continues to accrue. 38 at the top.
6,700 or 646 and 64.
64. Yeah, we're waiting for him.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Oh, we can't hear you. If you can hear me, can you please raise your right hand?
If they can't speak, there's gonna be a problem.
Oh, right.
Sir, if you can hear us, we cannot hear you. Please check the settings on your microphone.
She heard.
There you go. If you're connected with two devices, please disconnect one device.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings? Please raise your right hand. You had it up. Yes? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Case number and property address as read. In March, the 180 day suspension ended. The city is requesting full impositions of fine of $6,400.
Okay, folks. Speak to us now.
Yes, I'm here on behalf of Balaji Investment, 1700 West Broward Boulevard. We would ask for more time, please. What we were told that we need to have plans. We are working on that right now. We have some things done, but as I said, we are waiting for plans from the city. Can you help me, please?
Unfortunately, no. We're going to request that the fines be imposed. You may, after you come into compliance, you may come back before the special magistrate to seek a reduction of fines at that time. But for now, we're going to I'm going to request that an extension is not granted.
All right, we're having problems getting an architect. No one wants to come in to do this job. It's a small job. It's only for cosmetics. And we're having a very hard time. We already have done some things, number 1, number 2, and number 3. They already have been completed.
Your Honor, this is a hotel. They're getting daily guests, and most of the time they're fully booked. So this is not about money because the money is coming to the people. This is about life safety issues that they are renting the hotel room to person when that hotel haven't complied with the safety. report to us.
What's the name of the hotel?
They said on Broward Boulevard and 18th Avenue.
Up by the police station somewhere?
Yeah, right across
from the, Salvation Army.
right,
Salvation
so
Army,
Okay.
I can give them another extension of time.
Come on.
I already explained to them that they need to have an engineer to provide us a letter telling us what's going on. They haven't done it. She keeps saying that, oh, it's a little job here, little job there. So when that building collapses, then it's gonna be the little
So
job.
did they ever have an engineer?
She's saying she's having trouble, and she's
She
mentioned.
keep saying that she has
Sir,
no
we're
higher.
having,
You know how
we
many
did have it.
professional designers we have in the city? How many professional designers are supplying us reports then?
Must be hundreds.
Oh, yeah, and believe me, that's not an excuse that I would have said, and the city family would require the position of funds.
Okay, ma'am, so you're not gonna get an extension. The fines are going, they're already $6,400. They continue to run at $100. That's a lot of money where I come from and where you are as well. You need to get an engineer.
Can I say something?
Not yet. You need to get an
Okay,
engineer.
we did the
Hold on,
engineering company.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on.
okay, sorry.
You need to get an engineer hired to do the structural and engineering report. You're already 5 months too late. So you're gonna have to do that. The fine is going to run. And then the fine is gonna be a lien on your property if you don't get this done. You cannot take the risk of people living in this hotel at risk, even though you think it's minor. We don't know that until we hear from the engineer who does a report with a seal that says it's safe structurally and safe electrically. So you need to do that like 5 months ago. Now you can speak.
Okay, hello, sir.
Yes.
We did the engineering report and we have it's, and they came and inspected. Can I just bring it on a line? That's why you can see it's a certified engineer report.
No.
Nothing.
I already had that report,
Okay,
and it's past the 90 days, whatever it is, it has to be a new report, because now the law don't allow me to accept anything older than 90 days.
So what-
Number
what-
one.
so
Number
what-
two,
go ahead.
the engineer record that made that report knows that he has to provide a letter to the attention of the building official and myself for more time. They haven't done it. And I explained that to them about 3 times already.
I'm sorry?
I explained it to them 3 times already on the phone.
Okay, well, we're not gonna explain it again. So you know that your engineer has to get the letter to the building official to follow up because the other report expired. Am I right, George?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So you understand
Okay,
what you need
then
to do,
what's the
right?
time limit? What's the time limit to give you the report? Because I have to find the engineer.
As soon as possible, because you're already running fines today. As
Okay,
soon as
no
you can.
problem. Let me call the company. Yes.
Yes, and they have to submit the letter to the building official.
Okay, means I have to email to whom?
It has to be to the attention of the building official. The engineer or regular will know what to do and how to do the letter. You don't have to worry about it. Just tell him that we need that letter ASAP.
Okay, and you need a engineering report for the building. It's a safe to rent and the electrical report or only structural report?
Both.
There's already a report, right?
Yes.
It's a
So,
follow.
Yeah, we already
follow.
submitted.
You have to update the report from before. It's expired. So update the report with your engineer. It's structural and electric. And you need to do it right away.
Okay, no problem. We will try to bring it as soon as possible, sir.
Okay, so the fines are imposed, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
impose
Thank
it
you.
for everyone else.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have been there with these people. Not only for 40 years, but for violating the elevator here. The C. That was the case.
One moment, everyone. Our next case, excuse me, is on page 22. The Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Property address 2895 Northeast 32nd Street, owner Waterside on the Indian Coast condo. Case number BE 22070196. This case was first heard on 9/15/22, followed by 9/22/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section complied at $100. Total fines $4,600. Good afternoon, Mr. Rishi. Do you swear in the promise to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, case analysis as read, the case is complied. The city's request administration cost of the fines to be reduced to administration cost of $995.26.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Ansbro. Good afternoon, Mr. San. Good afternoon, Ms. Martinez and staff. Did I hear Ms. Martinez, Mr. Martinez correctly that we are waiving the fines and only the administrative costs are being levied?
That's correct.
Then I say no more. I'm fine with it, and I understand. On behalf of the Condominium Association, we just want to thank the staff and all the inspectors. This has not been too difficult, but it hasn't been easy either. We're just trying to comply with the Florida statutes at the same time that we're trying to comply with the building code. I'll make sure that my client will pay within 30 days, if I can, the administrative costs, and I appreciate your help for waiving the fines.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 20. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 648 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Venture New LLC. Case number BE 22040162. This case was first heard on 8/18/22. To comply by 10/20/22. Fine suspended as noted. Two sections not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $11,900, which continues to accrue. 20. Hi, Mr. Bloom, Chris.
Hello.
Hi. Do you swear in affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Inspector Martinez representing the city, the case is not complied. I'm gonna let the owner to address the magistrate. The city is requesting the fines to be imposed at this time.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. So we've continued to make progress on the case. We've submitted our engineering and architectural plans back in January. We have received comments back from the city, and we have just submitted our response to those comments, as well as the additional permits being broken out for the driveway, for the fence, and for the roof. So all those are in order and back with the city to review for comments. I would request a 30 or 60-day extension, just so we give the city time to review and approve. And at that point, hopefully permits would be issued and the case would be compliant and we can start work.
But this is in compliance. Oh. Didn't you just say it was in compliance?
Your magistrate, this case was opened on April 22nd of 2022. It's been already over a year.
Over a year. Okay, so the fines continue to run.
Yeah, city doesn't know.
The fines?
I'm gonna impose the fines that are here and they will continue to run. Really?
I can barely hear you, but I believe you said you were going to impose the fines, and I would just ask to maybe take a look at the progress that we've been making. Although it's been a year, it's difficult to get labor and architectural and GCs and everybody aligned, as well as to make updates to the comments requested by the city. But I believe that we continue to show progress, working in the right direction, spending money and time to move this along, and we're only 30 days out, I would say, till permits are approved. So I think if we could extend it 30 days and get permits approved, it would save a potential large headache of imposing the fines today.
I can't do that because it's been more than 1 year this has been out here. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to impose the fines. When you're in compliance, you can seek what's called a lien reduction if you qualify to get the amount reduced. Not in the meantime. It's got to be finished. More than a year is not acceptable.
Also, keep in mind is the permits are not going to put this in compliance. The actual repairs will put this in compliance.
So you have some work to do.
That's not what I've been told. I've been told previously, once the permits are issued, that the case would become compliant.
No, it's a 105.1. It's a one, yeah, yes, sir.
The bottom one will require all the work to be done before they convert it.
Not only that, we should also.
Someone need to explain it to him, so you know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear.
Can you explain to the gentleman?
Okay, the garage conversion, it was clarified, but the garage was existing, and it was like the it was unexistent, so that the 111.1.1 is okay. I mean, he complies that. What he hasn't complied is the 105.1. He started, so to refresh the case, he started remodeling this house, a complete total remodelation, exterior and interior without permits. That's what this case is about. So as soon as the permits are issued, he will be in compliance. But it's been over a year and still we extension on all the extension.
So the second component of the violation
It's compliant, yes.
Complied as of what date?
I have to check on that.
But hold it. I just want this for clarification. According to 111.1.1, this is a change of use.
There was a garage.
And he needs to have a CO for the garage conversion. That's when this case will be compliant when he gets the CO issue.
The garage was not converted, so I provided, when we submitted our architectural plans, I provided the historical documents that showed the original drawing of the guest house in the rear, as it is today with bathroom and kitchen and all of that. The house was built like that.
Yeah, it
Right,
was.
so that component should be closed without fines.
Yeah, that one will be
That
closed
should be
without fines.
closed or withdrawn or whatever, but at
Yeah,
this
it should
juncture,
have been
closed without
withdrawn.
fines.
Yeah, the only one standing is the 105.1.
That's all these different remodeling there. Many
Yeah,
different
exterior,
inside and
interior.
outside. And to comply with that, he needs all the permits issued,
Yes,
not closed out, but issued.
yeah, issue.
Okay, so that's what you need to do, sir, before the fines can stop.
Okay, that's understood.
Okay. All right, that will be the order. What was the fine?
There should be some of that good guy that's his whole house. I'm not sympathetic to stuff like that.
Okay. Our next case is on page 10. Senior Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 1211 Northeast 4th Ave, owner 1211 4th Ave LLC. Case number BE 22110098. Notice posted at the property on 4/28/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23. Danny, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
You do.
Thank you.
Inspector Martinez, representing the city, case analysis as read. A change of use permit was left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The property was cited under FPC 2020, section 105.3.2.1, expired permits. The city is asking the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days or fines of $50 per day thereafter, and the order to be recorded.
What is this for? I can't tell what this is for.
It was an expired permit of a change of use.
Change of use?
Yeah. They went from one group to another one without the required CO.
All right, sir.
I agree with Mr. Martinez's recommendation. The background is we've since gone to court. We've evicted the tenant. We just got legal possession back of the property. I filed a change of contractor request with the city, which I just received a comment back yesterday that I need to get authorization from the prior contractor to effectuate, which I'm working on now. And we've also retained the prior tenant's architect and structural engineer to update the plans and resubmit them, which I hope to do shortly. I appreciate everyone's time today.
Okay, so it's 42 days, which is June 29th to comply. If not, $50 day fine to begin, and this will be recorded. Understood?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is also on page 10 at the bottom. Property address 1724 Southwest 4th Street. Owner Brian and Courtney L. Dow. Case number BE 22090143. Notice posted at the property on 4/27/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23. Leonardo Martinez, sorry. Hi,
Hi,
Brian.
can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you please raise your right hand?
Kind of having trouble hearing you.
Can you see me? Well, probably not. Can you please raise your right hand?
Let me change where I'm standing. Maybe that'll help. You guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see you.
That's fine. You have it.
Okay, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead, Inspector.
Building Inspector Leo Martinez, representing the city, case analysis as read. Building Inspector Michael McCarthy sent an email explaining that while he was conducting an inspection in a house nearby this property, he observed a large shed being built. Took his attention the size of the shed, and after checking in the city record, he was able to confirm that the shed was being built without permits. Inspector provided me some picture of the shed being built on the email that he sent. The property was cited for work without permit on the Florida Building Code 2020, section 105.1. The case was open and inspection report was mailed to the property owner on September 29th of 2022. The final notice was sent in December 15 of 2022, and the notice of hearing was posted at the property on April 27th of 2023. Until today, no permit application has been submitted to the city. I had a few conversations with the owner, and he was telling me that he would apply for a variant. I haven't talked to him for quite a while. He hasn't contacted me, and I don't know. I mean, until now, no permit showing on our system. We're asking your owner to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 56 days to come into compliance or fines of $50 per day thereafter, and the order to be recorded.
Okay. Yes, sir, you want to speak?
Yes, sorry about that. You guys are cutting in, so I wasn't able to get all that, but I'll kind of give my overview here. So basically, after, when I found out that it needed to be permitted, my father and I were building the shed. Actually, we didn't see that there were any regulations for the state of Florida for, needing a permit for a shed, but we didn't look into city or county rules. We didn't think to do that. Neither of us are like general contractors or anything like that. And so we started building the shed. And basically, after we got our citation, we found out we found some engineers and a general contractor and found out that the shed was oversized. So we're currently working with the with BOA, Board of Adjustments, to get a variance for the shed. That's been kind of a long, arduous process for us a little bit. We are on their calendar for July. We were originally on their calendar for May, and it got pushed back from the flooding, and then we weren't able to make June possible, but we're currently on the BOA agenda for July. So, I mean, what I would, sorry?
Can you show us any proof that you are on the agenda for July? Because I have two cases like that, and they gonna be going for the variant on June.
Right. So,
sir, were you not available for June? So this is Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Just so happens I'm also board counsel for the Board of Adjustment. The May hearing was not canceled due to the flood. It was canceled for lack of quorum, and all those cases were moved over to June. So why are you on the July agenda?
yeah, I mean, for us, we just aren't able to make it in June. We're not going to be in town.
Okay.
Or the May one, sorry. So yeah, what I would kind of just request is maybe a rehearing with you guys after the BOA decision. I don't know how long it takes. Is it like a same day decision, or does it take some time?
It's the same day decision.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you would have to prove a hardship, so I mean, that's a tough.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, I mean, just to give you background, I'm trying to make the argument, we had the flood, so part of the variance is that it's too tall, but we actually raised it from the ground. We didn't want it level with the ground because we didn't want it flooding. And we are in a flood zone. And I have pictures also of a foot of water in our backyard or more. And then the other thing is basically that we don't have a garage, so we are running out of storage space, and we wanted to have a little bit slightly bigger of a shed. It's not like so much bigger than regulations restrict it to, but that's the argument we're going to try to make.
The problem here is that there is a restriction height, and there is a restriction on the square footage. So I don't know, but
The allowed size is 10 by 10.
right.
I know with that height that shed is
And
showing.
the height is not more than 12.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a height of about 12.
So you have 56 days to get this resolved, or fine at $50 a day will start. And to be recorded. 56 days, which is July 13th. When is the BOA?
BOA is the 12th of July.
I also want to point that the case was open on September 29th. So all these months have happened, and I thought that you would be applying for that variant earlier, as we spoke the last time previously, and in September, and we are on May. It's going to be in a few 3 or 4 months more. It's going to be a year that this is going. So we'll stick to the 56 day and $50 per day thereafter, sir.
That'll be the order, and it'll be recorded.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, and Is that, sorry, can I just clarify? Is that for, so 56 days, and then we re-meet and rediscuss based on whether I get the variance or not? Because it still needs to be permitted after I receive the variance, if I even get that.
Get the variance, you can apply for a permit.
Right.
But if you're a month and a half or 2 months away from that. Let's see what happens.
At that point, we will allow a little more time.
Yeah.
The permit to go through the process. But we have to go step by step.
Mhm.
If you get the variance, they'll work with you to give you some more time to work through things.
Okay.
All right, that's the order.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Recorded, right?
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Have a good day. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 21, property address 2212 Northeast 17th Place. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, case number BE 211-00226. Owner Tran Pham. This case was first heard on 8/18/22, complied by 11/17/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section not complied at $50. City is requesting for the full amount of $5,950 to be imposed, which continues to accrue.
Oh.
What is the address?
2212.
Northeast 17th Place,
221.
page 21.
2212 Northeast, okay.
Yeah, we need to respond.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Dowling, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Leonardo Martinez representing the city, case analysis as read. Your Magistrate, this case is a particular case. The owner of this property hired a contractor. The owner doesn't live here, he lives out of state. And the contractor started the work after he was told that he would put permits and everything. The contractor demolished the interior of the property and started the work and never pulled a permit. The case is in detective hands, and also the DVPR is involved because he has a contract signed by the contractor that did this to the owner. Mr. Richard and his company got over, and they've been working diligent to obtain the permits. They are close to get them, and that's why I would allow him to address you and agree to any request that.
Okay, where do you see
his permits? Richard.
Hello, panelists and Inspector Martinez. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Richard Downing from R&T Construction Associates. I am the new contractor for the house in question, working with Mr. Martinez diligently for the last number of months. I apologize for any delays on my architect's end. We are almost to the very end, the way I'm understanding it from the architect, that we have discussed that with Mr. Martinez. I have understanding that process almost being done and allowing us to almost begin. I have had my electrical contractor get a permit, and I have it in hand right now. It was issued on 5/16 for a temporary power pole to begin the process, which has been long awaited, as Mr. Martinez, Inspector Martinez, has indicated like that. I will go by anything that Mr. Martinez has been and recommends, because he has been working diligently with us and knows this case inside out. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you. How many days do you think that you would need to get the permits issued, Richard?
I'm hoping 30 days, but if you give me 56 days or something along that line to make sure, I will stay in touch with you, whatever it takes. As soon as I get the permits, you will be notified immediately, so we can hopefully do all this whole and begin the work, because my subcontractors and myself are looking forward to be able to start the demolition as soon as possible.
Your magistrate, the city will agree 56 days.
Okay, suspend the fine?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you so
56
much.
days.
I appreciate your help, Mr. Martinez and Magistrate. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is old business on page 47. Inspector Leonardo Martinez, property address 2841 North Ocean Boulevard, owner Vantage View Inc. Case number BE 2208-0106. This case was first heard on 2/16/23. To comply by 4/13/23, one section not complied at $50. Total fine $1,700.
This is an old case. Inspector Martinez.
Hi, Ms. Ortega, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Inspector.
Inspector Martinez representing the city. Case analysis has spread. Case is not in compliance. I'm gonna let the representative to speak.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Crystal Ortega, and I am the property manager. And I came into the association in November, where this, I believe, had been noticed. And I attended a hearing, the last hearing that was in person, I had attended. And I don't know if we have today, we were supposed to have our engineer of record on this webinar as well. Jesus Fonte would be his name.
Where is he at?
Okay.
He's not, he didn't sign in. I don't see where he's here.
Okay, all right, well, I apologize then, because he was going to speak on our behalf. I guess just in summary, basically, we have an engineer of record. It's with Crane Engineering to investigate the front drainage. I believe the association had a contractor that had installed pavers along the front drive, and in doing so, left out.
Is that him, Jerry, coming?
You can't see their face.
Same name.
No, they're both the same name. They're both on the same link.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Jesus.
Hello, this is Al Capolini, the engineer of record.
Okay, Al, we can't see you.
Okay.
You have to be sworn in to speak.
Camera is back.
Okay, let's see if we got the, it shows it to be on.
Okay.
And we
You
see
see
now.
us?
Can you please raise your right hand?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
we see ourselves, yes.
Okay, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Okay, and please state your names for the record. And your affiliation with the property.
Okay, my name is Albert Capolini. I'm the professional engineer working with the ownership.
And George Petrocelli, professional engineer of Crane Atlantis, and we're representing the association in this matter.
Okay, tell us what you're doing, please. So Ortega.
Go ahead.
Yes, okay, and if I may, I would like for Crane to go ahead and explain where we are in the process.
Okay, at this point, we have a signed contract by the association to do engineering, perform engineering services on the drainage and structure of the building.
How long is it gonna take to do it?
We were, we were actually retained, and I'll give you the exactly, the contract was signed January 27th, 2023. We have a copy of the contract there if you.
I need to know how long it's gonna take to do it.
Magistrate wants to know how long it'll take to get after the fact permits for the new drains installed on the driveway located on the east side of the building. That's all what we're here for. It's not that complicated.
The drain.
Is that the item we're here for specifically for that particular item? We have scanned the facility now. We have the plan. I have the plans right in front of me. We need to complete the engineering plans so they could get prices on that. So I would say probably we can have these plans and our stuff done within 30 days. And
So
then
what have you done? What have you done since January when you were retained? It's May.
Well, we've been trying to assist the association. They've had significant amount of other problems, like the one you all had down in Fort Lauderdale with the flooding. They've had flooding issues that affected their building. And we have been trying to retrieve the building plans from the building department. And now I understand that those plans are being produced now by the building department, and they should be coming to us any day now. We've been trying to get them, but you guys had some problems in your own department with flooding, and they couldn't get to it.
We never had an issue with the flooring.
No, that's not correct. sir. The building department had no flooding issues. So again, I don't know why people are saying that. City Hall was flooded. The building department had no flooding issues.
Can I ask you a question?
Well,
Are you aware?
Yes, go ahead.
Excuse me, let me ask you a question. This is Chief Building and Structure Chief George Oliva. Are you aware of what this violation is all about?
We couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Could you?
Can you tell me, or are you aware what kind of violation this is about? Because you're talking a lot of things that doesn't make any sense to everybody sitting here. This is only about a flood drain that was installed with a permit. It's a 4-inch round PVC pipe that has to go to the main drain area. And we're talking about flood drain. When this was done, they put a shower drain instead of a flood drain, a shower drain for a regular apartment. So this is what we want to accomplish and bring it into compliance. We're not talking about structure, we're not talking about the paver, we're not talking about anything but a PVC pipe in ground to run to the main hookup and put a flood drain on it with a catch basin.
Yes, you're talking, let me see if I understand what you're saying. It's the drain that runs parallel to North Ocean Avenue, correct? At the bottom of the ramp.
That, we're talking about the square drain, that our top drain installed on the driveway. That's a top drain, that's not a driveway drain.
Okay, because there are many drains, some of them were covered up. Some of them were covered up at the foot of the hill, and the ones in the top drains
They did a
were
more
too
depth
small.
inspection, and he's bringing the light.
Mrs. Ortega, you are the outcome right now?
Yes, if I may, it is sort of a complicated issue. I am aware that it is the shower drains, the little 4-inch drains just outside the lobby. But the reason what complicates the issue is because the association has hired the engineer to determine the structural integrity of that. It's an elevated ramp. And so the association needs to determine whether they want to keep the modification that was made or if they want to remove everything and restore it back to its original condition. So that's why.
That
we
has
had
taken,
my-
that has been taking more than 5 months to accomplish that. You know, there's something that you can make a decision in 72 hours. You
I
just
wish
get a
it were that
camera,
simple.
you can put a camera to the drain all the way to where it goes and figure out how it's connected. I don't know why you have to keep bringing so much smog into this argument when we're only talking about compliance of flow drain that is an in and out permit, one single permit, one single discipline, one single plan review. We don't have to build a whole high rise out of this.
You want to share with us what the assessment was from your engineer? Was there more to this? Is there structural integrity issues to that parking deck that we're not aware of?
We were retained to look at a number of things, not just this specific thing. If you want.
Can you share that with us?
Right, I think there's some kind of communication disconnect here. We were hired as their engineers to take care of a multitude of items that they feel are necessary, not just the drain. And they're all connected because they spend quite a bit of money on putting the ramp in and the pavers that we're talking about. And before they tear all that apart, they want to know if it's going to solve other problems that they have or create other problems.
Is this the same area? Is
Yeah,
this the same area where the truck went through the parking lot, or this is a separate area?
That was,
The rear.
yes, that was on the west side of their building.
Okay.
That's the rear
Ron,
deck.
if I may, this is old business that was brought forward. Again, we're discussing, we have a lot of respondents still. We're discussing all these different extraneous issues with related to the building. My suggestion is that we reset this case to the next available hearing for us.
Okay.
Exactly, I'm agree with you, Rhonda.
Okay,
28 days and come back as a massive hearing.
And impose of one.
Yeah. So what are you doing?
the fines are running.
Yeah.
No, they're not running yet. We need to impose them.
Well, on the 28th day, we're gonna impose the fines.
Okay.
We'll bring it back.
Okay.
They have one.
We're bringing it back as a mess.
Don't you understand that now?
No extension and come
So
back as a.
I would just suggest, try to work diligently to address this one narrow issue, because the next notice of hearing will be to impose fines. And we'd rather just have compliance. This is a real simple, narrow.
Okay, thank you.
I would recommend you to contact Chief Plumbing Enrique Salvador. He's aware of what's going on with the drain. And this is a plumbing issue. You should contact Enrique Salvador. He's a chief plumbing, okay, of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's obvious what they've done is they.
Our next case is on page
Yeah, no.
11, property address 2900 Banyan Street, 101.
They don't want to.
Owner Jeffrey Paul Johnson Trust, Jeffrey Paul Johnson trustee. Case number BE 22110133, Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Notice posted at the property for 11/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to, hi, do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Leonardo Martinez, representing the city, case analysis as read. Inspector Matic and I visited this property, and the owner, Mr. Johnson, gave us access. Inside of the property, we observed a new kitchen and bathrooms. One of the bathrooms was added. We're talking about a condominium building. The unit 101, the downstairs floor, There was a closet that was converted into a bathroom, okay, without permits. New electrical panel, interior ceiling lights, new water heater, new windows and doors, new AC. The property was cited for work without permit on the Florida Building Code 2020, section 105.1. Inspection report was mailed out to the property owner on December 12th of 2022. The final notice was sent to the owner on January 26th of 2023, and the notice of hearing was posted at the property on April 12th of 2023. There are some permits that have been applied. There are other violations on this case that have not been addressed. We're asking your owner to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 56 days to obtain the required permits or fines of $50 per violation per day thereafter. And we would like to get the order reported too.
Yes, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, Your Honor. I just first want to apologize. I'm moving to Florida. I made a big mistake and hired the wrong people. I am very urgently attempting to resolve the issue. My contractor, Lavindo Baltar, was hoping to be on this call, but he is out of town. You know, I've had some delays for many months, both on the contractor side, but also on the engineer side. But as of today, I believe, Mr. Martinez, that we have submitted the notice of commencement, and electrical, plumbing, structural, and AC applications for permits. And we want to begin work as soon as those permits are approved. Again, very, very sorry. Moving to make Florida my homestead, and I made a big mistake.
So we're sticking with 56 days?
56 days or $50 per violation per day thereafter.
That's gonna be the order, 56 days to get it resolved. It was July 13th, fine at $50 per day will start, and it will be recorded.
Is that per violation?
I'm sorry, I cannot hear. I'm gonna try and turn the volume up here.
Can you repeat it later? Tell them the order.
Mr. Jones, it's gonna be 56 days to obtain the permits of $50 per day thereafter.
May I ask a couple questions, please?
Go ahead.
So when I purchased this gutted property last summer, the windows and doors were already in place, as was the tankless water heater. So I respectfully request relief on those two violations.
That's not up to me or the city of Fort Lauderdale. If you buy a property with violations, you are responsible of the violations. Although you didn't change it or you didn't, you wasn't the one that did the change. That's the Florida Building Code. That's not us. And there are no city, no permit in the city for the scope of work of the window or not of the water heater. So.
How would I go about submitting a permit for the windows and doors? I don't believe there's any.
You can call me, you can email me, and I will address that later on. I mean, we have a lot of people waiting here.
We have a checklist online.
Yeah, we got a checklist online too that you can get a hold of it, or your contractor knows about it. If you hire a Florida contractor, he should know how to address that violation. And the water heater can be addressed into the bathroom that you built. And on the plumbing permit can be added there too.
Thank you very much. I
You're very welcome,
appreciate
sir.
your time, and I look forward to
Not a problem.
continuing working. Thank you.
Our next case is at the bottom of page 41, Chief George Oliva, the property address 3200 Westboro Boulevard, owner A&M Investments of America LLC, case number BE 200-50413, This case was first heard on 5/20/21 to comply by 7/1/21. One section complied at $100. Total fine $48,300. Yeah, he's bringing him now. Yeah, three things. Exactly.
He's declining the panelists.
Who behind it? Yeah, nice.
Hello? Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I'm at a funeral. I'm trying to, sorry about that.
Sorry, Mr. Faraj, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Good afternoon, Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. The case has come into compliance and we are requesting administrative cost of $1,275 be imposed.
Yeah, I agree for that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Next case.
I have 3 cases. Is it possible we could go over the 3 cases?
Yes.
We are.
Yes,
we are.
I'm gonna call the second one now. Hold on.
Uh,
Our next case is on page 42. Property address 3214 West Bravo Boulevard. Owner A&M Investments of America LLC. Case number BE 200-50412. This case was first heard on 5/20/21 to comply by 7/1/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines $48,300.
Good afternoon again. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Case number and property address is read. This case is also in compliance and the city is requesting administrative cost of $1,275 to impose.
You agree with this, sir?
I agree with that also.
Okay, so ordered. Next case.
Next case, same page 42, property address 3224 West Broward Boulevard, owner A&M Investments of America LLC. Case number BE 211-10008. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 9/13/22. One section complied at $100. Total fines approved $22,300.
Good afternoon again. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Case number and property address as read. Case also is in compliance and the city is requesting administrative costs of $1,275 in the case for.
This is also acceptable, sir?
Yeah, I appreciate all your time. Thank you very much. Excuse me for the rush. Thank you very, yes, I do. I agree with it. You all have a great rest of your day. I appreciate all your service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So ordered.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 34. Excuse me. Property address 915 East Sunrise Lane, Chief George Oliva. Owner HPT IHB-2 Properties Trust. Case number BE 200-40432. This case was first heard on 4/15/21 to comply by 5/27/21. One section complied at $100. Total accrued fines $11,000.
George Oliva.
One moment, Chief. Hi, Mr. Chin and Mr. Chisholm, can you please raise your right hand? Yeah, your other right. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
I'm the general manager at the hotel, but I'd like to actually refer the word to Leroy Chisholm.
Okay, one moment, the inspector's gonna present.
You
the
have
case
to
first.
wait for me to go first. George, on behalf of the city, case and address of Fred. This is a 40-year case that he came into compliance because the building was demolished. And the city is requesting the administration cost of $1,275.
Do you have any response to that, or is that acceptable?
I agree. As far as for the fine.
Great.
Okay, thank you. That will be the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, one more case. Page 34, property address 9.
Okay. Can I speak for a second? Can I speak for a second?
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
On the first case, which one was that? That was for the building
That was
itself?
915 East Sunrise Lane.
Okay. So can you state as far as what's the issues, as far as what you have on that, so I can respond to it?
Sir, he already asked you, you were, I don't know if you were listening, but the inspector said he's reducing the fine to administrative costs of $1,275. The magistrate asked you if that was acceptable. You said yes. So that was the order. We're moving on to the second case.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Property address 999 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner HPT IHG-2 Properties Trust. Case number BE 21070192. This case was first heard on 1/20/22 to comply by 7/19/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to impose the full amount of $30,200, which continues to accrue.
Wow, that's basically a lot of money. I mean, as far as from what time, because we complied, we did phase 1 already, and we're on phase 2.
First, the inspector has to speak. Really on this.
Inspector Rich presenting for Chief Oliva.
Okay.
Case and address are as read. This is a Massey hearing and the city is requesting the full amount be imposed.
This has been over a year. So.
I know, and I understand that, but we did phase 1 up to this point, and we diligently worked on this project. I've been from the initiation to where we are now. And we got red flag, basically. I have a date right here. It's dated 7/5/2022 by Inspector Billy Nobles as far as arc fall. And that's basically where we had to initiate as far as doing the part 2, which is where we are right now. We're on the 2nd floor with arc fall breakers.
City Chief Oliva, on behalf of the city will request the full amount to be imposed now.
Building
Whatever
official,
he's saying has nothing to do with it.
in 302 days, the building official is seeking the full amount of $30,200, and I agree with them. The fines are going to continue to accrue until you comply. After that, if you are entitled to any kind of lien reduction, there's a process you can file for a lien reduction when you're in compliance, but not today.
Okay, is there any way I can, request an extension on it, because we're still working on phase 2, which is the arc.
No, these are not things we give extensions for. This is for safety of a building. So a 40-year thing, you don't get more extensions after a year. You're out of time. Okay, time to get it fixed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's you.
Our next case is also a hearing to impose fines on page 39, Chief George Oliva. Property address 2000 West Commercial Boulevard, owner Commercial Boulevard Realty LLC. Case number BE 2110089. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 8/16/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to impose the full amount of $27,400, which continues to accrue.
Who was it? Tasha. Who was it?
Oh, I didn't tell you. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Sure. Jeremy, sure. Oh, God.
Where?
Yes. Jeremy, sure. Sorry about that. I thought I put it in the chat. Blame Mauricio, he's on my lap.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Special Magistrate.
Hey, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Jeremy Shear, I am the attorney for the property owner. I'm sorry, did I cut anybody off there?
Yes, one moment, let me inspect, go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Property address and case number as read. The property remains out of compliance. Therefore, the city is requesting the full amount be imposed of $27,400.
Hey, Jeremy, we're hearing a bad case again since what your last time. I don't have much discretion to deal with this, as you probably know, under the 40-year, it's either you're compliant or you're not. So what can you tell us?
Understood, understood, Special Magistrate. Well, the property is currently under contract with Broward County. Broward County is going to be the buyer of the property, and they intend to demolish the property. So my client is stuck between a rock and a hard place because he did, retain experts, including a structural engineer, and he understands that what it's going to take to bring the building into compliance. But on the other hand, the buyer of the site intends to demolish the building. So we're sort of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. So we're hopeful that this, board and you, Special Magistrate, will understand these unique circumstances.
Okay, well, what we could do, Jeremy, is go ahead and continue with the fine. When it comes to where you're ready to close, because you're obviously not gonna do the work to certify the building, right? Okay.
No, I mean, there's no point in doing it now if it's gonna be purchased.
All right, so the fine will continue to run, but you're dealing with the county. We will work with you on a new reduction if it's really gonna be torn down. And try to make it reasonable where nobody gets hurt. There's no intention to hurt anybody, and I know you know that. But it'll probably qualify for a lien reduction, especially if the county's requiring it. So that's what we'll do, we'll continue to find, deal with it when it's solved, okay?
Great, okay.
All right, thanks, good to see you again.
Yep, likewise. Thanks so much.
Yes.
Your Majesty, I'm sorry, I need a 5-minute recess. All right, sorry. 5-minute recess, please. Thank you. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back live. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Our next case is on page 47 at the top. Wait, what? We're live.
Katie.
Yeah. No, this, I don't know about that, right now, 47, so this for me. Everyone, we're live, Page 47 at the top, owner Jordan Williams, case number BE 2206-0088. Address 825 Southwest 4th Street. This case was first heard on 2/16/23, to comply by 4/2023. One section not complied at $50, total fines $1,350. This case was ordered. Reappear. Can you please, Mr. Williams, can you please raise your right hand?
Hi,
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
yes,
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as well. This case is not compliant. I will let the respondent to speak.
Yes.
yeah, just, we've submitted the permit application and an application, the holdup. I originally submitted the permit application late last year. The holdup has been the historical board. I have a request in for the historical board hearing. Like, I got a confirmation number UDP HP 23022. And I'm waiting for the response to that and them to set the historical hearing to get that complied, the historical side, so I can get the sign off from, I think it was zoning or some other part of the permit. Everything else on the permit is complete.
Okay, the city is asking the owner to come in compliance in 28 days. The stop the fines. Yeah.
So give me 4 weeks to get it done.
So the one problem with that would be the historical board, like, only, I guess, reviews, I have to go for an in-person hearing with them. So that's fine. I'm happy to come back, but I think it's going to take them, you get like the next available month, I think, is how the historical proceedings work.
Okay. 63 days.
Yeah. 63 days, which is 9 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, that's July 20th.
Okay.
So the fines will then resume. There's already fines that ran, but then the fines will resume if it's not done.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next case is on page 31. Chief George Oliva, property address 625 Antioch Ave, owner Harwood House Inc. Case number BE 2107-0209. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 12/30/21. One section not comply at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $32,100, which continues to accrue.
I don't have page 31.
We just searching. Good afternoon, Melissa. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Inspector Rich, on behalf of Chief Oliva, case and address are as read. The case is not in compliance at this time. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
Okay, can you tell us who you are in relation to the property?
Good afternoon. My name is Melissa, and I am the property manager here at Harwood House. We're a small association. We initially had our initial inspection done in November of 2021. We received the report in January of 2022, which was submitted to the city in January January 7th, I think, of 2022. We have a general contractor. The engineer told us that there were minor cosmetic changes. We started to get to work with our general contractor. In that initial report, kind of hidden, there was a section that said a detailed report was needed. So we went back to the engineer. He wanted to charge us an additional $20,000 for that detailed report, which was not a part of our initial contract with them. It went back and forth, and ultimately, because of the time, we hired another engineering firm. We had those inspections done in March of this year, March 21st and 22nd. I have the structural inspection report back, which was submitted with my package. I still have not received the electrical report back. I've requested with our electrical inspector a few times, and he said I should get it next week. We have taken steps to begin some of the minor repairs on the structural items, getting our bids with our general contractor, so we can obtain the financing to get that done. There may be one larger item on there. From my understanding, one of our owners needs to have hit the stand where the AC unit needs to be replaced, and an engineer needs to do that. That's the only thing that I understand on our main structural report that might be a bigger issue. The rest is not a structural issue, just some cosmetic things that need to be done.
Okay, well, this has been over a year that this has been pending. And
I understand that.
I can't give you any more extensions. I'm gonna impose the fine to continue to run. When you're done and in compliance, you can seek what's called code compliance reduction. But it can't be done until compliance.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Can we have our current engineer submit anything since we had to switch into engineers and start over?
He can bring me a letter in the next 15 days telling me what needs to be done. We are open permit for the repair listed on the report. That's the only way I can do anything. If you don't have an open permit for the repairs, there's nothing I can do about it.
Say that again, it cut out a little bit.
I need a engineer letter.
Yep.
He would know how to do it. And that letter has to have a permit that is open for repair required in the report. If you don't have an open permit, don't even spend your money on it because it's gonna get rejected.
Okay. I can do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Thank you.
Our next case is a new business case at the bottom of page 7. Chief George Oliva, property address 718 Northwest 8th Ave, owner FRP2 LLC, case number BE 2109-0160. Notice posted at property 3/30/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
George Oliva?
1 second, George.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always forget about it.
Good afternoon, Roger. Can you please raise your right hand? Oh, unmute your mic, please. You're muted. We can't hear you.
No sonido. No, it's not working.
Hi, Roger. Can you hear me?
Raise your hand if you use it. Okay, you have to take your phone off mute, please.
Can't take it out.
Can you make a sign?
It should be like a little speaker icon, just.
We can hear you. Look, it's, I don't think he can see that from there. You have to get closer.
Well, he can hear you, just he just not on mute in his phone.
Roy, she's.
Water.
Oh, Jay.
See where he's going? It's one of those. Can we go to the next case when you figure it out?
Okay,
We'll do that.
Now we.
Roger, we'll come back to you.
Let's just figure it out, you'll find.
Move on to thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
I think we come back, he said thumbs up.
No, double back.
Thanks, Roger. Our next case is on page 32. Chief George Oliva, property address.
Me.
750
No, I don't have that page.
Southeast Third Ave. Owner AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Inc., case number BE 2107-0071. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 12/30/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to impose fines of $32,400, which continues to accrue.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
George Oliva, in behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a 40-year case that was opened on 2021 July. We send a notification. They provide a report. We provide them with a 180-day extension. And we haven't get any other report telling that the correction were cured or any letter from the engineer telling us that another extension is required.
When would that have been done for you?
Well, we're talking July 2010, so that will be long time ago that they were overdue, so I don't know. Let's see what he has to say of why they haven't complied.
Okay, we did get the 40-year inspection, and we've done the bulk of the work. We did pull a permit. We've added a new roof. We replaced all the RTU struts and made them up to code. We also resized the scupper on the building, and we just have a few minor things to do on the outside of the building. Basically repair some non-structural cracks and add one panel, electrical panel downstairs. But again, the bulk of the work has been completed.
Okay, so Mr. Wilson, this is what we're gonna need from you, sir. Today, we're here to impose fine for lack of compliance. So from today, 15 days from today, you can provide me from the engineer of record a letter telling me that everything is okay in the building and they're working to compliance and they have an open permit to correct the correction required in the report. I will give you another extension when I receive that letter or 180 days. In 15 days, we don't get that letter, we're gonna impose a fine and we're gonna leave the property.
Okay. Are there currently any fines?
Yes, sir.
Can we request a waiver on that?
No, sir.
We are a
You're in
non,
compliance.
could I finish speaking? We are a not-for-profit organization that provides low to no cost healthcare for underserved people in our community.
I'm aware of the association of the building. I have been there doing inspection for the city. But still, compliance is compliance, and this is a requirement, not from the city of Philadelphia. This is Broward County and the state of Florida. And after you are aware of what happened in Surfside a year ago, this program has get really, really strong, and the county and the state are asking for compliance. And I don't want to see buildings out of compliances anymore. And unfortunately, what I got in front of me is either you provide me that letter in the next 15 days, or I have to post a fine today.
We can only, sir, this is Rhonda Hassan with the city attorney's office. We can only address the issue of the fines once the case is in compliance. We can't do anything about them now.
Okay, but we will be able to revisit that once we are in compliance.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. That I promise you.
Okay.
Impose a fine.
Impose the fine.
Yeah.
Does he have another case?
No.
I saw two for eight up there in the file.
Oh, you did?
There, we do have another one at another property, but we have someone else that will represent us for that one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Our next case is on page 33. Property address 824 Northeast 20th Ave, owner HG Middle River Investments LLC. Case number BE 2107-0301. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 12/30/21. One section not comply at $400. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $32,400, which continues to approve. Steve Georgia Leva.
Same gentleman?
Who's the other guy here?
Yeah.
One second, Mary. Good afternoon, Michael. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
yes.
Thank you.
You let the other man go?
Is it the Aaron person? Is he still?
No, he's not a part of it.
The health agent.
Jerry.
He says, yes, they're representing.
City of Fort Lauderdale Inspector Rich Vincent on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case and address are as read by the clerk. The case is not complied and the city has requested the full amount be imposed.
All right, sir.
Okay. I sent all the paperwork. I still have not gotten compliance. Last Wednesday, I did not know I needed the engineer to come back out to certify it. So last Wednesday, he came back out and hopefully he told me by next week I should have my report to submit into George.
15 days. Okay, so like I explained to the other gentleman, did you provide that report to me within the next 15 days? We will stop the fines and comply the case, but I need to see that within 15 days, or we're gonna have to put the lien on the property, and then you have to come back as a lien reduction.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So once I get the completed report, right, which he said I get next week, I send that to you and then we go from there. Correct.
Right. That,
Okay.
the thing that you're running against the clock, because
Yeah.
you only got 15 days from today.
Okay. Okay. Understood.
That's it.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna impose, and if you provide me the letter, we will start the.
15 days. All right. Okay.
Our next case. Thank you, Michael. Have a good day.
Thank
Bye,
you.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Our next case is also on page 33, property address 842 Southwest Second Street, 1-6. Owner GFLNG LLC, case number BE 2107-0357. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 6/14/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose fines of $33,700, which continues to accrue.
That's you.
No, she gotta swear him in first.
Hi, Mr. Romero, can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Yes, and also can you state your your name for the record and your affiliation with the property?
My name is Fran Romero. I work with the management company of this property.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Chief.
Inspector Rich presenting for Chief Oliva. Case and address are as read. This is a Massey hearing. The case is not in compliance at this time. The city is requesting full amount be imposed.
All right, sir.
Okay, so the permit open about the Inspector George Olivia. He went. Permit open for doors and the windows. We are already working on them, but we needed to do 67 windows, so it took us a little bit of time. So on this week we're finishing everything. So by next week or maybe the next one, we're gonna ask our engineer to stop by and redo the report. That's why respectfully I would like to ask for another month or 30 days to take everything done.
No. We'll need a report within the next 15 days.
Provide me a report, this is Chief Oliva. Provide me a report or a letter from the engineer of records. Ask the engineer to give me a letter that will meet the criteria of BORA Rule 55.5D. That way I can provide another extension of time. Without that letter from the engineer telling me that it's an open permit to do the restoration of the building or replacing the windows and doors, I can't do anything. You got 15 days to get the engineer to give me a letter telling me with a permit, open permit, that the repairs are in process. So that way I can give you another extension.
Okay.
So today we're going to impose a fine. They have 30 days from today to send me the letter.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 36. Chief George Oliva, property address 1200 Miami Road, owner Oasis Hotel LLC, case number BE 200700274. This case was first heard on 2/18/21 to comply by 4/1/21. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $59,600, which continues to accrue.
And Chico, you have to solve the deal.
Good afternoon, Hector. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Inspector Rich presenting on behalf of Chief Oliva. Case and address are as read. The case is not in compliance at this time. The city is requesting the full amount be imposed.
Okay, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Magistrate. Good afternoon, Chief Oliva and all the staff. First of all, thank you for giving me the time to explain my case here today and for the patience of you all. We had a 40-year inspection done at the property, and the biggest item that was found in the property, it's only a one-story commercial property. The biggest item was the roof that needed to be replaced because they found evidence of some leakage in some spots on the property. So he basically made the suggestion to redo the whole roof. We were coming out from a very tough situation during the pandemic, and we did not have the funds to cover the expense of these repairs. Chief Oliva granted us, thankfully, an extension on that time to come in compliance with this repair. We are now at this point in time, we have engaged with a contractor, a roofer, and I am very close to getting those funds approved for these repairs. And hopefully we will have this done. I am expecting in less than 60 days.
You have a fine here, $59,600, and it continues to accrue every day for $100. Fine is gonna continue to accrue until you're in compliance. The engineer submitting a report that electrical and structural needs the requirements of the city and the Broward County. I can't give you any more time. More than a year going on. So that's what's going to happen.
Magistrate, if I can, if I provide a letter from the engineer stating that it's something here is sound, can this fines be?
That's the building official.
Hector, if you talk to your engineer of record, and he provide me a letter that meets the criteria of BORA for a second extension within 15 days from today, I would approve it if it has all the details that is needed. Has to have an open permit for repairs. He has to tell me how the building is, all that kind of stuff that he knows about it. So talk to your engineer, tell her that you have 15 days, not 16, 15 days to print me the letter, the second letter, and I will give you a second extension.
Understood.
If not, we're gonna have to lien the property because that's the lowest fail project.
I understand, and I will do my best to comply with that letter before 15 days.
Thank you, Hadi. So we're gonna impose the fine, and if you give me the letter, then we
So
stop billing.
Thank you very much to all, and good afternoon.
Thank you, Hadi.
Thank you.
We're gonna recall the case on page 7. Property address 718 Northwest 8th Ave, case number BE 210900160. Hi, Roger, can you please raise your right hand?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Actually, Mr. Comstock has his alarm was going off at his home. I'm Vincent Buchanan. I work for Mr. Comstock.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun.
Unfortunately, we don't have any paperwork for you. We don't have power of attorney or anything for you.
Oh, all right, yeah, because he was here. We've been on the call since 8:30 this morning, and his alarm just went to the house.
My apologies for such a long hearing.
So what he can do, we have plenty of cases still left. So I would just suggest, him logging back on as soon as he's able to, if he is able to, later.
Okay, I mean, I'll try to. Is there any way, because we got the notice on March 23rd, and we have an engineering firm just finishing up some of the repairs, and he said he'll have the report within a few weeks.
Yeah, unfortunately, without a power of attorney, since you're not the property owner, we can't go forward with the hearing with any input from you. So like I said, I think the best we can do, there's plenty of hearings left. If he's able to log on in a little bit, that would be great, and we would be happy to hear from him.
And there will be no waiting time. We will get you in.
If not, is there a way, can I get it rescheduled?
No, sir. This is it today.
Okay, all right, let me see if I can get him. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next case is on page 41. St. George Oliva, property address. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
You okay?
Property address 3058 West Brown Boulevard, owner Glass Realty Corp. Case number BE 211-00072. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 3/31/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to oppose a full amount of $23,200, which pertains to accrue.
Really wanna get ahead of time. You don't call email, but you send it already. You understand?
Automatic.
No response.
Are they not accepting the request?
No response. He just declined.
Keep going to the next.
Here he is.
He probably didn't need to.
I never do.
He's in a room.
Hi, Ronnie, can you hear us? Ronnie? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Okay, we're gonna go on to the next case, or you would have to log back in. The next case is also on page 41. Property address 3080 Northeast 47th Court, owner Westchester House Association Inc. Case number BE 200-40323. This case was first heard on 2/18/21, to comply by 8/19/21. One section complied at $100. Total fine $17,800. City is requested to vacate the order from 1/19/23 and impose the fines and reimpose the fine for administrative costs of $1,275. Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Mr. Emery, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Linda Holloway, presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Property address case number as read, as stated, we're requesting to vacate the January 19th, 2023 order, and the city is requesting administrative cost of $1,275.
Any response, sir?
No, we agree with that. Mr. Oliva has been very easy to get along with and has sent me an email to that effect several months ago.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Want to talk to him about being nice though.
I don't want to ruin his reputation though, so
Right here.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care.
Can I ask one question?
No.
No, it's fine. We're not be nice anymore.
Our next case is on page
Once in
44.
a while, get a good reputation. Let's see. I don't know what George he's talking to.
Our next case is on
Must
page
got him on a good day.
44. Property address 5555 North Federal Highway. Owner Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church, Inc. Case number CE 1407-1683. This case was first heard on 4/2/15, complied by 5/21/15. One section complied at $100. Total fines $270,000, $270,300.
Hold on. This case,
Wait, they gotta swear.
Yeah, wait for that.
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead first. That is, first, no, nothing. But there's somebody above me. I want me to see that. And this guy.
Did he accept it? No.
Everybody has to be on him.
Hi, Mr. Smith, can you hear us?
Great roll.
Yes, I can hear you.
I think, there you are. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and property address as read. The case is in compliance. The city is requesting administrative costs of $575. Imposed.
Any response, sir?
Yes, we appreciate that. And on behalf of Coral Ridge Presbyterian Church, we want to thank the magistrate, the inspector, and the panel for the leniency.
You can thank the building official who's being nice today.
And the building official, of course.
I don't want to go outside and get destroyed by a soldier.
Church scared of, you don't want to mess. So that'll be the order. Thank you.
Okay, so that will be emailed to me or mailed to me?
Mel.
Okay, very
that
good.
you get it.
I really appreciate it. Have a great day.
Good, bye.
Bye-bye.
Our next case.
He was in the Bible.
Our next case is also on page 44. Property address 5741 Northeast 18th Ave. Owner Victoria Greens LLC. Case number BE 21090016. This case was first heard on 1/20/22, complied by 3/3/22. One section complied at $100. Total fines $37,600. City is requesting to vacate the order from 3/16/23 and reimpose the fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
Look at you. I saw that was even.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you, we just can't see you.
Okay, well, I agree with
No, one moment.
Yeah,
please.
I know you agree that we
Okay,
can see
Can
you.
you
What's that
please
again? I'm
raise your
sorry?
right?
I'm here.
Okay, can you please raise your right hand?
Throw the right hand.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
there you go.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Case number and property address as well. Also as stated, case is in compliance. We're requesting to vacate the previous order from March 16th, 2023, and requesting to impose administrative cost of $1,275.
What does that sound?
That's
It's your
acceptable?
phone.
Xiomara, are you there?
I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
they're gonna agree to accept the 1,275.
Yes, and thank you so
Okay.
much.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
So
Have a
ordered.
nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Finish.
We're gonna recall the case on page 41 for Lori. Oh, so there.
Lori Hill.
Lori Hill.
3058 West Broward Boulevard.
We're gonna recall the case for Lori.
Lori Hill.
Ronnie. It's on page 41.
Page 41.
That will be a 4 and a 1.
Keep declining this.
Decline again?
That's abnormal for people to decline so much.
I don't think, they don't know.
Okay, we'll just have to wait for that to the ending. Sorry.
Todd Wolf next.
Our next case. Our next case is on page 45.
45.
Property address 6340 Northwest Fifth Way. Owner 6340 Northwest 5 Wolfpack LLC. Case number BE 22040053. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 3/14/23. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,400, which continues to accrue. Hi, Mr. Wolf, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number BE 22040053. Okay, property address is read. The city is requesting to impose the full amount of $6,400.
All right, sir.
Okay, so my response is, I submitted 2 letters to Miss Katie Williams this morning, showing the engineer has completed all interior structure and electrical components of the report, and we're just waiting on the parking lot. The building is safe to enter. We have a permit for the parking lot lights, which was inspected today. And that is the only thing we're waiting on. I have a permanent number if you guys want that. And first time 40-year inspection, first time building owner. You guys have been so kind today to everyone else. I'm hoping for a little kindness as well. No tenant in the building. It's an empty building.
Sir, do you hand deliver the letters or you mail it or email it?
I emailed them to Katie Williams this morning. I have them in my possession.
Well, she's right here and we're looking at the computer looking for the.
The only emails I received from you is how to log in this morning. After that, after I helped you to log in, I haven't received anything else from you.
I can send it right now.
Please do so.
Maybe it was the other case.
Maybe it was.
Yeah. English, it would.
We'll bring him back. We'll bring Mr. Wolf back.
We get back to you, Mr. Wolf.
Okay, I'm sending them over now.
Okay, sir.
Our next case is also on page 45. Property address 6710 Northwest 15th Way. Owner Palmdale Realty of Fort Lauderdale LLC. Case number BE 21060092. This case was first heard on 10/14/21 to comply by 11/25/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines approved $13,300.
I'll do this.
Chief Oliva,
Okay.
In this case, that we swear in.
Mr. Williams,
No,
will you
not
raise
yet.
your right hand?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
swear in affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva. Case number and property address as read. This case is in compliance. The city is requesting administrative cost of $1,275 be imposed, please.
Sir, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, that'll be the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day.
You too.
Our next case is on page 25. Senior Inspector Jorge Martinez. Property address 2010 Northeast 17th Street. Owner Ocean Key Apartments LLC. Case number BE 22110015. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/23/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose fine of $2,000, $2,750, which continues to accrue. 2010 Northeast 17th Street. Even in there? There it is. Hi,
Can
Mr.
you hear me?
Bailey. Yes, we can hear you. Can you
Yep,
please?
hi. Okay, yep,
Please swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city presenting on behalf of Inspector Martinez. Case is not in compliance. I'm gonna let the respondent speak.
Good morning, thank you. Good morning. I've been on here since this morning, but good morning. Thank you for your time. There were multiple things on the violations. The things that we're in control of taking care of, we took care of as soon as possible. It took, I think, maybe 2 or 3 weeks to take care of the minor repairs to the building, cosmetic, as well as some structural. The problem that with the open violation is that it's for air conditioning units or split system units that were put in without permits. And I went through dozens and dozens of companies trying to get them to assist with pulling after the fact permits to take care of it. But I have since learned that the first question they ask is if they were the ones to actually install the units. To which my answer is no, and nobody wants to do it. So it took me dozens and dozens of phone calls to actually try and find someone that said that they would do it. 2 or 3 weeks went by. They were working on it. They were getting the permit submitted. And then by week 4 or 5, they just disappeared. So then I had to start over finding someone else. So I'm at the point now where I finally found someone. I'm under the impression they have promised me that they will get the permit submitted on Monday because I want to get this taken care of. I want this to be done and behind us. But unfortunately, I can't control other people. I can't make them do things. I can only control myself and my people. So I'm reliant on third-party people to do what I need them to do, and it's just been very difficult.
City will support a 28-day extension and stop the fine.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
All right.
I know.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, at this time, we're gonna recall the case on page 45. Mr. Wolf for property address 6340 Northwest Fifth Way. Case number BE 22040053.
Good afternoon again. Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and property address as read. Once again, the city is requesting full amount be imposed at this time, $6,400. Sir, we are in receipt of your emails and you're still not in compliance.
For the parking.
Yes, it's not a big deal. You can take care of this right away. I need for you to go back to the engineer and please ask the engineer to sign the 2 letters and put the seal on it. And then bring it back to me or send it back to me electronically. But if you're gonna do via email, you have to make sure that the seal that he used is an electronic seal, so I can approve it. That's the only thing you need. You're right there on the door, but you can't get in yet. Get me those signatures on those letters. Come on, man, you can do it.
I am. He was just waiting for the parking lot to be done, so we did it at one time.
Yeah, don't worry about the parking lot. Get those 2 letters signed and I'll give you more time.
Okay, sir,
Okay.
I'm on
You got it, run.
running.
I don't know. Yeah, we got his phone, so he print me the letter. He has a little detail that the engineer forgot to put the seal.
Okay.
I have to be electronic.
And thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pretty good, I'm happy. Right? What happened to Katie?
Our next case is on page 6.
Say how about
Senior
seal?
Inspector Jose Salaguski. It's a new business case. One second, I'm sorry. Property address 1037 North Victoria Park Road. Owner Shannon Ferrick, Cat Bean. Case number BE 22110020. Notice posted at the property on 4/25/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Inspector Salagusti on behalf of
One
the
second.
city.
He can show up.
Six.
Hello,
Hello,
can you hear me?
yeah,
Need your picture.
I'm trying, I keep pressing show video. I'm not, do you guys need to allow permission?
forever.
Okay, Mr. Bean, can you please raise your right hand at this time?
Yep,
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
yes.
Thank you.
Inspector Salagusti on behalf of the city presenting the case as read. During my daily inspection, I discovered this property with a new PVC fence without permits on record. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida Building Code 2020, section 105.1. This case was opened on November 3rd, 2022. Inspection report was made on November 3rd, 2022, and final notice was made on February 17, 2023. Notice of hearing was mailed on March 23rd, 2023. I don't have any contact with the owner until now, and the city is requesting 28 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter.
That sounds good to me. So we, just for the record here, 2 of these pictures are the property to the north of me. This gate is not mine. And this is the fence on my property. And this fence is north of my property. So one of these pictures is correct. I think the other should probably be disregarded. But regardless, this was a fence put in by the previous owner. I'm a first-time homeowner, and I bought the property and the permits were not pulled apparently when the fence was put in. I've started the after-the-fact permit
I have initial comments back. It seems like the only thing I'm missing is an NOA. So look forward to speaking to someone about how to go about getting NOAs on a fence that was put in by a previous homeowner. So any help there would be greatly appreciated.
Sorry?
No, the magistrate asked what is an NOA?
Yeah, that was all. Yeah.
There's a what?
Accept.
Okay.
Product
Or
approval.
product approval.
Okay. So 28 days,
To comply,
$50
$50 per day thereafter.
okay, Mr. Bean?
Yep, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 17. No, it's you again, I think, Inspector Jose Sanabusti. Property address 1881 Davie Boulevard. Owner HIG LLC, case number BE 22040027. This case was first heard on 10/20/22. Complied by 12/15/22. Section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose a full amount of $7,650, which continues to accrue.
Professor Augusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case as read. The case is not complied. I will let the respondent to speak.
It's gotta be sworn first. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Torres, can you please raise your right hand?
Sure.
Do you swear to affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Jose Sanabusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. This case is not complied. It was just to the structure in the backyard of the property. One of them it was demolished and the other one is pending. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, we put a permit in February for the second issue. There's a walk-in cooler outside without permit. I speak with zoning in the city, and then I put the engineering plans and the contractor mechanical permit in the city. The plans and the permit was approval for mechanical only 2 days ago. And I speak with Ms. Sanabusti, and I told you electrical and zoning people put yesterday another issue. But it's only a survey for zoning and a specification connection for the unit outside for the electrical. For 3 months, the electrical reviewer and the zoning reviewer never see the plans. There's no excuse about I ask you for a few months time for finish and do my inspections for do that regulation.
The city is requesting 63 days extension and stop the fines.
Okay.
Okay, 63 days to get it done.
And mandatory repairs, please.
Okay, thank you.
Back in the 63 days.
Yeah.
Whatever the date is,
Thank you very much.
July 20th.
Thank you.
They will hold off on the fines in the meantime.
Okay, good afternoon.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 18, property address 2275 West State Road 84, owner AIDS Healthcare Foundation, Inc. Case number BE 2208-0162. This case was ordered to reappear. This case was first heard on 2/16/23 to comply by 3/16/23. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $2,250. Hi, Chris, can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Jose Sanabusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is complied. I will let the respondent speak.
We purchased this property not too long ago, and it was not disclosed to us that there's open permits. We have hired a contractor and he's reopened the permits, and he's already requested inspection, and the inspectors requested some plans last week. The contractor requested from the city the building plans that were submitted by the previous contractor. I believe they told us 5 to 14 days to get those plans. That way we can start getting inspections and start the build back. I would request a 90-day extension so we can get the work completed.
No, the case is complied. This case is complied.
Okay.
And the city will request for you the administrative cost of $997.
$997. Okay. Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that's acceptable. That's okay.
Yes, I agree.
So we're
Thank you.
for 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
This one is fine.
Yes.
Which one?
So I do both. Our next case is on page 18 also. Property address 3796 Southwest 16th Street. Owner Sarah Luz Mazariago. Case number BE 2270114. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/16/23. One section complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $300. Hi, Sarah, can you please raise your right hand?
Hi, good night.
Hi, Sarah, can you please raise your right hand?
My name is.
Okay, that's fine. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings? Do you swear and affirm? Okay, thank you.
Jose Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is complied. The city is requesting the fine to be imposed of $300. I will let the respondent to speak.
Okay, the fine is gonna be $300 to settle the case. Are you okay with that? Right, yeah.
She speaks Spanish?
Somebody speak Spanish, please.
Sí. Puedo hablar en español.
Well, I have to, it's just to
Yeah,
swear.
I haven't.
What will you please?
Espérate.
Yo le traduzco, señora. Hable.
Un momento, señor.
Okay, do you?
Yes.
Tacha.
Leo, do you swear and affirm to transfer from Spanish to English and English to Spanish?
I do.
Thank you.
Señora, lo que le está diciendo, José, el caso está comply.
Sí.
Está comply.
Después dice nada más que le diga que debe ser cierto.
Señora, el caso está comply, le van nada más que a cobrar $300.
Esa quiere.
Does she want to say something?
Yeah, she wants to avoid that.
¿Usted quiere agregar algo? ¿Quiere decir algo, señora?
¿Cómo, perdón? Dígame.
De todos los fines que se le acumularon, le están cobrando solamente $300, que es para el costo de administración de toda esta cosa.
¿Está bien?
¿Está bien? ¿Lo acepta?
Está bien, sí.
Sí, acepta, Tacha. Okay. Gracias, señora.
Can you also remind her she needs to complete those inspections? That doesn't make that.
Una pregunta,
Señora, escúcheme. Usted tiene permiso ya, ¿verdad? Ahora, acuérdese de que usted tiene que llamar las inspecciones.
Sí, ya lo tengo.
Ya, perfecto.
Does she have a CO yet?
Ya usted tiene un CO, un certificado de ocupación. ¿De qué cosa es el caso?
It's an addition without a permit. They added a master bedroom to the house.
Y necesita el CEO para.
Right.
Señora, necesita tener el certificado de ocupación.
Ajá.
Recuérdese de cerrar todo el permiso,
Sí.
Si no, se va a expirar y le van a comenzar a cobrar de nuevo.
Cualquier problema que ya
Que me contaste. Cualquier cosa,
Sí.
llame a José.
Como cuánto más o menos,
Usted llama a las inspecciones
cuánto
tan
más o
pronto
menos se
pueda.
expira.
Ajá.
Ajá.
Sí, pero usted no ha llamado a ninguna inspección.
No, but it's, no, but it's 90. Well,
Sí, están trabajando en eso, el contratista.
Ok, perfecto. Mientras
Están
estén llamando
trabajando en
inspecciones,
eso.
escúcheme, mientras estén llamando inspecciones, no tiene problema. Trate de que el permiso se cierre y que usted coja el certificado de ocupación. ¿Está bien?
Sí.
Señora Luz, si me permite, cualquier pregunta, cualquier duda que usted tenga, por favor, llame al inspector José Saragusti, que él la
Está
ayuda a
bien.
usted, ¿ok?
Está bien. Gracias.
Bueno, señora, gracias.
Buen día.
Está bien. Bye. Buen día.
Buen día.
Okay. Our next case is on page 47. Property address 5560 Northeast 26th Ave, owner Michael Raymond Walton, Michelle Garcia. Case number BE 211-20098. This case was first heard on 9/15/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50. There are 3 extensions noted.
José Saragusti, building inspector. I'm sorry.
Hi, Mr. Walton, do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you. Nice.
José Saragusti, building inspector for the city, presenting the case number as read. The case is not compliant. The city does not support any further extension. The case should be brought back as a massive. I will let the respondent speak.
Yes, we currently, we tried to put in for a permit and apparently there was some zoning issues. So we're currently going with the Board of Adjustments. And we were looking to finish up our schedule in April to join the May hearing. But at the last minute, I found out that they required a new survey. So we scheduled a survey, but with all the rain, the survey came and we missed the May deadline. And then as we got closer and they did the review, now they're asking for further changes on the drawings, which we're going through now. And we will be submitting on Monday, but we missed the June cutoff, which was a couple days ago. So we're looking at July to go in front of the Board of Adjustment.
Okay. The city is asking the owner to come in compliance within the next 63 days.
Fine.
Yes, and also suspended.
63 days to get it done. No fines running up until then.
Okay, yeah, we should have an answer by the Board of Adjustment, and then hopefully we'll go to permitting and then we'll be able to close it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next page is on page 20, property address 520 Southeast Fifth Ave. Owner, Los Olas by the River Condo Association East, Inspector Leonardo Martinez. Case number BE 210700378. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 1/17/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose fines of $30,400, which continue to accrue.
Very tough.
Hi, Colleen, can you please unmute yourself? Thank you.
Hi.
Do you swear? Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you.
Building Inspector Leo Martinez, representing the city. Case and address as read. Case is not complied, it's missing the final inspection. I'm gonna let the respondent to speak.
We received our final inspection this morning. Apparently, CA Lindman, all the work was completed months ago, but it kept failing the inspection due to something in the drawings. So finally, they resubmitted the paperwork. And like I said, I received the final certification this morning. I emailed it to Leonardo. I'm sure you probably you've been busy in here. I have it right here. I also sent it to Yvette at the city of Fort Lauderdale.
But what is that, the final inspection?
Final certification letter, yes.
Yeah, she.
Literally, when I was sitting and waiting for when we were doing this all
Excuse
morning,
me.
they came in.
Excuse me, Your Majesty, I will request to postpone this case so we can verify that everything is complied for the next hearing. I will postpone the case.
So you want to give an extension?
Yeah,
A 28-day extension?
exactly. I mean, we need to go through to see if which is, no fines.
Okay, so
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're gonna make a decision right now.
One moment, please.
Okay.
Page 41. Here. At this time, I'm going to recall the case on page 41. Property address 3058 Westboro Boulevard, case number BE 211-00072.
Keep declining penalty.
Yes. Okay, we have people signed in and but we're not sure what cases they're here for.
So start with somebody and just, yeah, put them in and ask them.
Okay. I'm gonna just go down this way here. Should repeat the part.
I checked that.
Hi, Andrew.
No, I don't have.
Hi, Andrew. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you see me?
No, I can't see you.
Got it. The other way, here you go.
What case are you here for? What's the property address?
This is 3051 Northeast 48th Street. This is case number BE 210-70128.
Yes, that case was withdrawn.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
That sounds like good news.
Yes.
yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, Chief Ali withdrew that case.
Can you give me any, is there anything I need to know about that it's been withdrawn?
I'm not sure why it was withdrawn.
George says it can't be compliant, but I find that out, he's not aware of it.
Is that 3051?
Yeah, Victoria said I didn't know that.
It says case withdrawn under a 128-day extension.
They have an extension.
So are you still working on the repairs, sir?
Yes, sir. We have the permits in place. They are posted. Our contractor has just started this very week with mobilization. Also present is our engineer of record, Bailey Morris with Bill Ryan. Webcast as well. But we are
It's okay.
underway.
Okay, no,
Your kids
you're
will be
good.
withdrawn from today, though.
You are on the extension right now, so we will keep in touch with you later on.
Hey, y'all are awesome. Have a great day. Wheels of
You
justice.
too, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Bailey. Bailey Morris. Hi, Bailey, can you hear me? You have the hand raised. I'm calling you. Bailey Morris.
Hello.
Hi, what case are you here for today?
I was supposed to be with Andrew.
Oh, okay. Have a good day,
I
Bailey.
actually did get an email about 20 minutes ago from Victoria Bryan saying that we got a 180-day extension.
It's okay. All right, thank you. Enjoy the rest of
Thank
your
you.
afternoon.
Dude, that's what happened. She sent me email.
Tasha, don't move them, just unmute them.
Okay.
It's fine.
Don't unmute them.
Oh, that's.
Unmute them, don't move them.
Okay. Hi, Anthony Gondola. How can I help you today?
Yes, hi, I'm here for case number BE 2109000700,
Can you give me the property address, please?
1550 to 1560 Northwest 19th Street.
That's not like a full year.
What was that? 1550. That wasn't a funny joke. It's a good joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the case number one more time, Anthony?
Yes, ma'am. BE 2109000700.
That's been 40 years.
700.
Mary has it.
That's 40 years.
Yeah, 40 years.
Page 37.
Yeah, that's not the same case number.
Isn't that what he said?
No.
The last three digits are 700.
No,
Yes.
700. I'm not.
Right.
My bad.
21090700. One moment, sir. 1 second. I'm gonna make sure it's not on the part of the.
What is the number?
Last three are 700.
I believe it was this, the 40-year inspection, which we had done, and it's already, I already have the stuff from the city.
Can you repeat the case number one?
Please, sorry that we get called.
No problem. BE 2109000700.
That's the main number.
Yeah, that's the main.
It's probably.
What's the address, sir?
Northwest 19th Street,
Yes, ma'am.
19th Street Family Holdings,
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay.
page 37. That's me.
Okay, but we need to have some of this paperwork for that. Anthony, do you have a power of attorney or are you the owner of this property?
I'm not the owner, I'm the general contractor of the property.
Do you have the power of attorney from the owner?
No, the owner was here, he left, and you know, I've been on since a little bit this morning, but is this over the 40-year inspection? Because it's finished.
Yes, but you have to have a legal right to speak for this property.
I'm the one.
We don't have a power of attorney.
I'm the one that did everything on the property. I mean, it's.
Yeah, I understand that, but you don't have to have that in order to speak on this case.
Okay.
Is it possible?
Is it resolved? Can you get Jerry?
No.
No, and is it possible to get the owner back on the call?
I can try that right this second.
Yeah, let's do that. We'll pass you and go to the next person.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we actually put the full amount there, right?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mario. Mario Thatcher.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, what case are you here for today?
BE 220900127.
Okay, can you give me their property address, please?
2436 Cat K Lane.
That's me.
It's really okay.
What page?
It's a new case.
Show that you
We
still are.
pay. No, that's right.
Check all your windows.
It's on page 11.
Oh, here. Who's the property owner?
Hold on, I got
Okay,
it done.
go ahead and start your video, please. So we can see you.
You able to see me now?
No, we can't see you.
No, you're not there.
Hold on. I got it. There you can see.
There
me
you
now.
go. Now we got you.
Right hand. Can you raise your right hand, please, Mario?
There you go.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Building inspector.
Hold on. Tasha, you never read the.
Oh, I'm sorry. You just spoke.
Yeah.
Property address 2436 Cat K Lanes, case number BE 22090127. Owner Yelena and Mario Thatcher. Notice posted at the property on 3/31/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Building inspector Leo Martinez, presenting case and others as read. I visited this home and observed a new pergola in the rear of the property, new exterior light and soffit, new exterior electrical panel and electric outlets, including one in the rear soffit, new AC split in the enclosed carport, new kitchen and bathroom, new interior ceiling lights in kitchen and bathrooms, carport enclosure. The shed was enlarged into the setback and its original interior was altered, adding drywall, new high-hats, lining, and AC split unit. New wood deck and shed location. The property was cited for work without permit on the Florida Building Code 2020, section 105.1. Inspection report was mailed out to the owner on September 27, 2022. The final notice was sent on January 9th of 2023. The notice of hearing was posted at the property on March 31st of 2023. There are a few permits applied for a different violation, like the kitchen and bathroom permit is applied, the pergola permit is applied, carport conversion to closet is applied. There are other permits that hasn't been applied, your magistrate. We're asking your owner to find that the violation exists and to grant the property owner 63 days to obtain the required permits to come into compliance, or fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter. And we also would like to request the order to be recorded. I will let the respondent to speak.
Sure. Good afternoon. We purchased this property, this homestead property, last year. Unfortunately, we inherited numerous violations for improvements made by the prior owner without permits. In fact, we filed a lawsuit against them for failure to disclose all these issues. Nonetheless, we recognize as new owners, we're responsible to comply, and we have done so. Immediately, we hired a team of contractors, and as Mr. Martinez indicated, the majority of the permits have already been pulled. The main issue remaining is the one with the container, the shed that's in the back. It's a detached shed that was sold to us as under air square footage as an office. Then we learned that it can only be as storage. So we have requested a meeting with the zoning official because the issues are use and setback, and we're trying to see what solution we can come up with short of removing a 200 square foot container that we paid dearly for.
So who do you meet with, Bert or Mohammed? Who in zoning are you meeting over this issue?
I want to tell you, I just saw their name. Give me a second, please. Of course, when you need it, you can't find it, but it was right here.
Don't worry, Mario, don't worry. I'm requesting an extension of 63 days to help you to get through this problem. Try to be diligent and try to whatever correction the reviewers ask your permit runner and your contractor to move as fast as they can. And in regard of this, I guess that you are trying to apply for a variant, maybe.
That's right.
So just keep in touch. Keep me updated what you're doing. And remember, you have 63 days to get the permits through the city, resolve the issue. As soon as the permit are issued, the case will be complied. Try not to stretch this too long so you can start getting fines. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, we won't sit on our hands. We want to move this as quickly as possible to resolve any violations that exist right now.
I understand. Go and try to see Burford and the city. He's the zoning chief.
What is the name?
Bird Ford. Call me tomorrow or send me an email and I'm gonna give you his email.
Fantastic. I'll do that.
All right. Thank you, Mario.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Okay, what's the order?
Yes.
I'm requesting 63 days or $50 for violation per day thereafter. And to be recorded.
Thank you.
Hello.
Can I be excused?
Yes.
Yes.
okay.
Thank you, sir.
Goodbye, Mario. Thank
Bye,
you.
Mario.
Thank you for joining us. Hi, Broward House. What case are you doing today?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Cabrasia. I'm the facilities director here for the agency. I'm calling in for case number B Boy E Edward 210-70363, 40-year inspection for property 421 Southeast 21st Street in Fort Lauderdale, 33316. And we've been in contact with the administrative. Yeah. And this property was going through a very extensive repair, especially.
One moment, please, sir. One moment.
I'm sorry.
One moment.
Page 30.
Okay. And what's your affiliation with the property?
I'm the director of facilities here.
What's your name?
Tony Cabrasia.
He signed in, but he didn't know you. Safety high registered, it goes beyond.
Is Stacy there with you?
No, she's had to go to a meeting, but I have she signed a power of attorney that I have with me here.
Okay, can you please email that to Diana Cahill? I'm sorry, D Cahill, DCAHILL at FortLauderdale.gov.
Okay, we're on it.
Okay, once we receive that, we'll call you back in the room, okay?
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, Ashar. What case are you here for? You have the property address available? The other 100 Birch. Yeah.
Then I have to move because she's hungry.
Hi, Miranda. Hi, Miranda.
Yes.
Valerie.
Hi.
Hi.
Miranda. We received your driver's license, but it's expired. We sent you an email this morning.
Oh. How should I send
Do
it?
you have a valid identification?
Yes. I do. You want to see it on the Zoom thing or you want me to email it?
You'd have to submit it. The way you signed up, you'd have to submit it, through that system. And we will get it that way. Unfortunately, you cannot email it to us for safety reasons.
No, can you show it?
Can I just show it to you now?
It'll be on YouTube. No, ma'am, it will be on YouTube.
Okay, so how do I send it to you?
The way you signed up for the hearing,
Okay,
you're supposed to submit your valid ID at that time. So you have to go back in there and resubmit a valid identification.
okay. I can do that now and then you'll call me back.
Yes, we'll call you back in. Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Ronnie.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ronnie.
Oh, Mazel tov.
Now we want to see you. Can you start your video, please?
What do we need to do for the video? That's it. I need you when you're helping me out.
Get in front of the camera.
Camera.
Look what it say, video, press video.
Video. Who's the video? Up there on top. Yeah, but.
Video.
The video.
You're declining the screen that pops up. You have to accept it. Do not decline it.
Well, we don't see the screen come up asking, accept it.
Join us, panel.
How's
Everybody.
Is he there?
Tell me it happened.
Stop my video. There you go.
Tell me it happened.
Allow.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you please
Okay.
raise your right hand?
Your right hand, Ronnie.
right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. We're gonna recall the case on page 41, 3058 West Royal Boulevard, case number BE 2110072.
Good afternoon, Inspector Linda Holloway presenting on behalf of Chief George Oliva, case number and property address as read. Is requesting full amount of fines. And I'm going to allow Ronnie the opportunity to speak. Go ahead, please, Ronnie.
I'm too nervous to speak. What I could
don't
do is.
worry, you're amongst friends. Don't be nervous.
My knees are shaking. Listen, I'm gonna have my architect get a hold of George and send him a certified letter. I want to get this resolved as soon as possible. I'm more eager than any of us.
You
So,
guys tell it that he got 15 days.
What?
Can he have that done within 15 days?
Oh, yes, I'll have it done, George. I'll get a hold of you and we'll get this thing resolved.
You got it, Ronnie.
Okay, George, thank you very
Go
much.
wrong and start running. Give me that letter.
Have a blessed day. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Bye.
So we're gonna call the Broward back. What page was that? Page 30. The next case is on page 30, property address 421 Southeast 21st Street, 1-5, owner Broward House Inc., case number BE 2107-0363. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 6/14/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $15,800, which continues to accrue. Good afternoon. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Inspector Rich presenting for Chief Oliva. Case and address are as read. The case is not in compliance at this time. The city is requesting the full amount be imposed.
Yes, hi, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, this property has been going through extensive repairs. Initially, it had passed electrical repairs, and I did not submit those thinking that we needed to submit the structural plus the electrical as a package. So, obviously, being a nonprofit, we would have to go through the bidding process, which took some time and hiring a general contractor. But the project was completed, and we had the contractor re-inspect and approve the 40-year. During that approval time, we had a power outage in the area, and FPL kind of like spotted the building. There was nobody, no residents in there for quite some time, so they decided to cut the cord. So now we, at that point, we had to get another contractor for electrical to make the building up to code at that point, which was completed on sometime 2 weeks ago or something. So the general contractor came back and looked at the electrical side of it and had approved it. We were waiting for him to send us the forms for it to submit to the city, which we got this morning, and we submitted it to the Victoria, Brian, and Diana Cahill at the Administration Building and Construction Enforcement Division. So hopefully, we're asking to see if that those fees can be forgiven. As part as we've also been severely affected at our assisted living facility, which we had to move all of our residents out due to the flooding. So we're kind of like in a little crisis mode monetarily here.
Okay, we're gonna give him 15 days to submit all the paperwork. If the paperwork are in good order, we will comply. If not, the fines gonna be imposed today, and we're gonna leave 15 days.
Okay, impose a fine 15 days for the fine.
I'm sorry, what was that last part? Can you?
Have 15 days for the letter, and then if the letter is fine, then the fines will be imposed.
Okay, so it won't be imposed. Yes. So let me ask you, because I'm in the correspondence, the Victoria and Diana said that if it was digitally signed, it was okay. So you guys need both the digital and the original letter.
We need the digital as long as the architect or engineer of record sign it.
Yes.
You know,
It's still
digital. Yeah.
So digital is good, yeah, because he said that it will take a little longer for us to get the originals by mail.
Okay, so you have to keep in touch with Victoria Bryan.
Yes.
She's the most important person you have in the city right now.
Right, correct, yeah,
Keep
we've been in
touch
contact.
with her. Right, once you get the paperwork, run to her, give it to her, so she give it to me, and
Okay.
I ask Kay over here to stop the leak.
Perfect.
Okay?
Great, thank you very much. And how long we have you mentioned for that?
From today, you have 15 days, so that means run.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I will.
Okay. Okay, so. Did we get? Hi, Roger.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you? Did you ever, yeah, is this Roger or is this the other person who was there earlier? You were waiting for the owner to come back? I
am the owner.
Okay, go ahead and start your video, please.
Yeah.
Go ahead and unmute yourself and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Well, we're gonna recall the case on page 7. Property address 718 Northwest 8th Ave, case number BE 21090160.
Correct.
I read the case on 7.
Case is it George?
I'm sorry, yes, Chief George Oliva.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a 40-year rectification case that has not been complied. The city will provide 42 days to come into compliance, or $100 per day thereafter.
I understand you probably talked with my manager who's been coordinating with the engineering field firm that we've hired on working on the repairs. Would it be possible to get a 60-day extension based upon their timing?
No, sir, the max that I can give is 42 days.
So he hasn't submitted the letter yet.
Right, he haven't submitted the report or anything.
So, sir, you just have to submit the initial letter from the architect or engineer.
Yeah, I am going to be out of town starting. I missed you earlier because I had to pick my wife up at the hospital, but I'm going to be out of town in the next 2 weeks. Is it possible that Vincent Buchanan, who you talked to earlier, can operate in my behalf?
You have to provide a power attorney to the person that you want to speak on your behalf.
Okay.
But the only thing you need to do is call the architect or the engineer that you hire and let him know that you got 42 days to submit that report to us. That's what we need. If you need repairs or whatever else you need to be done, I'll give you more time once I get the report from him.
Okay, so when you get the report from the engineering firm that we've got, then based upon that report, they'll have whatever the amount of days necessary to do the repairs.
Right, you will obtain 180-day extension from the day that you submit that report to me. So that way you can have enough time to do the repair.
Okay, and then the time for them to submit it is 42 days from today?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you need anything else from me?
No, sir. That's it.
Thank you for your time.
We need to get the ball rolling, that's all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Miranda, can you start your video, please?
Yes. Hello?
Hi, Miranda, can you start your video, please?
Yeah, I did that. Yes. Can you see it?
No.
All right. We have to join as a panelist.
No.
Hello?
Hi, our next case is on page 31, at the bottom of page 31, property address 700 Southwest 21st Terrace. Case number BE 200-50205, owner Poliana Investments of Florida Inc. This case was first heard on 4/15/21, complied on 10/12/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines $49,600. City request to vacate the order from 1/19/23 and reimpose fines for administrative costs of $1,275. Miranda, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you accept the $1,275 for your costs rather than a large fine.
Okay, so you're reducing the fines to administrative costs, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, have a good day.
Bye, thank you.
Hi, Anthony.
Yes, this is Anthony.
What was it?
I have Mr. DeJohnny on the phone, Ms. Williams. But I just want you to know that I gave you the address of 1550 to 1560. That's the brand new building we're under permit for. The 40-year inspection was for the other building on the property. That's 1512 Northwest 19th Street.
1,500. 1,500, correct?
Well, the actual report that I have, the 4010 building inspection. I mean, I did the report, it's all accepted. I have the acceptance notice from the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's 1512 Northwest 19th Street.
Are they on the same folio number or they got different folio number?
I can read the folio number to you.
No, it's okay, but we need to see the owner.
He's on the phone. I can have him speak into the thing. He's riding in his car from a funeral.
Hi, how are you?
I don't know. Can you hear Mr. DeJohnny?
That's insufficient, sir. We can't accept that.
Hi, how are you, ma'am? How you been doing?
Okay, so how do I proceed from here, ma'am?
We will have to continue to hear the case, and you'll receive a final order in the mail, but you can't make any decision regarding the property.
I understand I can't make a decision, but can I come up and see George or Mr. Piscarello or somebody to get this straightened out? I have the actual acceptance notice from the city. We did the 4010. And I'll bring the owner with me.
I have this folio, 1,500. Here's the folio. Yeah, 0021. Yeah.
Your address is 1500.
Yes, I mean.
1500 Northwest 19th Street.
So there's a violation of 1500.
No, that's
1500 to 1512.
Nope.
There are two buildings, one next.
Hold on, hold it.
Well, we have to go ahead and see the last one. Well,
Stop.
no. Okay.
I mean, again, what we can suggest is if the owner can get to a place where he can log in and be on the phone, we're certainly happy to hear the case later. We have plenty of other cases to hear still.
Steve, so it's this, we have to get him to sign into this.
We have to sign him into this, or okay, I'll stay on the line. I'll try to get him here with me, okay?
Thank you, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Okay, hi, Lori, what case are you here for? Lori Hill?
Oh, you're already around.
You know, we heard her earlier. Yeah.
Right.
And saying, well. Okay, Catherine, I see that you logged in as a neighbor. So when we get to that case, you can hear it, but unfortunately you can't make any decisions regarding this case. Ms. DeAngelis? Okay. Okay, at this time, this concludes our respondents. We're gonna go back to page 2. Property address 1610 South Ocean Drive, Inspector Jorge Martinez. Owner Paul K. and Iris P. Silverberg. Case number BE 207-0176. Notice posted at the property on 5/1/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Really?
All right.
Don't know.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting case on behalf of Inspector Martinez. There are expired permits related to these properties. He is requesting to find that the violation exists and give the property owner 63 days to comply or $50 per day thereafter. So
Property address 2011 Northeast 18th Street. Owner Angela C. Pope. Case number BE 22110003. Inspector Jorge Martinez. Notice posted at the property on 5/2/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Building Inspector Alejandro Del Rio for the city, presenting on behalf of Inspector Martinez. This property was cited under 9-280B city ordinance. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The roof at this property is damaged and is in need of repair. City is asking for the owner to come into compliance within the next 63 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. So
Page, continue on page.
Ask the owner to get amendments to the order, and in the inspector's request, what should be? So if I could, Jara, on the 63 days, this is a property, known to the city is a very problematic property. Indeed, I'm in the process of filing a complaint or injunction to try to get the property into compliance, because we went out and visited with the owner and we was going to meet with the inspector, and then the came back and she wouldn't meet with her. It's a serious issue. It appears that there's a tree that had gone through the roof, so we would ask for a $500 day fine. 63 days. Yes, please.
At the bottom of page 2, Senior Inspector Mary Rich. Property address 713 Southeast 7th Street. Case number BE 23020057. Owner Tina Marie Leo. Notice posted at the property on 4/29/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Inspector Rich for the city of Fort Lauderdale, taking address are as read. Inspector Suarez responded to the property on February 8th, 2023, and the following violations were observed. 9-1D. There is construction work at the property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consistent of but not limited to wood fence at the rear of the property. This additional fence is not included in permit BLD-FEN-220-30064. An inspection report was mailed to the owner by admin staff. The permit on file is awaiting client reply at this time. The city is requesting 63 days or $50 per day thereafter. An order to be recorded.
Our next case is on page 4. Property address 340 San Marco Drive, under 340 San Marco LLC. Case number BE 23010197. Notice posted at the property 4/5/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Inspector Franklin, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. The permit was left to expire as stated in today's agenda. The property was cited under FPC 2020 section 105.3.2.1. We are asking to find that the violation does exist and the owner to come into compliance within the next 42 days for a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
At the bottom of page 4, property address 1311 Northwest 5th Street. Case number BE 23020010. Owner Calvin Gray, homestead exempted, Cynthia Walden. Notice posted at the property on 4/7/23. Posted at City Hall 5/4/23. Inspector.
Inspector Franklin, on behalf of the city, presenting the case as read. This case was originally cited under Inspector Suarez. The property was cited under 91B. Any violation of the Florida Building Code shall be a violation of this section and punishable as provided for in the section. There is construction work at this property that was started or completed without obtaining the required permits, consisting of new white PVC fence. This case was open 2/2/23. The property was cited 2/6/23. The notice of hearing was posted 4/7/23. We are asking to find the violation does exist and to grant the property owner to come into compliance within the next 63 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. We request the order to be recorded.
Thank you. I just want to say great job to Inspector Franklin for his first time presenting. Jeff, did it with flying colors.
That means tomorrow you gotta buy beer for everyone.
Moving on to page 6 at the top, property address 1037 North Victoria Park Road, owner. Didn't we listen to this with Chad B? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. At the bottom of page 6, property address 1421 Northwest First Street, owner KP 1461 City View LLC. City View Twin LLC, case number BE 22120088. Notice posted at the property on 4/28/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Inspector Sarabuto, on behalf of the city, presenting the case. Well, I recovered this apartment under alteration when I was conducting another inspection in the same building. The property was cited for work without permit under Florida Building Code 2020 Section 105.1. This case was opened on December 14, 2022. Inspection report was made on December 19, 2022. Final notice was mailed on January 31st, 2023. Notice of hearing posted at the property on March 23rd, 2023. The permit is in process. For that, the city requesting to the owner come in compliance in 28 days or $100 per day thereafter. Order to be recorded. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 7, Chief George Oliva, property address 702 Northwest 9th Ave, owner 702 Northwest 9th Avenue LLC. Case number BE 23010186. Notice posted at the property 3/31/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
George Olive, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a 40-year certification case. We received the report from the owner, but the report is corrected. So we're gonna request an extension for 180 days from today for the owner to comply by submitting another report. So. For $100 a day, she says.
Our next case is on page 8. Case number BE 230-10170. Address 817 Northwest 5th Avenue. Owner Marlene Thomas Trust and Marlene Thomas trustee. Inspector George Oliva. Posted a property 4/7/2023. Posted at City Hall 5/4/2022.
George Olive, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a 40-year case too, and the owner submitted a report to the city, but that report fell due to correction required. The city requesting 180-day extension to comply with the corrections and $100 per day thereafter.
So our next case is on page 8. Case BE 23010134. Property address 1500 East Sunrise Boulevard. Owner 1500 East Sunrise Boulevard LLC. Care of HH Entertainment Inc. Inspector George Oliva, posted at property 4/27/2023, posted at City Hall 5/4/2023.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. This is a 40-year case that we sent the request for the report. And 90 days went by and they haven't submitted the report. At this moment, the city will request 42-day extension for the owner to come with the report and comply at $100 per day thereafter.
Our next case is on page 8, bottom of page 8, case number BE 2301-0074, property address 2355 Northeast 26th Street. Owner BRC Land Trust. Steamer Robert Trustee Ecker. Inspector George Oliva, posted at property 4/27/2023, posted at City Hall 5/4/2023.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, case and address as read. The owner submitted the report to the city, but the report failed due to correction required. The city is asking for a 180-day extension to comply with corrections and $100 per day thereafter.
Our next case is at the top of page 9, property address 2666 East Oakland Park Boulevard, owner Aaron C. Indelis and Vito Stramaglia. Okay, you got it. Case number BE 2301-0073. Notice posted at the property 4/27/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
George Oliva, on behalf of the city, gate and address as read. This is a 40-year rectification case that has not been complied. And the city is asking for the owner to come into compliance in 42 days by reporting, by submitting the report and $100 per day thereafter.
At the bottom of page 9, property address 808 Southwest 22nd Terrace, owner Care Fam Trust, Claude J. Care Trustee, and all others. Case number BE 22120109. Notice posted at the property 4/1/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
For the Inspector Leo Martinez, this case was, case analysis as read. This case was transferred to us from code enforcement on December 27th of 2023, when Code Inspector Edward S. Eason visited the property and observed a large tiki hut that was built in the rear of this property. Case was open and inspection report was mailed out on December 27th of 2023. Final notice was sent on, I'm sorry, December 27th of 2022. Final notice was sent to the property owner on February 27 of 2023, and the notice of hearing was posted on April 11 of 2023. Mr. Pare applied, which is the owner, applied for the permit on February 13 of 2023. City ordinance allow a maximum size of 200 square feet for that portion of the structure protruding into the required yard area. Mr. Pariti has 251 square feet into the 15 feet rear yard setback. Mr. Pare, which is the owner, is now applying for a variance. We're asking your owner to find out the violation exists and to grant the property owner 91 days to obtain the required payment to come into compliance of fines of $50 per violation per day thereafter. And we would like the order to be recorded.
The owner.
Wait, owner, 1 second. Don't need. What case was that?
That's the guy that.
1500?
Yeah.
Okay, that's page 37.
But I'm on
37, that's Linda.
That's me.
Okay.
Hi, Jerry, can you unmute yourself, please?
John, Linda.
Hi, Jerry. I'm gonna read in the case now.
Okay.
1500 Northwest 19th Street, owner 19th Street Family Holdings LLC. Case number BE 2109-0077. This case was first heard on 1/20/22, to comply by 3/3/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $44,000, which continues to approve. Can you raise your right hand, Jerry?
Yes,
Do you, hi, do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
yes, I do.
Thank you, and also state your full name for the record.
My first name is Mar, Maher, middle name Jerry. Last name is Dajani, Dajani.
Okay, thank you.
Inspector Rich presenting for Chief Oliva. Case and address are as read. This is a Massey here, and the case is not in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount be imposed.
Any response, sir? Any response, sir?
I can't hear you. What's
Jerry,
that?
Do you have any response to this, of what the inspector just read?
Read it again, please, because I'm in the car. I can barely, okay, go ahead, please, if you don't mind.
The case is not in compliance. The city is requesting the full amount be imposed.
For what? What is that for, ma'am? Can you explain that
The
to me?
40 year.
Oh, we already did that. Oh, my contractor guy, he's with you on the line, Tony Candela. We already have that. We passed the inspection and everything done 6 months ago. The 40 years inspection. We have it done already. We did it with the compliant. We had to get an engineer and we did the whole thing for 40 years and we had it about 6 months ago.
Did
Maybe
they
longer.
submit the report?
Yeah, they submit the report.
We don't have the report, sir.
Yes, you should have it.
Who
We
did
got
you
contract, the contractor guy who has it, Tony Candela, talk to him, please. He's with you right now on the Zoom. Tony,
Tony, excuse me, Tony.
Anthony, his name
I'm
is
here,
Anthony
I'm
Candela.
here, I'm here.
Yeah, tell him you got the 40 years inspection and you already passed it and you already submitted to the city of Fort Lauderdale.
I already
When
have
did
the
you
clearance
submit
from
it?
Fort Lauderdale. The address was from 1500 to 1512.
No,
Okay,
1510, yeah.
I'm sorry, well, I have the 40-year inspection certification here.
Okay, today is the 18th. I'm gonna give you 10 days from today to take that report to my office and show it to me. So that way we can see if the case is in compliance or you have to do something about it.
No problem. We'll bring it in.
I don't
We'll bring
have,
it in.
wait, I'm talking here. You have to submit that report to me before we impose we're gonna impose the fines today. We're gonna leave the property 15 days. So you got that time period to go to see me with the real report that you have and let me see if it's something missing or if everything okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll come up and see you personally.
Okay. You
Thank
got the
you.
ball on your side, start running.
Okay, so we're finding.
We're gonna impose the fine today. And he have 15 days to talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Or that's it.
Okay.
We're gonna leave the property.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, going back to page 10, at the top, property address 901 Southwest 31st Street, case number DE 230-10148, owner Mark Petrowski. Notice posted at the property on 4/11/23, posted at City Hall 5/4/23.
Inspector Leo Martinez representing the city, case and address as read. I visited this property and observed a new shed being built of cinder block on the west side of the property. At the time of my inspection, I handled to mark the owner and install work order. The property was cited for work without permits on this Florida Building Code 2020, section 105.1. This case was open and inspection report was mailed to the property owner on January 25th of 2023. Final notice was sent to the property owner on March 3rd of 2023, and the notice of hearing was posted at the property on April 12th of 2023. No permit application has been submitted to the city. I was contacted by a person in zoning, letting me know that this owner applied for a variant. The May meeting was canceled, so it was moved to June. So for that reason, we're asking your owner to find that the violation does exist and to grant the property owner 91 days to come into compliance for fines of $50 per violation per day thereafter. And the order to be recorded. So, thank you.
Moving on to page, I'm sorry, on page 10 at the bottom, property address 1211. You did that, 1211?
We did it. That was mine.
Moving on to page 13. Property address 1320 Northwest 9th Ave. Senior Inspector Mary Rich, owner Canavia Feliciano, case number BE 22090149. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/2/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,800, which continues to. Property address 520 San Marco Drive, owner 520 San Marco Drive LLC, case number BE 23030132. This property was cited on 3/10/23 to comply by 3/13/23. One section complied at $150. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $150. Appeal deadline 3/25/23. No appeal received. Moving on to page 15, property address 321 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Dakota Holdings Group LLC in care of Gina Law Firm. Case number BE 22070025. This case was first heard on 11/17/22 to comply by 12/15/22. Fine suspended as noted, one section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $5,550 and continue to improve. Page 16, property address 424 Northwest 22nd Ave, owner Elderman Stone, case number BE 22080236. This case was first heard on 2/16/23 to comply by 3/30/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $2,400, which continues to approve. Page 17, no. Page 18, property address 2031 Northeast 52nd Street, owner Scott Sen, case number BE 22090091. This case was first heard on 1/19/23, complied by 2/16/23. One section complied at $100. Is this one? Yes. Okay. And the city is requesting, total fines $3,900. The city is requesting to reduce fines to an administrative cost of $856.82. Thank you. Page 19 at the top, property address 111 Southwest 23rd Street A, owner Andrew Warehouse LLC, case number BE 22030014. This case was first heard on 9/15/22, complied by 11/17/22. One section complied at $50. Total fines $3,500. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $856.82. Property address 648 at the bottom of page 4. Property address 648. We did?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, new. Property address, page 21 at the top, property address 1800 North Andrews Ave, 5K. Owner Peter Luthi, Alfred Hetty Luthi Revocable Livable Trust. Case number BE 22070059. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/2/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,800, which continues to accrue. Property address 2505 River Lane Terrace, owner Kabod Real Estate LLC, case number BE 22070234. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/23/23. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $5,500, which continues to accrue. Moving on to page 22, property address 601 North Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner, the Atlantic Hotel Group Holdings LLC, case number BE 22080111. This case was first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/2/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $3,800, which continues to accrue. Property address 728 Northwest Third Street, owner 728 Northwest Third LLC, case number BE 2208-0057. This case was first heard on 1/19/23. Excuse me. To comply by 3/2/23, one section complied at $50. City is requested to impose the full amount of $1,250. Moving on to page 24. 23? Oh, why did I cross it out? Okay, never mind. Property address 900 Northeast 18th Ave, 701, owner Anna Sophia Chapel. Case number BE 2207-0026. This case is first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/23/23. One section not compliant at $50. City is requested to impose the full amount of $2,750, which continues to accrue. Moving on to page 24. Property address 1224 Southwest 29th Ave, owner Darcy Florida LLC. Case number BE 2205-0221. This case is first heard on 1/19/23 to comply by 3/23/23. One section not complied at $50. City is requested to impose the full amount of $2,750, which continues to accrue. Property address, moving on to page 25. Okay, we have a neighbor here. At the bottom, okay. Property address 1464 Southwest 30th Terrace. Brittany A. Naki, case number CE 1906-1427. This case was first heard on 10/3/20 to comply by 12/15/20. One section not complied at $50. City is requested to impose the full amount of $33,300. No, not for this one.
Okay. So we're.
On the
Which will
20,
continue to accrue.
which will continue to incur. Thank you. Now, we do have a neighbor who would like to chime in on this behalf. And the property address is 2406 Nassau Lane. Owner, Hernan Belton, Vanderbilt Belton, number BE 2204-0227. This case was first heard on 8/18/22. To comply by 10/20/22. Fines suspended as noted, one section complied at $50. City is requested to impose a full amount of $4,400. Catherine DeAngelis, are you there?
Yoo-hoo.
Hello, Ms. DeAngelis? Yes? Hi,
Video?
you have a video? You can start your video?
Press the video, Boro.
I mean, the respondent here, she's actually.
There you go. We got it.
Hi, good afternoon to everyone.
Is she the neighbor? She's still swearing. Hi, Catherine, can you raise your right hand, please?
Your right hand.
You raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to tell the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, you wanted to have some input on this case, make a statement regarding this property?
I'm not the person, I'm not the owner of the property, I'm the neighbor. So
I know,
didn't-
but you wanted to say something about it?
Oh, I didn't know that I'm gonna be allowed to say something. Well, thank you for the opportunity. So we are dealing with these neighbors since last year about the wall that they built. And we're still waiting for the answer, and that's where we are, and also for the gazebo, which is not a gazebo, it's a huge wall that was construction and they block all of my view.
Okay, well, we just imposed a fine of $4,400 against this property. And the fine continues to run at $50 a day, right? No? What?
This is a compliant.
Right, yeah.
Why did you not know that?
I don't know, maybe the neighbor, she probably didn't say. She's not the owner, so.
I'm told this is in compliance.
Well, for me, it's not a compliance, because if you see the picture, you're gonna see a huge wall that is up to the level of the my fence. And then they plant some clusia in that wall, what's supposed to be a seawall. But if you see correctly the picture, you're gonna see that it's a whole hole built with concrete and pull me all of my fence. If you see my fence is all to my size of the house. So this is one case.
That would be a civil issue, or if that's no longer during
So
construction.
they're submitting a permission. I didn't see the drawings in anywhere. When the inspector, Jorge Lopez came to my house, Martinez came to my house, he really asked them in twice time to submit the drawings. So I went to the city, I didn't see any drawings. So then that's why I'm here. I tried to find a meeting with Mr. Ford, and he sent me an email that he's gonna come back the last 30, but I'm waiting for this hearing to see what happened. But I don't think it's fair that I have a block with no finish, seeing in my size of the canal. I just see a concrete wall, which is like a big planter, and inside of this wall, they plant some tree. Now the tree is almost to 16 feet of my view, and I don't think this is fair, really.
They didn't finish the other side of the wall.
Okay.
She's saying they didn't finish the other
If
side
you
of the
see
wall.
the sections 47, it's 19.5 fence was edges, not NG, sections to sit back. It say, for property abutting a waterway, no opaque fence, edge, or wall should be permitted to exceed 2.5 feet in height as measured in accordance with section 47-2.2. When we 10 feet of the each of the waterway. I don't see all of the compliance here about this regulation.
Tell them to email me pictures.
Yeah, so ma'am, what I can suggest is, you're citing the, land development regulations. This was a building code case. So, your best person probably to speak to about that is who you were already speaking to, which is Bert Ford. From a building perspective, the inspector complied to this and said it was in compliance. We're not, again, it would be outside of us to know if they got a variance or something like that. And again, Bert would be the best person to have that information and to discuss that with you.
And here
We don't have pictures today because for imposition of fines hearings, we don't show pictures because the violation had already been found and the pictures were shown at that time. And now we're advised by the inspector that the case is in compliance. But as the magistrate said, we are still imposing a fine of $4,400.
Okay, so I'm very poor with my English. I apologize about this.
No, your English is
because
good.
I didn't understand the last part. I have here my uncle, and he can speak by my behalf to ask something. Can you allow him to speak?
George, you want to tell us?
Usted habla español, señora.
Señora, en español.
En español.
It sounds Portuguese.
No.
¿Me entienden español?
Sí, puedo
Ok.
entender perfectamente el español. Entonces,
Este caso ya se presentó y hubo un ruling contra el dueño de la casa de $4,000. Si usted tiene algunas preguntas sobre el zoning department, usted tiene que ir a ver al jefe de zoning que se llama Bert Ford. Él es el único que puede actuar sobre el problema de la casa. Nosotros estamos aquí por otro tipo de violación, no por la cerca. Pero también quiero recordarle una cosa, que en Riverland el zoning no es de Fort Lauderdale, el zoning es de Broward County, es el que rules that section of full order. So
Ya. Yo
puede
entiendo.
ser que la cerca en full order no sea aceptable, pero en Broward County sea aceptable. Pero el único que le puede dar una respuesta segura, concreta, es el señor Burford. Aquí nosotros no podemos rular porque no tenemos los papeles.
Ok, si la persona, el señor Force, no me atiende personalmente a una audiencia, ¿qué otra recomendación me pueden dar ustedes? Porque
Vaya a ver el jefe de Ford,
Mohamed,
Mohamed Mali, que es el director de zona.
porque yo estoy
Pero ya
estoy a punto de escribirle una carta al comisionado o ver por qué.
usted puede hacer lo que quiera, pero ya nosotros vamos a terminar la audiencia, pues tenemos muchas personas esperando y estamos corriendo.
¿Me podría repetir el nombre de la persona jefe del señor Ford, por favor?
Mohamed Mali.
Bahama Mal.
Mali,
Vale.
M-A-L-A-K.
Malik.
Malik. Okay.
Bueno, está muy bien. Muchísimas gracias por permitirme conversar con ustedes.
Ok, señora, vamos a terminar ya.
Gracias, señora.
Y hasta luego.
And our next case is on page 26 at the top. Property address 2810 Riverland Road, owner 2810 Riverland LLC, case number BE 220301006. This case was first heard on 8/18/22, to comply by 10/20/22. Fine suspended as noted. One section not complied at $50. The city is requesting to impose the full amount of $8,700, which continues to approve. Property address 9 North Birch Road, owner Harbor House Eve Condo Association. Case number BE 211-00169. This case was first heard on 3/17/22, to comply by 9/13/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to impose the full amount of $24,600, which continues to accrue. Property address on page 27, property address 241 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner Brooklyn 46 LLC in care of Joyner Management Company. Case number BE 210-70353. This case was first heard on 12/16/21. To comply by 6/14/22. The case is now in compliance, and the full amount of fines is $33,700.
George, what are you reducing to?
We're gonna reduce to administration cost of $1,275.
Sure.
This case came in compliance very late, so we have to have writing and everything.
That's fine.
Okay, that's okay. Property address 255 Southwest 27th Ave. Case number BE 2205-0125. Owner James H. and Martha Gottlieb in care of Investments Limited. This case was first heard on 9/15/22, complied by 3/14/23. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to impose the full amount of $6,400, which continues to accrue. Page 28 at the top. Property address 313 Hendricks Isle, owner Sir Lactica LLC, case number BE 2107-0308. This case is first heard on 1/20/22, to comply by 3/3/22. One section complied at $100. Total fines $18,100. City is requested to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Moving on to page 30. Property address 455 Northeast 16th Ave. Owner, the Hemingway at Victoria Park Condominium Association Inc., case number BE 211-00186. This case was first heard on 3/17/22, complied by 9/13/22. One section complied at $100. Total fines $18,200. City is requested to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Page 32 at the top, property address 716 Northeast 14th Ave, 1-8. Owner ACS 716 LLC, case number BE 2109067. This case was first heard on 1/20/22, to comply by 3/3/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $23,800, which continues to accrue. Moving on to page 33 at the top, property address 771 Northwest 22nd Road. Owner Franklin Jackson Court, case number BE 211-00053. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 3/31/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $41,200, which continues to approve. Page 34 at the top, property address 850 Northeast 13th Street. Owner Transformer Realty LLC, case number BE 2107-0175. This case was first heard on 12/16/21, complied by City 14/22. One section not complied at $100, total fines approved, $33,600. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative cost of $1,275. Moving on to page 35, property address 1022 Northwest Big Street, owner William J. and Alexis C. Cone, case number BE 211-00151. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied is $100. City is requesting to impose fines of the full amount of $38,400, which continues to approve. Property address 1100 West Big Dam Road. Case number BE 210900302, owner 82 Holdings LLC. This case was first heard on 2/17/22, supplied by 8/16/22. One section complied at $100, total fines approved $18,200. City is requesting to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Property address 1140 Northwest 55th Street, owner 1163 Holdings LLC, case number BE 200400391. This case was first heard on 2/18/21, to comply by 4/1/21. One section complied at $100. Total fines $53,600. City is requested to vacate the final order from 8/18/22 of imposing the fine and reimpose fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Property address 11 on page 36, property address 1165 Northwest 55th Street, owner 1163 Holdings LLC, case number BE 1507-1179. This case was first heard on 11/19/15, complied by 12/31/15. One section complied at $100, total fines approved $10,800. City is requested to vacate the order from 5/19/16 of the order imposing the fine and reimpose a fine to administrative costs of $1,275. At the bottom of page 36, 1200 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Italian Artisan Inc. in care of Joe D. Giovanni, case number BE 210700320. This case was first heard on 1/20/22, complied by 7/19/22. One section not complied, $100. City is requesting to impose the full amount of $30,200, which continues to approve. Yeah. Thank you.
You want
Page
this?
37 at the top, property address 1235. East Buffalo, Florida. Live, we're still live, we're still live. Shh, please. Property address 1235 East Buffalo Boulevard, owner 1235 Los Olas LLC, case number BE 211-00227. This case is first heard on 3/17/22, complied by 9/13/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requesting to reduce fine to $1,275. Moving on to page 38, property address 1712 Southwest 24th Street, 1-4. Owner Hunter H. Holmes LLC, case number BE 2107-0367. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 1/27/22. One section complied at $100, total fines $47,300. City is requested to reduce to administrative costs of $1,275. Bottom of page 38, property address 1909 Northwest First Avenue, case number CE 1508-1930, owner Beverly A. Morley Revocable Trust, Beverly A. Morley trustee. This case was first heard on 12/17/15, to comply by 6/14/16. One section complied at $100, total fines $229,200. City is requested to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
Give that one.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I could just add, the record, Ronald Montoya, his son, the city attorney's office, I was in communication with counsel for the building. He's out of the state. He agreed in writing that they were in agreement with the administrative process, assessment of administrative process.
So noted.
Well, moving over to page 39. Property address 2300 Southwest 15th Ave, owner Bud Robinson Memorial Church of the Nazarene. Case number BE 21110050. This case was first heard on 4/14/22 to comply by 5/26/22. One section complied at $100, total fines $12,200. City is requested to vacate the order from 2/16/23 and reimpose the fines to administrative costs of $1,275.
So
Property address 2325 Northeast 33rd Ave, owner 2325 Northeast 33rd Avenue LLC. Case number BE 210700292. This case was first heard on 12/16/21 to comply by 1/27/22. One section not complied at $100. Total fines $47,500. City is requested to vacate the order from 12/16/21 and case closed. Moving on to page 40, property address 2500 Southwest 3rd Ave, case number BE 211000341. Owner Patricia M. Godby, Chris M. Mann, and all others. This case was first heard on 3/17/22 to comply by 4/28/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to uphold the full amount of $20,100, which continues to accrue. Moving on to page 42, at the bottom, property address 3300 North Ocean Boulevard. Case number BE 210900235. Owner Leon LLC, Greek Islands Taverna. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 8/16/22. One section complied at $100. Total fine $22,500. Is requested to reduce fines to administrative costs of $1,275. Property address, page 43, property address 3600 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner Parenthos Properties LLC, case number BE 211000156. This case was first heard on 2/17/22 to comply by 8/16/22. One section not complied at $100. Is requested to oppose the full amount of $27,400, which continues to accrue. Page 44 at the top, property address 5470 Northwest 10th Terrace. Owner Sand and Steel Properties LLC, case number BE 210700141. This case was first heard on 11/18/21 to comply by 5/17/22. One section not complied at $100. City is requested to impose the full amount of $36,500, which continues to accrue. Okay, moving on to page 48. Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we would like to enter into the record all the cases that are listed on page 88. Enter into the record. I said what?
88.
Page 48, I'm sorry. Into the record as withdrawn, closed, or rescheduled.
So accepted.
Okay, thank you. This concludes our May 18, 2023 special